Better get this thing going, huh? Sheesh. About that time. Got some news to go over today, and then gotta figure out what we're doing. I don't know. I want to play No Rest for the Wicked tomorrow, so today is kind of like a just kind of in between kind of day. I think No Rest for the Wicked looks really cool. I think we'll focus on that. But today we have some big news with the War Within. We don't get to play the alpha, but apparently some people did. And I wonder if we can like go find their videos to look at or something like that. We'll see. Anyway, I was looking around. I'm not sure what I want to do after this, but we'll start here. We'll start here. I think the only one on YouTube just started, so probably. Just click the going live button just now. Thanks for tuning in. For stopping by. Just getting it going. We are live on Twitch and everything else too. We're on YouTube. Nice, welcome. Oh. Been watching in 2012. That's crazy. Pretty cool that we've been able to keep the content rolling for that long, huh? And we'll try our best to keep it going too. It's always interesting. It's always an adventure. But I'll at least keep putting in the work. Keep putting in the effort. And you keep tuning in and showing love to the content. What do all the warrior sets since Antorus look like a living stone? I don't know. I feel like that's definitely not the case, though. A couple of them definitely have, though. But yeah, I don't think that's true. All right. Thanks, D-House. Still doing our thing a little bit, man. Been playing some other games in addition to WoW recently, which has been fun, but yeah. I appreciate the love, man. Appreciate the love. I feel like times have changed a little bit for us. We've had other stuff going on, and I feel like we haven't been as much on like the only WoW grind. But yeah, I think we're doing okay. Gotta keep working on it, man. It's always interesting. Always interesting. Different ways I have. Try to keep it interesting for me and just, you know, take the opportunities to pursue things that I'm passionate about, interested in, like my family, even like bodybuilding and things like that, playing different games here and there, you know. I don't think those are the best things for just pushing me forward as like a content creator in terms of like my popularity or whatever, but I don't know. It's all part of the deal. All part of the deal. Anyway, as we get ready for the day, I think we are going to start off by doing some reacts. Got to see if we can find some more War Within content to look at, huh? All right. What I'm passionate about? Yeah. There's positives and negatives to that, you know. I feel like we're definitely not as like popular as we used to be in a lot of ways, but I don't know. It kind of helps me do things that I want to do, you know. But I also want my content to succeed, so you can't be going too crazy. But yeah, always tricky, that balance, you know. And thank you, Holiday, for the Prime, dude. Big Flake Square, thanks for pumping us up, man. Yep. Well, thanks, Driven. Appreciate you being here, bro. Indeed, indeed. All right. But yeah, we'll just keep doing our thing. But mainly right now, we're just getting back from vacation, so we've got a lot of rebuilding to do right now. It's stressful. It's like you spend so much time pushing the boulder uphill and trying to get it rolling, and then you take a break and it's like you gotta start all the way back from the beginning. Do you take a week off, it's a fresh start, you know? It's tough. At least that's how it is for me. Feels like it sometimes. Should I? Let's see. Don't we have a... Oh, yeah. We have a react time thing. I wonder where I should sit for react time. So let's get sit back down there. Either one. Either one. A lot of streamers left the principal games they started with. People need to understand that it's your project and the real fans will come back even if you don't play the same game all day long. Yeah, I think so. I think that people who like enjoy the content will stick around. It's just I also understand if like they want to watch a certain thing and I'm just not doing that as much. I understand. All good. Just, you know, glad to be able to do my thing. Glad to have sponsors who believe in me and believe what I'm doing and trust and know that I'm in it for the long haul, and we'll keep it going. Keep it going. We are going to just kind of ease into our day, and then I think in a couple minutes we'll start watching this War Within stuff. But I also appreciate you guys tuning in on YouTube, man. YouTube stream looking kind of strong these days. Why am I not hearing my alerts go off at all? Turn that up a little bit. Thank you so much. What the heck over there on Twitch? Chris, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs over there, man. What the heck? Pumping us up, popping off, and big flex for you, man. Big flex for all 5 of them gifties. Thanks. The algorithm, everything likes to fight you for taking a break. Yeah. All good. What's the easiest melee class to PvP? Probably Demon Hunter. Probably. Thanks, Laser. Thank you, man. Bringing the heat for us. I'd say Demon Hunter. Now, I haven't personally played Demon Hunter, so I don't know from experience, but I think Demon Hunter is pretty straightforward and very effective. So that'd probably be a good place to start if that sounds like fun to you. I mean, if you're asking me like what I recommend you play, I'd recommend Warrior. Warrior is my favorite. But Demon Hunter is very strong and fairly straightforward. I think Outlaw Rogue is also very strong. I don't know if it's as straightforward as Demon Hunter. But I can definitely help you learn Warrior more than I could help you learn any other class, right? Interesting. If you mess up your comments, DH should still just kill, yeah. Fair enough. Fair enough. But alright. I think that yeah, I think if there's multiple sources of information about the War Within, I think some streamers or content creators got to get like an early access look at it and may have been able to make some videos about gameplay and stuff. So if those are available for us to watch, like if they're already up on YouTube, then we'll probably take a look at some of the gameplay stuff. I really don't know what we're doing on gaming today. I'm excited about the WoW stuff. I'm excited about the War Within, but if I can't really play it, then I don't really know what we're playing today. So it could be a fairly sizable React session at the beginning of the stream today. Because I'll be real, you guys know that I love WoW, but like I'm so out of the loop on every version of WoW right now. I think the Plunderstorm hype is kind of settling down. The Plunderstorm streams and content's not really banging, so I think that might have to move away from that. SOD I think is popular, but I'm so far behind in SOD that it would take a lot of work to kind of get caught up. And the arena season is ending, and that's cool, but arena during the daytime isn't really a thing. And with all the different versions of WoW right now, I feel like arena's not really pumping. And then you'd combine all of that with the fact that I really would kind of want to focus on No Rest for the Wicked starting tomorrow. It's I don't know if you guys have seen it. No Rest for the Wicked. It's like it's almost like a Dark Souls game with kind of third-person isometric camera and like action RPG loot. So coming back from vacation, being kind of out of the loop with all the WoW stuff, I don't really have like everything is going to take a little bit of work to get back into it, right? I think I'm just going to play No Rest for the Wicked, which means that today is kind of just like a freebie kind of stream day, just trying to maybe look at some of the War Within content and create some content out of that for YouTube and stuff, and just kind of hang out and chill. So if you guys are down for that, I think that might be what we're about to do. That might be the plan. Just kind of hang out and chill, say what's up for a minute, get that going. But thank you, Chris, once again for the 5 good subs, man. I appreciate that. Pick your poison with WoW unless you're a streamer. It's way too much to keep up with. Even as a streamer, right? I mean, I stream full time. I create content full time, but I really only play games for like 5 hours a day right now. You know? And I don't know. I'm not like super passionate about Classic. It's kind of hard to find people to play with Arena. So like I need to be able to like play games when I log in to play, that's like one of the main things that's kind of tough with WoW right now. Is it's like I got to be able to play the game when I log in, and I have to like level an SOD. I have to find people to raid with an SOD. I don't really love raiding that much. I don't really love Classic that much. And then with Arena, it's like you have to play at night, and I'm trying not to play games at night right now because I feel like it's eroding my health. I need to get some sleep and get up and work out, you know? It's tricky. Thank you, Laser Juice, for the 7 months, though, man. Big flex for you. Appreciate it, man. That's another reason why I'm so excited for this Panda Land thing. That just seems like you can just log in and just do stuff and just, like, power your character up. Sounds like Diablo 3. And I love action RPG games. I love them, but it like, kills my channel when I play them. Last Epoch was good. PoE, I love PoE, but it just kills my channel whenever I play PoE. And then it takes, like... So... Whatever, right? Retail is ready for next season? Yeah, I guess. I mean, I don't even know what I'm gonna do next season. Next season's the same thing as this season. It's like, it's hard to find Arena. I don't want to sit solo shuffle queues all day long. I love WoW. It's just like, specifically the content that's available for me right now in my life is just not, that doesn't really work. Which sucks. Because like WoW is like my favorite game, and it's also like really fun to see and create content that people like. People get pumped up on my WoW content, you know? It's good stuff. They like it. That's what people want to see. But yeah, it's hard to create that content, you know. Just do you? Yeah, I try, but like, if I'm not creating content that people like, then the channel doesn't succeed, which puts me in a deep depressive state. Like if the things I'm putting my effort into, the things that I value, aren't succeeding, it makes me feel really sad. Like if I'm not succeeding in my training, if I'm not succeeding, you know, in my work, you know, family's going good. I'm taking good care of my boy, taking good care of my lady, being a good dad, being a good husband. But if I'm not succeeding at, you know, the things that I am passionate about for my own self, I get really sad about it. So that's tough. And then if I'm bummed out, then it has a negative impact on my content, and then it kind of has like a kind of a negative cycle effect, right? I'm bummed, so I don't really make great content. Content doesn't succeed, so I'm bummed out. Stuff. The only thing that matters, wife and son. Yeah, but I got to be able to buy them food and pay for their house, right? So, but yes, I would very much rather have my family be doing good, and I have to figure out how to succeed at work, than work going good, but at the cost of my wife and my little boy not getting enough time or not being happy and stuff, right? So it's always a balance, but you're right. That's the most important thing. What was the news? We're about to find out, man. I'm gonna let these ads run on Twitch, and once Twitch is out of ads, then I think we're gonna start taking a little bit of a look at this news. What WoW version / mode works best for me? Plunderstorm. Log in, PvP. You play with your buds or not. Just play solo, great. Plunderstorm is the best version of WoW for me at the moment. The problem with Plunderstorm is I think people are kind of like, you know, they're kind of getting over it at this point, which I think is still really fun. But, you know, I got to be able to play something that people want to watch too. That's tricky. The announcement? Yeah, we're going to watch it. We're going to watch it right now. Yeah, are you guys all out of ads over there on Twitch? So, yeah, Plunderstorm is the best, but we gotta do something that generates some viewership, you know? Like right now we have more viewers on YouTube than Twitch, which is very uncommon. So shout out to YouTube. This is a live stream. You may be watching a replay later on, because whenever the live streams are over, they're saved as a video, which is cool. I like that. But I mean, right now, as you're asking the question, you're here. You're here. It's a live stream. Isn't that fun? The announcement is live stream. Oh, okay. The announcement that what we're gonna be reacting to is a video. We have it paused right here. We're gonna watch that together. Shall we get to it? Shall we get down to business? But anyway, we got back from vacation. We're done playing PoE for a bit, so hopefully we can rebuild our numbers a little bit. Watch me since season 8. I started playing in season 9, so that's cool though. Welcome. I didn't get to play it yet. No, did not. Yeah, we're gonna try to rebuild a little bit, boys. We're gonna try to rebuild the games and rebuild the gains and get back to business. Right, I didn't play in Wrathful Season. I started playing WoW in Cata pre-patch. Isn't that cool? But yeah, thanks for watching, man. Let's turn off my music. Let's tab over to the react time scene here. Let's see if this is a good place for me to hang out. This is where I tend to hang out, so let's see if this works. We're kind of like not fully. Oh, we're like not fully lined up here. Not sure why that is. I guess it's just a little tight on the crop, huh? Maybe, I don't know. It's gonna be weird one way or the other, huh? All right, well, whatever. Close enough. Close enough. I wonder if we can extend that a little bit then. What's big news? About to find out. Wish there was a way to show these youngins the WoW road to their. Do any youngins play WoW? I feel like I don't know. I don't know, bro. Oh, you could stretch the screen. Oh, dang. Okay, that's interesting. I've never seen that setting before. It's kind of cool. I wonder if it's gonna look weird. Let's try it out. Anyway, what's big news? We're about to find out. So there's news about the War Within, and we're about to check it out a little bit. If you guys are down for that, shall we? The War Within. War Within info start. Let's have a look, shall we? All right. Oh, and holy moly, thanks for the 79 months, man. Big flex for you. Appreciate the love, man. Thanks for pumping us up, bro. Thank you, thank you. Let's do a little bit of reactification here. Shall we? Let's see what the news is, boys. Here we go. And by the way, this is everything you need to know about the War Within from the WoWcast. Or something. On the World of Warcraft channel. So if you guys want to check this out, that's where it is. Take a little look. See what's going on in the War Within.
Hey everyone.
And AJ, thank you for the Prime, man. Big flex for you. Hello, Linksy. Hello. Watch this on 12. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. We've been doing this for a long time. I'm gonna keep it going. I'm gonna keep working hard at it. Hello, Linksy.
And welcome to WoWcast. Today we're gonna talk about the War Within, which alpha starts soon. I have two special guests with me today. Please introduce yourselves.
Excited for that.
Hi, I'm Ian, Game Director on WoW.
I'm Tina, Associate Art Director on WoW.
Hey, Tina. Good.
Thank you
Oh,
guys so
Associate
much
Art Director. Oh my gosh. They always kill it with the art in WoW. It's amazing. Laser Juice, thank you so much for you and your 5 subs. Big flex for you too. Pumping us up. Thank you, thank you. Gotta go to work. Hey, we're clocking in too. We'll see you later, man. Thanks for stopping by, saying hi, showing love. If you guys are watching on YouTube, give the stream a thumbs up. Come over here and hang out on Twitch as well. If you guys are watching on Twitch, you guys can go over to YouTube, leave a like. You guys can kind of cross promote, cross pollinate, cross populate our streams. It'd be great.
For joining me today. Before we talk about alpha,
Let's see what we got.
what can you summarize about the War Within, Ian?
Well, so the War Within, I mean, of course, it is the 10th expansion
guys.
to well-known video game World of Warcraft.
Well-known
But
video game.
even, I think, more special
Legendary.
to
10th
us,
expansion
it's the
too, wow.
beginning of the World Soul Saga. It's the beginning of probably the most ambitious story we've ever tried to tell in WoW.
Wow.
So as all
big.
expansions do, it kicks off with a journey to a new place. But really, this is going to be beginning to set the stage and establish the stakes for a conflict that threatens not just ourselves and our families and those we hold dear, but the very world that we call home, the very world beneath our feet that's been home to all of our adventures.
Chris Metzen at BlizzCon, when he's like, he took a break, he came back, he had been cooking. I said this at BlizzCon too. He has been cooking. He's like, bros, I got like 6 expansions to planned out. Let's go to work. That's so cool.
And if we don't win this one, nothing else matters.
So this character has been everywhere for the War Within. Xelatath. She's purple. She's amazing. Can you tell us more about her?
Yeah, Xelatath is, one of our key villains of the World Soul Saga. The expansion is, part of it is this journey, delving deeper, find Xelatath and her allies. And the inspiration for her design from an art side was really based on the priest artifact weapon.
I think this is a character that Jenny's really gonna like. She plays Shadow Priest and stuff. And more 10, 12-minute vids would be cool. Like, what kind of videos did you like? This is not going to be a short video right here. We're going to post this react on YouTube, but it's not going to be a short video. What's up, Messenger? We're just getting going with some reacts, bro. Yeah, just some quick stuff. We could work on that for you, Surname. Work on that. Yeah, exciting stuff going on. There's so much going on in WoW. It's crazy. It's crazy. Trying to keep up.
She had been trapped in for so long. So if you look at her armor, like all the motifs of
like
her
all the tattoos
belt, her
and stuff,
shoulders,
that's
really
pretty
take
cool.
Inspiration from that design. Even the runes on her cheeks, those are a homage to N'Zoth, who freed her from the dagger.
Cool. Okay.
If later on in War Within you find yourself, wiping to a raid somewhere, just blame the Shadow Priests for not just putting the knife down, walk away from the talking dagger, and we wouldn't be here.
Oh my gosh.
Yet,
here we are.
Are there any other familiar?
Always blame the Shadow Priest. I like that, Ian. That's good. Yeah, Jenny she's not been playing a lot of WoW recently, but when she does play, she likes to play Shadow Priest as one of the classes that she plays. She plays a lot of dot casters. She's a dot caster player, like Fire Mage, Boomkin, that kind of thing.
Faces that we can recognize?
Yeah, some of the key heroes of our story are Illyria and Anduin. So these two,
she's looking all updated.
They're running a bit, right, from some of the wounds of their
He's
past.
looking super updated.
But in the end, they're going to find hope and redemption. So, Illyria, we've seen her new design that really reflects the duality of her character.
That's kind of cool.
We saw him in our cinematic, and he just looks, a little more haggard.
He does. Look at him now. Holy moly. Just leveling these guys up a little bit, huh? That's cool.
He's been through a lot lately.
Like his armor.
He's working on it.
Yeah, I mean, the name The War Within is one that has a couple of layers to it, right? Obviously, we're literally delving beneath the surface of Azeroth and going to be battling within our world.
Literal delve content.
But this is also
a
story that involves a lot of inner turmoil and inner conflict. And Anduin is probably the most torn of any of our cast of heroes, given what he went through in the Shadowlands. And his journey into the darkness as he seeks to rediscover his own light is a big part of the narrative arc.
I was playing a lot of Lost Ark during the end of Shadowlands, so I didn't really keep up with all that. But I do like that Charlemagne, baby.
And with the War Within, there's new zones. Can we talk about what our new zones are going to be?
The continent as a whole that begins on the surface and extends.
The new zones look awesome at BlizzCon.
We're calling Khazalgar. This is an ancient home to the Earthen. It's actually just off the west coast of Pandaria, about between Pandaria and Kalimdor.
Cool.
Just a couple hundred nautical miles away from a certain sword that's sticking out of the southern end of Kalimdor. But yes, home to 4 zones with amazing, varied settings.
That looks so pretty.
Yeah, so our first zone, the Isle of Dorn. This is basically, you'll find an isolated group of Earthen there. And so they have their awesome city, Dornogal, which we're very excited for players to check out. That'll be the hub in the end.
That's cool. I love those big blue skies. That just makes me happy to look at. We were playing some Arcage, and I felt like the way that they created the lighting in that game was actually awesome. Like, it made me feel like really happy, like real sunlight does. It was very interesting. And yeah, D-House, there's a lot of WoW going on right now, and you can pick one that you think is cool. Starting up fresh with retail makes sense, but yeah, they're pumping it out right now, man. I think that they're back on WoW. It's like for a while they were like making new games, new IPs, and seeing if they could like make that the new big game for Blizzard. But WoW is like, nope. Us WoW players like, nope, WoW's still the best. You guys, and they're like, okay, cool. We're just gonna keep cranking out WoW content and like even doing even more now and like trying different stuff like Plunderstorm and the Pandemonium thing. I mean, that's crazy, huh? That's crazy. Hey, thanks, Twisted. Hooking up Jake with the sub too, man. Thank you. That's cool. Yeah, it looks beautiful.
The second zone is the Ringing Deeps, so the evocative of like mine picks, industry, and so this is the heart of earthen industry, but it's not all just lava and fire. It's mixed with these beautiful caverns, cenotes with light and water coming in, creating these lush spaces for the players to enjoy. And then we go to Howlafall.
So cool.
Howlafall is where we really wanted to break expectations. Right, like this one, this is Arathi, airships.
Right, underground airships, right? The first thing you'd naturally think of when you're going under the surface. How are they going to get around? Well, airships, of course.
This is what I'm talking about, man. This is why I'm excited to have one of the art directors here for this, because they deserve so much love. They always like nail it and exceed with the art in WoW. It's incredible.
Of course.
And then our final zone is Ashkahet. So this is the heart of the Nerubian Empire. This is where we'll finally be able to see the Nerubians and all of their strength and glory, like with the height of their civilization.
Updated Nerubian models too.
We'll get into the details of Alpha later, but everyone's journey is going to start in the Isle of Dorn. But I really can't wait until we get to Hallowfall in our testing. And I think Tina mentioned that this crystal, it is such a striking visual element. It dominates the zone. Imagine in this place deep within the earth, a radiant crystal of light, and the way as it illuminates the surroundings, that actually plays with the environment and some of the spawns and how
all the plants are like kind of like
to it. I think when we
they're like facing it, like moving towards it too. That's cool.
We knew that one of the risks was that it could feel oppressive, that people didn't want to feel the sense of claustrophobia, of you're always in caves. Hallowfall really from the outset was built to be a place where, honestly, unless you fly all the way up to check out the ceiling above you, it doesn't feel underground. It feels like
I don't like feeling claustrophobic.
Welcoming area.
It does not feel that way at first look.
When we arrive to the Isle of Dorn, what's the first thing we'll see?
Well, so you're going to see something a bit different in Alpha from when the expansion goes live. There is an expansion intro experience that is not currently being tested. It's something that has some cool narrative elements that we want players to all experience together later in the year when War Within launches. But
no
players
spoileronies,
will
it's fine
spawn
with me.
in the Alpha on the Isle of Dorn, surrounded by some debris that will look pretty familiar and pretty distinctive, and really is the scars of an initial battle that seems like it didn't end so well. And the beginning of our journey, as with many expansions, is a bit of a mystery, a bit of an investigation of arriving in a strange land, having this threat that we face, these visions, these whispers that heroes around Azeroth have been hearing in recent months, but trying to understand the nature of the threat we face, how we're going to stop it, and our journey begins on the doorstep of these ancient earthen people.
Hey, just give me my heroes, just give me my Slayer hero spec, and I'll handle it.
Next.
They're going to become our next allied race too, right?
Once we earn their trust.
Cool looking armor.
Is there any other NPCs that we're going to be familiar with?
Is that a bearded lady?
There are going to be some characters that we haven't seen in World of Warcraft in a while that will be, part of this story. That's because of their, dwarven heritage, and Magni. He hears the Radiant Song. He brings some of his family members along. Moira, who is leader of the Dark Iron Dwarves and heir to Ironforge. She'll be here with her son, Dagran, who is now a young adult. Dagran, the last time we saw him in game, he was this pretty generic-looking dwarven baby, but now, the Dark Iron heritage is starting to show more in his appearance, along with his personality. So he has a bunch of these scrolls and books, like really showing that he has a very scholarly nature.
Nerd.
I think one of the fun aspects of just world building and narrative in WoW is we have this vast array of characters, and champions and heroes and backup characters. And whenever we figure out where we're going, what the next natural location is, what the story elements are,
by the way, I'm fine with nerds.
Who needs to be here? Who does it make sense
World of Warcraft
to answer this call, want to step forward? Just as when we were dealing with the Green Dragonflight or the Emerald Dream or the like, okay, this is time for Malfurion and Tyrande to step forward. Now that we're going to this ancestral homeland of the Earthen with this ancient connection to the dwarven legacy of Azeroth, this is a time for our dwarves to take center stage.
Great.
All right, so let's talk about the 8 new dungeons in the War Within. What are your guys' favorites or some notable ones you want to talk about?
Well, so one that's fun to talk about is actually probably the first dungeon the players are going to see in their journeys, and it's going to be tested early on in the alpha. This is the Rookery dungeon in the Isle of Dorn. The Rookery is the place where the Storm Griffins were raised and trained by the
shadow
ancient
mode
over the centuries.
They're getting shadowified?
Dwarves and Griffins go hand in hand, and the Earthen have a legacy of Storm Riders that we got to see a little sneak peek of. If you got the War Within Heroic Edition, you might have been flying around on that guy. There's plenty more where that came from in the Isle of Dorn. Cool. So this dungeon, of course, is not all peaceful. It's been overrun by a group of corrupted Earthen known as the Skardan. And we're going to be just beginning to understand where they came from and what their nature is as we fight through it.
They're kind of cool with the horns.
One cool thing about this dungeon is that it's actually part of the main campaign as you play through Isle of Dorn.
I like
I know
that.
some people are instantly saying, wait a minute, I don't like doing dungeons, I just like solo questing. That's
No,
terrible.
I like it when the dungeons
Well, fortunately,
have something to
in
do with what's going on.
10.2.5, towards the end of Dragonflight, we introduced this feature called Follower Dungeons. And we're really happy to bring
There you
that
go.
to the level up dungeons in War
Cool.
Within right from the outset.
That's
So
actually
that
awesome.
You can go in solo with NPC allies as you play through the dungeon if that's what you prefer.
That is so cool. I'm actually a big fan of like content being made so that you can like you can learn it in a comfortable environment where other people aren't going to be giving you a hard time if you mess up. But two, so that you can do group content sort of solo. I don't mind doing stuff in a group, but Jenny, for example, is quite antisocial when she games. She doesn't want anybody talking to her, anybody messing with her. She doesn't want to group with anything. But players like her might really enjoy being able to do these campaign dungeons with a team of AI followers, right? So it's cool for people who just want to do their own thing, don't really want to be bothered or bother other people, to do content together. And it's also good for people who want to learn. So that's really cool. I like that. No, you're not bad. You just think that you're just worried that you might be. She's not. She just likes to just do her own thing. Again, I tell this story all the time. We went to a summit. I don't think this is NDA. That we went to like a PvP summit, and one of the things that I suggested was, was AI in PvP, so people could learn in bot games like you can in Heroes of the Storm, like you can play against bots in like Hearthstone, any kind of game, StarCraft, any kind of game. You can always learn against bots, but you can't do that in WoW, really, like PvP. But now they made the AI mode where you can go into like Arathi Basin and do the bot stomp thing, the comp stomp, and now they're doing it with this too. So I'm a big fan of that. That's awesome. It's very, very cool.
Or, of course, you can just queue up with with friends or random group mates through the group finder. But what this lets us do is, where appropriate, we can really have the story flow directly through dungeons in a way that we couldn't in the past, and in ways that at times was frankly awkward, because sometimes major villains die in dungeons. Dungeons are places of great importance in a zone, but we couldn't really tie them directly into the questing because we didn't want to create an obstacle for players who really just prefer to keep playing solo.
Tina, is there anything that you like?
One of my favorites is in Hallowfall. So it's called the Priory of the Sacred Flame, and it's this Earthor monastery. So one of the coolest parts is the final boss room. There's this giant window that frames the crystal that is embedded in the ceiling.
That the color scheme and like the perspective reminds me of Chrono Trigger when you're on trial. Now, this looks different, but that's what it reminds me of. Does anybody else get that vibe? Like, you guys know what I'm talking about? Ever play Chrono Trigger? And you go on trial for kidnapping the princess? That's what this looks like to me. Looks awesome, though. Yeah.
Of Hallowfall. And so I love, the beauty of the room, as well as just how it ties in with the narrative of the story as a whole. And another really cool one, it's the City of Threads. So this one is underneath the Nerubian city proper. And so it's really interesting to see the ancient civilization that the newer civilization was built on top of. And just to think about the layers of Nerubian history that is in this land.
Is it that the ancient civilization back in like Lich King?
Even far before that,
it's even farther before that?
Yeah, the Nerubians, I think, we might think of them as monstrous or arachnid. They're one of the great powers, one of the great advanced civilizations of Azeroth, right up there with the elves and trolls and the others that helped shape the course of the world's history. We've only really seen hints of them going back.
They're still grody, though.
If you ran the Azjol Nerub or Ankahet dungeons, you could see their buildings off in the background.
They're not grody just because they're ancient, powerful.
They were a civilization that at its height rivaled the High Elves and the Nightborn on the surface.
That's insane.
They were able to go toe-to-toe with the Lich King's armies and win until the Old Gods and their forces on another flank eventually led to the Nerubians being overwhelmed. But really being able to explore what they're all about is one of the things we're most excited about when it comes to War Within.
I don't want to spend a lot of time in that city.
One of the things we're excited to bring is an arachnophobia filter, if you will. For all of you out there who could never, go to that spider section in Nax, you'll be able to turn on arachnophobia filter.
That is so funny.
Spider beasts will turn into crabs. So very pumped about that.
Wow.
Yeah, it actually looks it works
That's
way
funny.
better than you might think just hearing that sentence. I can't wait for players to be able to jump in, turn it on, and hopefully feel more comfortable in parts of our world. This is something that when we announced the Nerubian-centric themes of War Within at BlizzCon, we heard trepidation from portions of our community who love WoW, but were worried they weren't going to be able to experience it. Honestly, prior to that, it's something we heard concerns about from within our own team, where there are, people who genuinely felt uncomfortable with these elements of the game that we were building together. And so we set out to try to find a solution that would still, preserve the fidelity of the game, but really make it more approachable, more accessible to everyone.
So speaking of the Nerubians,
once
we reach level 80, we're going to go to the new raid, Nerbo Palace. Is there anything you want to speak about that?
Yeah, this raid is epic in so many ways. One of the coolest parts is there's this beautiful showpiece that is just in front of the Queen's Palace. It represents the Nerubian race, and it just shows how highly Queen Ansrek thinks of her people and herself. This raid will get, one of the sections of the raid will get to check out her innermost sanctum. This is where, only VIPs for the Nerubians get to go, and you really get to explore
so they're gonna make her a big crab
of her palace.
if you need to.
And again, as we were just saying, like the Nerubians, we need to remember they are an advanced race, very, just this epic civilization. I think there's some parallels probably to going back to the Nightborn in Suramar and what going into that city and that palace felt like. We really want to show the sophistication here. This is not a monstrous supervillain lair. This is, a superpower of Azeroth that we find ourselves, facing off against. But yeah, the Queen Ansarek encounter that Tina mentioned, she's going to be the end boss of sort of the initial season, the initial raid tier.
Okay.
The encounter team is hard at work on this one. I can't wait to see it tested later on in beta. This is, the whole room is really purpose-built to showcase some vertical elements, and it's just an incredible set piece.
So do you think that she's like shadow corrupted? That's why I have to fight her, or like to prove our worth? I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, I guess you could probably crabify that main boss too. It's kind of crazy.
But we want to, as always, integrate the environment wherever possible into our encounters, so you're facing off against both, a very powerful magical user, but also someone who is arachnid in nature. And how do we kind of deliver parts of the fantasy of, scaling a web while locked in combat against the Queen? Those are the things that we're currently exploring. Can't wait to see that up for testing.
Does that mean we're gonna get tier sets again?
Certainly. I think last time we tried taking them away, I recall torches and pitchforks in the street. New tier means new tier sets. And these days, unlike years and years.
So, what do you think? Is this DK or Warrior? It's kind of frosty. So, Priest, DK or Warrior, Drakthir, Hunter.
Means new tier sets. And these days, unlike
could
years
be
and years
Shaman,
ago,
probably
when
Hunter.
You had to raid in order to get the tier set.
It's gotta be Hunter, right?
Now you can
that
get
is
them
Warrior?
from a wide array of activities, whether you're a raider, Mythic Plus set.
That's pretty cool. Only thing that made me wonder if it was DK is just because of the the color. But I guess the color will change. Oh, it could be Druid too. Yeah, actually. No, you're right. Be Druid. You guys probably know what it actually is, right? Could be it could be Hunter, but I can see the Druid too for sure. Yeah, that looks cool. This looks very cool.
Now you can get them from a wide array of activities, whether you're a raider, Mythic Plus player, or an Outdoor World player, which includes.
They got them on WoW. Yeah, but I'm trying to have fun and just watch this and speculate. You guys are always like, you guys all got the data mining on there. No room for speculation when you already know everything, huh?
Now delves.
You guys are more fun. Delves. Let's start talking about delves.
Yeah, I mean, delves are one of the major new features in War Within.
You guys are like this little dwarf guy back here. This is you. Right here. Where are we in the video? Minutes? This guy's you.
Actually, Bajheera, we already know what they are. Actually, sir, that's a druid, not a hunter. Huh. Death Knights usually have skulls, I'll have you know. Silly Bajheera, don't you look at Wowhead data mining? Huh.
That's you guys.
War Within, and I think we're really excited to offer a more structured, progression-oriented extension of the Outdoor World gameplay that we know is the favorite of so many of our players. And delves are these seamless experiences integrated into all of our zones.
Okay.
Where you can have these localized, varied adventures alongside in the first season, Bran Bronzebeard, either on your own or with friends. And finally, get a shot at some endgame epic rewards just through an extension of the outdoor world ecosystem.
Yeah,
So yeah, you guys think delves are like? It sounds like it's actually going to give you loot. How do we feel about that? I like solo content that's like challenging and potentially even rewarding. Like that's cool. But it sounds like they're actually going to be giving you strong stuff. Well, Torghast didn't give you loot, right? Like you had to do Torghast for your legendary and stuff, but this sounds like it's actually going to give you loot.
Be able to get it from the Great Vault, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, super exciting. So one of our goals with building delves was we really wanted the player to just feel like they adventured, came across a place, and could just, go in and see what's inside. When you walk up to the delve, there's this, dark, misty door, and you click on.
There's gonna be some PvP outside of them delves, don't you think? I'm pretty sure one of the things they've missed about this nice little thing is that all the skeletons all over the place here at the bottom.
When you walk up to the delve, there's this, dark, misty door, and you click on it, and then it just disappears, and you just walk into your own personal delve instance. So very excited about that.
I mean, players are going to see how that first experience on the Isle of Dorne early in the alpha.
Yo, Mr. Gamester, thanks for the 124, man. Big flex on the Prime, too. Appreciate it, man. People who are doing delves on PvP. I don't know, we'll see. If delves are cool, I bet everybody would do them, right? Be kind of fun. Let's see.
The first delve they're likely to encounter is Earthcrawl Mines. You're going to encounter your good friend Bran Bronzebeard outside an ancient earthen mine that has been overrun with Nerubians who are burrowing up from the depths. Bran
are those like little health pickups you can get if you're low on health? It's like kind of like Diablo?
Or as a damage dealer to help support you. And you'll venture in and have your very first delve experience. You'll be able to choose whether you want to do it on Tier 1 or Tier 2 difficulty. Tier 1 is kind of the default. This is for everyone experience. Tier 2 is for those who want to opt into a bit more of a challenge because that's what they enjoy. There will be higher tiers that can be unlocked at max level as part of the end game and seasonal progression. And we really just can't wait to get player feedback from the outset, really all through alpha, on this new system, on how it is or isn't working for you, and whether we can really meet everyone's expectations, from people who just want a casual romp as an extension of their outdoor world experience to those who want a solo progression challenge that they can really strive to overcome. Feedback is going to really help shape how this evolves, but we're so excited about delves as a central part of War Within.
Cool.
Yeah, I'm excited that we're going to be able to just jump in and get, or like go solo with Bran, or you can have friends, but also just get rewards in that way, especially the tier sets with the Catalyst, and then that really cool mechanical mount.
Yeah, so this is going to kind of be an introduction to sort of the delves end game. As you hit max level, as you hit 80 and start to get a sense of the delves ecosystem, right at the start of that, we're going to give you this epic customizable mount, kind of the successor to the customizable drakes you had in Dragon Isles, where you'll be able to, through doing delves, earn a variety of different customizations and attachments that you can mix and match to really create your own personalized flying mount.
So does this mechanical mount have dynamic flying?
This is one of the big questions we had moving on from Dragonflight. We had the question of like, well, okay, dragon riding is amazing. We can't get rid of this.
That's why it's got like, kind of like a glider on top, right?
Hundreds of mounts that we already have in
so it works like that, I guess.
And how, from a design perspective, how do we navigate a world where some mounts can fly in this awesome way and others can only do the old quote-unquote static flight? Fortunately, I think our art team was able to work out an amazing solution for us.
Yeah, we were very excited to be able to make pretty much all mounts be able to dynamically fly. So even Nimron's head, Ian, we figured it out. We made it work. So
I'm really excited to see Nimron's head going like super fast.
Wow.
Another feature coming in the War Within that I'm really excited about.
Well, that's how I compare it to like a helicopter flying versus a paper airplane, and that thing is literally a helicopter, but I guess they figured it out. Fair enough. You need a dirigible skin. I don't know, man. They'll figure something out. Looks pretty funny though. I'm not like a big like mechanical mount kind of guy, but it could be kind of fun, huh? As
well as a lot of other people, is Warbands.
Yeah, Warbands, I mean, again, I think as I summarized it at BlizzCon, it's just account-wide everything.
Oh, right, everything.
Yeah. Players increasingly play multiple characters. And this is something we've heard loud and clear, that the game needs to be more alt-friendly. The players want to be able to choose where they spend their time across their different characters instead of feeling like they have to reprogress everything individually.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, the Warband is it is your account in its entirety. It is your collection of champions, whether they're Horde or Alliance, regardless of what realm they're on. They're all part of the same Warband, which gives access to various shared progression systems.
And then you get to see all of your favorites
That's
on,
cool.
one screen together.
That's like Lost Ark for me. I actually thought that was kind of cool in Lost Ark. Whenever you logged in, you could see all your guys just like chilling. That was kind of cool. Oh man, how long do you guys think it's gonna take for me to just fill up my freaking Warband storage too? Oh my gosh.
So in our new UI, we'll have warbands, and you'll be able to like, move 4 up into that space and see them all hanging out around a campfire.
Is that
That's
on the
cool.
character select screen?
Yeah, the character select
Oh,
screen.
cool.
Yeah.
That's going to be totally different than what we're used to logging in.
Exactly. Yes, you'll know, like, this is a completely different world. It's a completely different welcome into World of Warcraft.
Nice.
What we showed off at BlizzCon was just actually a UI mock-up, but we're excited to see people react to the real thing. And really,
Have
as with
Badge
everything
Squeaky and
else,
Badge Thor chilling?
Warbands are a foundation.
Nice.
This is a system that we want to build the next generations of World of Warcraft on. Now, in 2004, WoW launched with everything character-based. In 2024, WoW is going to shift to everything being account-based. And we can't wait to hear feedback about what other areas we can expand upon here.
Kinda Lost Ark
and that's going to
indeed.
shape not just War Within, but later updates and expansions. And we're just, just excited about this platform that better reflects the way our players are looking to play World of Warcraft today.
Cool.
You can't forget about PvP.
Nice.
Let's talk about it.
Yeah. So we have a new battleground called the Deep Hall. This one is earthen themed. It's a bit of a mashup
ABG.
between Silver Shard Mines and Arathi Basin. So, hold some points, push some carts. We're really excited to see how players navigate around this one.
Yeah, and in terms of how players
Really excited to see how players ignore the objective in this one. That's what I'm thinking. I don't think they're removing RBGs, bro. I don't think so. Yeah, how are you going to ignore the objective on this one?
are interacting with it, there is an overhaul to our rated battleground system.
Here we go.
That is coming
Maybe-
with War
maybe-
Within.
hold
People
on.
who've been paying attention over the course
Maybe.
of Dragonflight have checked out our Battleground Blitz, our kind of brawl that was testing out a 8v8 solo queue rated battleground format. We're happy to move to that as a default for how rated battlegrounds are going to work going forward. I think we're really excited to make that battleground experience that personally I've always felt is the best part of WoW PvP, the larger scale, more cooperative, objective-based, collaborative, competitive setting, as opposed to the deathmatch style in Arena, to make that more accessible to everyone who loves battlegrounds, loves PvP. We know it's a bit overdue, honestly, us adding a new battleground map into the rotation, and we're excited to do more of this going forward. We're excited to have a new framework that can make battlegrounds more central to the end game rewarding part of PvP. And yeah, this is just the beginning of a new chapter.
Okay, so you guys were asking me, are they getting rid of battlegrounds? And I was like, no, I don't think so. That's what you're talking about, right? So I don't think they're getting rid of the pre-made rated battleground bracket. I think they're just saying that we're making solo queue rated battlegrounds, and I think they accurately expect for that to be the main thing that people do when they're trying to do rated battlegrounds. Yeah, I don't think they're taking away battlegrounds. I think that when you have a solo queue option, that's going to be what most people do. We can listen to it again. I don't think they're taking out pre-made rated battlegrounds. That's my interpretation. It's kind of like solo shuffle, right? It's like they're not taking out pre-made arenas. It's just like it's easier to just press a button and queue up, right? Yeah. Means we have one more season. Yeah, I don't think they're taking out rated battlegrounds. But let's listen to it again.
Coming with War Within. People who've been paying attention over the course of Dragonflight have checked out our Battleground Blitz, our kind of brawl that was testing out a 8v8 solo queue rated battleground format. We're happy to move to that as a default for how rated battlegrounds are going to work going forward. I think we're really excited to make that battleground.
So moving forward to that being the default doesn't mean that it's the only way that rated battlegrounds take place. Maybe. I think they are replacing, is what he said, right? I don't know if he said replacing though. But we'll have to get more information on that one. It would be, I think the rated battleground bracket is competitive enough and active enough that they wouldn't take it out like 5s, right? Yeah, I think that'll, yeah, I think default doesn't mean only. Yeah. Well, we can listen to whatever else he says. Pretty sure that it's not taking out pre-made rated battlegrounds. Right. I think that this is just kind of like the main way that he envisions people doing rated battlegrounds now. Because like, so think like right now you have to go to the group finder, find a team, apply to a bunch, see who accepts you, or make your own, fill a group, and all that. But instead, it's just gonna be like, this is the default way we expect people to do rated battlegrounds now, right? That's how I interpret that, but could be wrong.
Experience that personally I've always felt is the best part of WoW PvP, the larger scale, more cooperative, objective-based, collaborative, competitive setting, as opposed to the deathmatch style in Arena, to make that more accessible to everyone who loves Battlegrounds, loves PvP. We know it's a bit overdue, honestly, us adding a new Battleground map into the rotation, and we're excited to do more of this going forward. We're excited to have a new framework that can make Battlegrounds more central to the end game rewarding part of PvP. And yeah, this is just the beginning of a new chapter.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna be the only way to do rated battlegrounds. I also don't think queues will be as long. One, you get more DPS, right? I think more DPS per healer, or is it maybe actually not? I think you need 2 healers for each team, so maybe not. But you can queue with a healer. Remember that, right? 4 DPS per healer, which is, I guess, is that better than it was before? Better than 3 DPS per healer? Yeah, I guess it's better. Or the same, maybe. Or is it? Why? Like, I don't know. You have to be really... You have to be really careful doing math on stream. But anyway, I think it's actually maybe a little bit, like, not as good for DPS per healer, but you can queue with a healer as, like, duo queue. I think it'll still be better. Queueable RPG sounds much better than the original way. You talk about this solo queue? Yeah. You just press the button, put me in a matchmaking thing for a RPG. Yeah, I think so too. I think it'll be good. I think this will damage the normal RPG bracket. I feel like high rated teams will still want to like match up and like do pre-made, but I think kind of people who are not real high rated will just want to queue up. And same thing with solo shuffle. Like I think solo shuffle has had a negative impact on a high rated arena because lower rated people don't do pre-made arenas as much, which just causes the whole ladder to not inflate as much. So, but I think it could be overall better for the game for people to just be able to queue up and play if the queues aren't crazy long, which is the main issue with solo shuffle in my experience, in my opinion. But what if you like to queue with multiple friends? You probably still will maybe want to make an RPG team, like a pre-made team. But yeah, that's very interesting. It's not my interpretation that the RBGs pre-made are going away. It's just like they envision this will be like the main thing. This will be the main way people do RBGs, I guess. Right? We'll see. Yeah. Very interesting.
Another feature in the War Within is hero talents. We've been having a lot of articles talking about them. What are some of the other things that we can expect with the hero talents coming forward?
Well, I can say there's going to be no more blogs and articles releasing hero talents because they'll be there for you to jump in and play. And I think that's the most exciting thing. We're so grateful to the community for all of the feedback and discussion in recent months, going back to the first blog in December. This really helped us shape this central feature of how people's class gameplay is going to evolve. You're going to see hero talents that you haven't yet seen for the trees that we haven't discussed previously. Okay. And for many of the ones that we have released, you'll log in and see changes that are directly shaped by your feedback, by what we heard loud and clear in some cases about what was and wasn't exciting. We've committed to have as many of these playable right from the outset as possible. We'll have 100% of the hero talent trees available and playable, not logged into alpha. And then the rest of the journey is going to be about iteration, tuning, and really just dialing it all in to make the polished experience that everyone is excited about.
So what are we doing with professions in the War
Cool.
Within?
I think when we really overhauled professions in Dragonflight, we saw that as a kind of a permanent shift in how professions were going to work going forward.
Kinda neato.
So you can expect, new recipes, different enchants, but the same fundamental sort of progression and structure to professions that you saw in Dragonflight. One big piece of feedback that we heard throughout Dragonflight, though, was a bit of frustration with the work order system from crafters who were just looking to complete quests, looking to skill up, but found themselves competing and often racing to grab work orders with their fellow crafters. So what we're excited to offer is a baseline availability of basically NPC crafting orders. So it could be Earthen in Isle of Dorn who need a hammer made or need a helmet made, and they're constantly putting their work orders up onto the market, so that there's always something for you to grab. The player ones will still be more lucrative, but there should always be that baseline availability if you just want to skill up, you just want to practice your trade skill. And there's also some cool potential for narrative tie-ins, the ability to have quests that now can point you towards that system, because we can count on it always being there.
Make you
So
some
with Dragonflight
cash
and
money.
the
I wonder, is that a thing? Is that a possibility? I don't know. You think most RPGers will leave for cat RPGs? Oh yeah. Yeah, we'll see. That and I was talking about healer to DPS ratio of solo shuffle arenas, right? That was different. Yeah. That was my like sort of thinking, because the solo shuffle for arena takes a long time.
profession overhaul, there was also a UI overhaul. Is there anything we're going to see with the War Within?
Yeah, so the UI overhaul, it's basically a continued improvements that we want to make over time. One of the things that I'm very excited about is the quest bank overhaul. So we're going to have a bunch of new icons that will make what type of quest it is much more clear. One of the new ones that you'll see is one that's like we consider an important one. These aren't campaign, but they're pretty important to your character. For instance, some that must-do ones for your profession, or ones where you're gonna unlock the revival catalyst.
Yeah, I think as we've leaned more and more into outdoor world gameplay and varied gameplay there, different types of public events over the course of Dragonflight, honestly, we reached a point about halfway through Dragonflight where we just took a look at our map and kind of recoiled in horror at the number of different icons that were there. And it was just a kind of icon soup situation that made us say, like, it's kind of, at this point, we've advanced far
those purple
past the
quests
world
freak
of,
me out.
oh,
I
you
don't know
just
what
have
they're for.
some daily quests or world quests here.
Whatever.
We need a clearer visual language. And so really excited to just evolve that central interface that players use to log in and see what there is to do in WoW on a given day.
So that covers the War Within.
Cool.
And the alpha is starting extremely soon.
Pretty much working on getting it stood up as we speak, as we sit here right now. And yeah, so the way this is going to
Give
work
us a date,
is
huh?
pretty similar to the Dragonflight Alpha for those who followed that, where really each week, each new build that we release, we're focusing on a different piece of War Within
Yeah.
to concentrate player feedback and our
They often do
attention
that.
to just really get all that feedback in and maximize the quality. So we're going to start off zone by zone, level band by level band. This first week is going to be the Isle of Dorn, level 70 to 73 or so, the dungeon and delves there, as well as universal systems like hero talents. With successive alpha builds, we'll move on to other zones, other portions of War Within, inviting more waves of people. If you haven't gone to the website to opt in yet, that's a great reminder to do so. We, really pick from, there's
Pretty sure we're
no
opted
secret
in.
to it. We're just randomly pulling lots of folks in and hope to get, by the end of this, countless people into our testing.
Cool.
Once we've gotten through all of those rounds of focus testing, we'll move into our beta phase, which really is an end-to-end holistic test of War Within from 70 all the way to 80 and the end game and beyond. And throughout, feedback, bug reports, suggestions, all of this is instrumental to helping turn what we have now into the finished product that we want to be the best it possibly can be for all of our players later this year.
All right.
Thank you so much for joining me for the War Within.
And thank you for joining us for this. Really, this is one of the most exciting times
Good job,
ever
guys.
for the development team, when we get to pull back the curtain and welcome you all into this world that we've been building in the last few years. So can't wait to see you in the alpha, can't wait to hear all of your feedback.
All
Really
right.
looking forward to everyone checking out what we built. Thank you so much.
See you guys in the alpha.
Bye-bye. Great job. Great job. That was cool. Yeah, I mean, it looks good to me. I liked what I saw. I liked this. I liked this stuff. These looks at like the zones looked really cool. Very excited for hero talents. Solo queue RBG does sound really cool. I think that is a natural choice for PvP stuff. I think solo queue arena has been good, but the queues are a little rough, and it does make. The other thing is like solo shuffle is pretty different than threes, and it does kind of pull people away from arena. But the benefit is people can just log in and press a button and get in queue and eventually get in a game. But if you can queue for solo shuffle and solo RBG at the same time, that could sort of cut down on the queue feeling a little bit, because maybe even if you're in like a 20, 30 minute, 40 minute queue for one of them, maybe hopefully you only wait like 10 or 20 minutes, which is still a long freaking time. But maybe be like a 10-minute wait, right? Because let's say you wait a long queue for the first one, right? You get in a shuffle. The shuffle takes 20 minutes. Then when you come out of the shuffle, you've been in queue for 30 minutes for the RBG. You queue up your shuffle again. You get into the RBG. The RBGs don't take that long. Like the solo, like the brawls, like they're pretty fast on purpose. So that one takes like 15 minutes. So you come out of that, maybe wait another 15 minutes to get your next game. Yeah, we'll see. You can go solo with AI to limit the you're talking about dungeons. I'm talking about PvP stuff. What is solo shuffle? It's like solo queue arena. So you get matched up with a lobby of 2 healers and 4 DPS, and you play every version of the comps that you can. So you play with the same healer. Each healer you play with 3 times. Each DPS you play with twice. And then whoever has like, then you get rating determined by your MMR, the lobby's MMR, and how many games you win. Yep. Happy for Ian, he's come a long way. Yeah, he's been kicking butt for a while, huh? Been doing it. And you think they need to stop making more versions of WoW? The solo queues are rough because people don't play healer as much. That's like the main reason. But yeah, I mean, like, if all there was available is retail, then there'd be more population playing retail. But I think probably what they're seeing is that when they have multiple versions of WoW, they can rotate those versions of WoW and have the WoW community constantly playing different versions of WoW, or they can have versions of WoW that people want to play even if they don't want to play every version of WoW, right? Like some people only want to play Classic. Some people only want to play Modern WoW or whatever. So it kind of lets them keep it going. I think one of the things they're also seeing is that WoW is just still a powerhouse, and they can experiment with different versions of the game that aren't even Classic or Modern WoW. They can do like the Plunderstorm thing. They can do the Pandemonium thing too, right? So they have a lot of room to experiment, and WoW continues to kick butt. And if all these different versions of WoW mean that people pay their WoW sub, that's good for the game too, right? It's good for them. Wish they get the queue times below 5 minutes. That'll ever happen. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. The solo queue RBG, I think, could easily become the most popular version of WoW, just because, or a popular version of like rated PvP in a WoW, because there's like not a big barrier to entry. It's a battleground, so basically the more casual, the more likely it is to succeed in some ways, right? So there is still rating associated with it, but I think it'll be successful. We'll see. I think all the hero talents will be out, at least in the alpha. Have they got over them yet? Yeah, accessibility makes it easy. Yeah. That's cool though. Looks good. I'm liking it. I'm excited for the War Within. I do tend to be more of like a modern WoW enjoyer than all the different classic variations and stuff. And just personally, like where I am in my gaming life, it is nice to be able to just like have certain content to play solo, because my schedule is a little tight, and it's also not ideal for like the late night arenas, and it's like early in the day, there's not many people on. I don't like waiting for solo shuffle queues. It just takes too long. Right, so there's definitely a lot of things that I think will be good for me and where I'm at in my gaming life, because I love WoW, but there are some elements of WoW that makes it a little bit hard to interact with just due to my schedule and stuff. So all good though, very cool. Put a title amount for solo queue RBG compute. Yeah, I mean, I think that at least do like a title, right? We'll see. I think they add incentives like a solo shuffle mount for both arena and RBG. What you need is healers. You need more healers to play solo shuffle. If we had twice as many healers playing solo shuffle, the queues would be super fast. So, or at least faster, much faster. But I mean, you get a title for a solo shuffle. I mean, a mount could be fine, sure. But what you need is more healers to play the game. So you need to incentivize healers in particular, some way. But yeah, it's tough. Healing in PvP is like the hardest thing you can do in the game, and healing in solo shuffle in particular is probably especially tough because there's deep dampening. You don't really communicate with your teammates. So it's solo shuffle, so anybody can play, and it's likely that people who are bad will do bad things and then blame the healer. So it's like even less fun as a healer to like have people not use cooldowns and then rage the healer for not healing them, or like not stopping any kind of CC, not having any kind of awareness about what's going on, and then just blaming the healer because they died, right? So yeah, I think healing solo shuffle is probably not like the most fun thing in the game, but it's not like something that Blizzard can necessarily like fix easily, I feel like. But I do think that rated BGs will be kind of interesting. Because rated BGs are like, I don't know, like they're fun, but they, except for like the very, very high level, aren't played at like a very, very high level, you know what I mean? Yeah, flaming at 90% dampening, saying top. Yeah, exactly, right, exactly. Yeah, BGs are different. I think it'll be cool. If you made RBGs casual, wouldn't BGs be irrelevant? Not everybody wants to do rated content. But yeah, I mean, I think that whenever you put in something like solo queue RBG, it's going to make pre-made RBGs less popular. It's going to make regular battlegrounds less popular. But it could be a net positive for the game, right? So we'll see. Because doing rated PvP solo with AI may affect, for example, will these solo players count in rating and then want to play with AI? Nobody's doing rated content with AI right now. That's not a thing. No. I feel like if you had AI involved in a PvP environment, that's strictly for learning, right? Like the comp stomp brawl is kind of for fun, but it also gives you an opportunity to go in there and just like be in a Arathi Basin against AI. So like there's not a lot of like being scared to PvP because you're just fighting against bots anyway. But you're still getting in the environment and seeing what it's like to attack something that looks like a player, have player abilities used on you rather than PvE abilities, right? But yeah, same thing for solo shuffle. Solo shuffle absolutely hurt the rated PvP brackets, but it's like maybe still good for the game to have it because people then can get into PvP without having to find teammates, right? So it's tricky, but cool. War Within's looking good. Definitely. I'm excited for it. Hopefully the alpha is soon. I know that they had people playing it already, and what we need to do now is find some videos of those people playing. Like wasn't Towley like wasn't he like playing the alpha, or like do you guys watch his stream today? Does he have footage from his own experiences on YouTube that we could check out? Like War Within gameplay? I'll take a little gander. Let's see. That was cool though. Good job, Blizz. War Within's looking great so far. I like it. Is there an official release date to War Within? I don't think so. Let's see if we can find some gameplay. Because some people got to play it, right? Max has a video about his thoughts about it. But did he actually play it? This guy played a little bit of it. This fella. We did not get to play it. Jack, did you actually get to play it, bro? Should we watch Automatic Jack talk about Delves? This other guy spent 45 hours playing it. Okay. You guys didn't want me to play it, huh? I see how it is.
Hey, what's going on, guys? It's
Hey, Jack. All right. I saw footage of the Colossus where you're hitting stuff. It's really hard. Where is that footage? I find that. Do I ever plan on playing Kata Classic? Yes. Yeah. We'll do that. I feel like, again, like my WoW experience right now is just kind of weird. Like, it's just hard to like get into anything because like of my schedule and the timing is odd, but whatever. Let me BRB real quick, and then we can watch Mr. Automatic Jack talk about his experience with Delves in the War Within. Okay? That'll be the plan. I'll just log back in so you guys can look at my level 20. Oh, we're level 28. I thought we were like level 26. Okay, level 28 in SOD. I think tomorrow, I don't know like what to do today in terms of game stuff, because tomorrow I think we're just gonna play whatever that game's called. No Rest for the Wicked. Be back though. Hey, make sure you guys take a few seconds and go tune in on YouTube. Give it a thumbs up on YouTube, and do the same thing if you guys are watching on YouTube. Show some love to Twitch. I'll be right back. All right. All right. Oh. All right, Quaylen, are you here? We can get that bad boy going. Always have a positive attitude. Thanks for being you. I don't always have a positive attitude, unfortunately. We can highlight that and get it going. Just sand it. Thanks, man. I don't always have a positive attitude. I try, but I definitely do struggle to keep my head up sometimes, man. Just is what it is. I do try though. I prefer to be in rhythm, feeling good, doing good, but I don't always have a good attitude, I feel like. But we'll keep trying. I will keep trying, brother man. Thank you though. All right. We'll keep trying though, brother man. All right. Let's see what Mr. Automatic Jack is thinking about this stuff. Shall we? All right, what you thinking, bro? What do you think about them delves? I'm curious too.
Hey, what's going on, guys? It's Jack. I got
Sup?
early access thanks to Blizzard. Thank you so much.
Hey, what
and
the heck,
I
man?
want to talk about delves and some of my first impressions for them. They start with the quest line leading you into the first delve where you meet up with Bran Bronzebeard, and he kind of takes you through the whole process. This is, if you don't know, kind of an amalgamation of like Torghast islands, some of the digs that you had in Aberys in Season 2.
Okay.
Kind of melding all of these different things together. So you go up to a cave, there's sort of this like shutter wall, and then you choose to enter, and it actually is kind of seamless how you can walk through it.
Cool.
Then you get up with your partner, which is Bran Bronzebeard, but there's going to be others as well, and you can kind of choose which role that you want him to embody, whether it's a damage dealer or a healer. There's multiple different difficulty levels. I only saw 1 through 3 on the alpha at the moment, but I think at least some of the in-game like nodes or difficulty levels that it was talking about seemed like there was supposed to be 5, or that there might be 5 in the long term. But as you go into higher level difficulties, it increases mob HP, mob damage, kind of like Mythic Plus, and it also has some different affixes, kind of like Mythic Plus. Some of them are having like spores that'll chase after you if you aggro them. Others are like you need to run around with a candle, otherwise if you're in the darkness it'll like sap your max HP.
This looks awesome. I think this looks really cool at first. First thing, I can turn it up, yeah. Could you guys hear it the first time? But this looks cool. You know what this reminds me of? Not like this is the first game to ever do it, but it reminds me of Wayfinder. Like we'd go into Wayfinder and there'd be like little affixes and stuff. Obviously it's not derived from Wayfinder, but still looks really cool. Yeah, turn it up. No, this looks awesome.
And you
like
dive
this.
into the delve with your companion and have specific objectives that you need to complete along the way, as well as a couple hidden treasures that you're able to pick up as well, depending on how you sort through them. And what I mean by that is I had a couple of treasures that I found which just ended up being power-ups in the game, although I think there's supposed to be some where you can unlock keys to get more loot out of the treasure room, which is what you're going to find at the end. So my experience in the third delve that I did was that there was extra treasure chests at the end that I couldn't find a key for. And in the process of looking for that key, I stumbled across some like goo on the ground, and I brought Bran over to it, and then he uncovered a power-up ability. So there's a lot of the power-up abilities that you feature at a Torghast. There's sort of a scaling system and affixes the way you'd see it in Mythic Plus, and it seems like there's potential for some like parkour and I don't know, like jump challenges, the way that we've seen them. A lot of times they remind me of Final Fantasy because you're able to jump from like platform to platform, and you're even getting a double jump power up in the second delve I did, which was more of like the fungal caverns throughout. So there's different ways that they could actually add some pretty interesting challenges throughout this whole process. What I really liked about it was that there was some decent frequency to mini bosses. And at least at the start, it seemed like you got a couple different power-ups pretty quickly. Overall, I think I came out of it with maybe 4 or 5 power-ups. And the delves weren't quite as long as I thought they were going to be, which isn't a negative, by the way. I was expecting them to take, I don't know, maybe 15, 20 minutes or something like that. And a lot of times I was just taking my time as I walked through all of them. But I think that looking back, you could really just like speed run a lot of these, and there wasn't anything sort of stopping you from just like blasting through it as fast as you can, which some players might do, because the delves are also going to have an end of vault reward every week for doing weekly activity. That's going to be another of the like rows in your great vault. So
I'm not seeing a timer on these, so you probably can chill. And is there any? Maybe there'll be some incentive for going fast, but if not, that's pretty chill, right?
What was really fun about it was kind of uncovering different power-ups in different ways. Getting double jump, for example, was really, really cool. I felt like some of them you could just stack and grab as many things as you could and blast it as fast as possible, which might be interesting if there was like a speedrunning version to it. But I also would be kind of curious if there were greater challenges available for testing, maybe a little bit earlier. But of course, it's still an alpha, because I think there's those moments where you want to make sure that it's not just round up everything, AoE it just dies, and that's about it. Having some...
Maybe your candle burns out. It said plus 100 wax, which is probably like some kind of mechanic that means that you have to kind of keep moving a little bit, right? But solo scaling content that could be challenging and also rewarding, thumbs up for me. I'm very dad gamer mode right now, like I've told you guys about. So sometimes solo stuff is better because I can just log in, just play like when I can play, and then I don't have to like wait around for a queue. I don't have to wait around for teammates. You know, actually a big plus. This is good. This is good.
Some of the power-ups being increased damage was really, really fun, and some of them were like pulsing extra AoE damage. Getting the double jumps were really cool. I'm kind of surprised they didn't bring back any class or spec specific power-ups, at least that I've seen thus far, because there were a few of them I really, really enjoyed from Torghast. One of them was like the Cathar stick, where if you take damage, your next Shadow or Pain like deals all that stored damage after like one enemy. Those things I think would be really, really insanely cool.
I was a Torghast enjoyer. I was a Torghast enjoyer. You know, like that picture from what is it, Emperor's New Groove or something like that, where they've got all the swords at the guy and he's like just chilling. I was a Torghast enjoyer. I thought Torghast was cool. So if they want to do Torghasty stuff, it's cool with me.
To be able to add into the equation. But overall, the format's been pretty interesting to be able to look at how you're exploring and sort of adventuring through different areas. There's little quests that you can pick up along the way, have you gather more things or make sure you're taking out a certain rare that's going to be out there in the dungeon on top of it. And so I'm really eager to see how they're going to sort of add into the equation. Also curious about how the keys are going to work, because as I mentioned, in the treasure room, there's like one contained reward that you're going to be able to have access to for just completing it. But then there's a couple of others that are sort of shunted off to the side that you need special keys for.
See, they're talking about like the gear that you get being good. It can't be that good, right? Like it's got to be like, they talk about how you can get like rewards and stuff. It's gonna probably be like a low mythic plus or like normal raid, don't you think? And that is technically loot and it's purple, but it's not that good. Do you think that they'll actually give you good loot from this kind of stuff? Because I feel like you don't usually get actual good loot. And maybe you can get stuff for the vault, but if it's going to be like not good loot from the vault, then it's like, what's going on, you know? But I could be wrong. But usually the loot isn't that good. It's like you don't want to do the actual like hard content that's like requires a group. And if you don't want to do that, then you're going to not get that good loot. So, but we'll see. We'll see. We gotta have to figure out like what is the draw for players who actually want to like push delves, right? Like what's that about? Because if it's just kind of for funsies, then you can appreciate having like a fun piece of content to do, but you also got to have some gains to be made. Like what's the gains behind this? That's what I need to know. What's the gains?
So I'm not sure if there's going to be a way to like tie that into Mythic Plus or tie that into raids so that you're earning keys from them to bring into the delve, and then there's an extra incentive to go into this delve at a high difficulty level, which will guarantee that there might be an epic chest as a reward, and then that's going to give you something. I don't know if it's going to be an alternative way to give you crests. I'm not sure if it's going to be gear upgrades, crafting materials, something like that. But what I really enjoyed about doing the Zandalari Warbringers in Mista Pandaria, since we just had the Pandemonium PTR release recently,
I missed it because I was on vacation.
Was that they gave such rich rewards for doing like really hard world content, or even just like time-consuming world content if you like soloed it as a Blood DK. I remember it took forever. And
I'm very excited for this Pandemonium thing, by the way. It sounds like Diablo 3 in WoW. I like infinitely scaling strength kind of grind stuff is really fun. I think that's cool. Big fan of that. So I'm excited for that too, by the way.
And I'd love to see delves sort of operate in that same role, where if you do it solo, you could still do these really hard difficulty things, but they might take a bit more time, but you're sufficiently rewarded with things that help you craft, things that help you make gold, things that help you gear up an alt.
Yeah, like you're saying, it could be like an alt catch-up thing. Yeah. Missed info on Pandemonium. What is it? There's like a post. We'll go over it in a second. But yeah, basically think of Diablo 3 and WoW, where you just get all kinds of crazy abilities and get crazy strong, and it just keeps going. It sounds really fun.
Something along those lines. And that's kind of where my head is from the early testing, is that this game mode can be pretty fun. I'd love to see how they're going to expand upon some of the affixes, and this could honestly be a really good area for them to add some Kiss Curse type affixes, where maybe they're not going to be as many Torghast type power-ups available, but if you're dealing with some annoying mechanic or some annoying affix, you also have a reward that's going to be coupling with you at the end.
Right, yeah. So if you could get the most insane loot from easy solo content, that's what people are going to do, right? But what he's saying is that maybe you unlock things about the delve from like doing high rating or Mythic Plus, right? So I still think this is cool. I'm just kind of curious, like, how good is it actually going to be for loot, and where are the gains going to be made? Because this solo stuff usually is not as rewarding as group stuff, which I think is fine. It's just like, let's see.
For example, if you're killing some of these spores that might be trying to chase you down throughout the dungeon, then you're getting a power-up, and then you're getting a speed boost or something like that. If you're evading enough of them, and you're zipping across the entire dungeon and making it go faster.
I do think it's cool,
having
though.
An easier time killing off a specific boss fight because they might take extra damage from XYZ source. Those things I think would be really interesting. Even having some boss fights that kind of bring back more mechanics to be able to do, even if they're solo. I remember in the, like, Jailer's Gauntlet, I think is what it was called.
What music are you using, Mr.
The very
Jack?
last version of Torghast we had at the end of Shadowlands, which not a lot of people did. There actually was some pretty cool boss fights that you would go through, and they didn't really try to mimic too many boss fights that we've had from like raid encounters. But that's a really big dream for me, is if they would replicate a few of those things, even using, I don't know, the Time Dragons or the Bronze Dragonflight or something like that, to justify having this boss or a fragment of the boss sort of spawning, and you have to complete a couple different mechanics, get yourself a vulnerability window, and then just kill off the boss from there.
Yeah, when I can play this, I will. Yeah. The beta for sure. Hopefully I can get in the alpha as well. That'd be cool.
Some things like that I would be really interested to see for higher level difficulties, because you can only increase mob health and damage so much for so long. I didn't find any mobs that were hard casting a lot of spells or anything along those lines, but of course soloing it as a priest healer, which still does not have an interrupt, that's something in the back of my mind. I'm glad that there's not, but that is always something that I see get added to boss fights over time when you just don't have an interrupt, and so it makes it very difficult to play that sort of game mode. Some of the things I didn't like about the delve system, at least so far, keep in mind it's still really early, was that it kind of seemed like a walking simulator in a lot of instances. There wasn't too much that I was like shifting through or exploring. I did like having in Torghast some of the like just caches that you could just burst open to try to find rewards or power-ups or things along the way, so that as you're moving around, you're doing some kind of activity. Maybe it's my ADHD brain, I don't know. But having something to be doing as you're walking to the next area. There were a lot of times where I'm just killing off all the mobs and then just walking. Killing off all the mobs and then just walking. And it wasn't as engaging as, say, the Jailer's Gauntlet, where you were just constantly in a boss fight, in an encounter. And I know that they want to make sure the delves are going to be more about exploration and more about figuring these things out, but it did seem like...
I don't want to explore. I want to kill stuff. No. I just lots of battle is fine. I don't want to be looking around, clicking on stuff. I just want to fight stuff. Don't play Cata Classic 2. No. Exploration is fine, I guess, but it's like, that's not what I like to do. I want to kill stuff.
There was something, I guess, a little bit missing. And again, this happens in alpha, but it did seem like there was something missing for how better can you explore. Okay, you're going down the tunnel about as far as the tunnel is going to be able to go, and then you're looking around and you look at your mini-map and you see treasures. I would definitely love to see something where you're able to open up extra cavern walls. Besides just the treasure room at the end, I think it was the end of the second delve, the wall just kind of explodes and then boom, there's the treasure room.
Mob density,
something
indeed,
to offer a little bit better of an exploration, even if it's going to be going down certain extra tunnels. Let's say if I was in the one with a candle and it was all dark, that I can get extra candles on hand or spend resources so that I can get extra candles and then go down an extra dark cavern and see if there's going to be anything there, or I have to chase after this rare, which was just a...
Remember, in PoE, where they have Delve, they have, like, flares to light up the darkness, and they have, like, dynamite to blow up the walls and stuff. That's probably what he's talking about.
Abducting all the miners, and then I have to go down into this dark tunnel for a side quest. That's not going to be mandatory for completing everything else that I'm doing. Some of those things I think would be really neat to sort of add into the equation. Also, just adding bosses into it that are doing more than just spewing garbage on the floor. I think that's been a mechanic we've seen over and over and over again, whether it's been raids or Mythic Plus. And I really wouldn't mind if they incorporated the companion, whether it's Magni or Sir Burgleton or something like that, in an interesting way where you could like direct where they move, and then you two are kind of completing a challenge, almost like Portal or something, where they have to stand there, you have to stand there, you have to coordinate how they're going to do mechanics. For higher level difficulty, for replayability purposes, those things I think would be really cool. And honestly, even just having some sort of time or a timer that you could set,
well, there's the timer,
to be able to compare times with other people would be really interesting as well. Overall, I'm pretty hopeful about the Delve system. I think that there is some really good room for it to grow and like further develop. I would just want to see and have an idea of like what their vision is going to be for how they're going to make it repeatable, how it's going to be desirable to get done. Honestly, I would love this as a system to make it easier to gear alts for the long term. If I don't have time to do a key, or I don't feel like playing with a key group or something like that, or pugging, I can just go in and go do a delve, challenge my alt, push it to its limits, and then actually get a pretty solid weekly reward out of it for my efforts. I think that would go really well, and that's probably one of my biggest hopes for that system. I had a really good time checking out.
They look pretty chill. They don't. That doesn't look like there's lots of mobs. The difficulty scaling just makes the mobs have more HP and hit harder. The mechanics that you were running through didn't seem too complicated, but it is alpha, so what they're probably trying to do is just make sure that like you can zone in and like go through the whole thing without like a bunch of like hitches, right? Level cap's gonna be 80. I like the idea though. I think that solo content scaling difficulty, some rewards is a cool idea though for sure.
The delves, and a huge thank you to Blizzard for giving us that early access so we could check it out with you guys as well. If you're enjoying the content or have any questions about the delve system, be sure to let me know in the comments down below, and keep it here for more updates on the War Within.
Good job, dude. Thumbs up for me. It's good job. All right.
I have spent the last 45 hours.
This is from a guy named Quasi, who looks like he's playing a paladin. Quasi? Wow. So we gotta find somebody who played warrior. We gotta see some warrior content. But we'll watch this. So this guy was playing a whole lot of alpha. Let's see what he had to say. We're just kind of going around, just going through it, man. Do I have a guide for 10.1.7? Probably. Yeah. You're talking about 10.2.7? Probably have a guide for that. Yeah. It's probably back on the YouTube channel somewhere. Let's see what this guy's up to.
Playing the private alpha for the War Within thanks to Blizzard, and this is my honest first impressions and takeaway from the private alpha and Q&A with the WoW development team. The short of it, WoW is back folks, it really is, and it's bloody gorgeous, and let me explain why shortly. This video is a first impressions review. I'll keep it broad, no deep dives into dungeon mechanics or boss designs. If you're into those details, live on this YouTube channel.
So he's playing Prop Pally right now. Slamming. 10.1 for 10.7. Yeah.
Channel are already 6 other videos that cover literally everything you need to know from the War Within Alpha. They cover namely all 8 dungeons coming into Mythic Plus in the new expansion, preview of the brand new raid in the...
Look at this. You guys see? My stream is being recommended as War Within content. Let's go. YouTube. Show me some love. Hey, these are also, this is my short, isn't it? Yeah. Nice. Thanks, YouTube.
The Rubar Palace, a full tour of the new capital city Donegal, Everything you need to know about Delves, the brand new feature coming in the expansion, and a complete playthrough of 2 separate dungeons, Cinderbrew Meadery and the Rookery. All these videos are neatly organized in a playlist linked in the video description and pinned comments below. So let's start, and let me talk about why the War Within signals a glorious comeback for retail WoW. We must start with Warbands. This is the new feature that stole the show at BlizzCon. The loudest cheers were reserved for this. In essence, Warbands simply means account-wide progression for almost everything. It's clear why it's the top of my highlight from the alpha. Blizzard has made a monumental shift in their philosophy towards making progress shared across your entire account, across all of your characters. And they told us behind closed doors, during a press conference, that starting in the War Within, this is a philosophy they're adopting for the future. And from the moment I logged into the alpha, it's clear. Blizzard means business. The Warband login screen greets you. You have your characters gathered around a fireside, pets included if your class uses them, a really nice touch.
I kind of feel like the characters need to be like a little bit more like Lost Ark, where they're like sitting down, or like, you know, instead of just all just like kind of standing there, they should have them like interacting with the environment somehow, you know? They look a little static that way. But this is really cool though. I think that's really cool.
But gone are the days of a singular character with a major city as your backdrop. WoW is here to embrace you playing multiple characters easily, and is more than just a login visual treat. Eon Hazikostas explained that Warband is set to redefine gameplay, emphasizing almost universal account-wide benefits everywhere. This means easier farming for transmogs, gearing for your ults where you can send gears from your main, and a general easing of previous restriction. This is a big nod to player freedom.
So, do you think it's going to be a situation? I don't think it is. It doesn't seem to me to be this way. But do you think you're going to be held back by not playing alts? I don't think so. But like, one of the things that gets tricky is when content is so focused on alts, it's like sometimes you don't have enough to do on your main. You know what I mean? It's like, there's not that much going on, so you make alts. But it's like, it'd be nice to just have enough to do on my main, because I'm kind of like a main character playing kind of guy. But I don't think it's going to be like Lost Ark, where you like have to play multiple characters to get the most out of your... To like actually have the strongest experience for your one character. I don't think it's going to be like that. But we'll see.
Letting us decide how we want to have fun in WoW.
Gone is the old Blizzard
that is seen as the fun police. Gone is the belief you need to slog for your gear, your player power through repeatable and grindable dailies. Cynically seen as many of us who took a break in Shadowlands as a cheap way to boost playtime metrics. The Warband feature in the private alpha was a clear indicator that the old ways are gone. And we saw this with the drops and vendor rewards in the alpha build. Account-wide is here to stay. And in the private alpha, the Warband feature even lets you track the same quest progress across different characters. During a closed-door interview, the dev team shared with us creators that the Warband is not just a new feature, but a major overhaul in terms of how they manage player data. Traditionally, WoW player data was character-specific, requiring substantial effort to make anything account-wide from the development team. Now, with the groundwork laid by the Warband system, achievements, reputation gains, and gear rewards are by default account-wide, without additional work from the dev team. As a player who enjoys switching between classes and specs and ults or Mythic Plus, the Warband implementation in the alpha is what really excites me. WoW is...
Yeah, I like we were talking about with like renown grind. Yeah, it absolutely like makes sense and sounds like really good for you to like have your renown gains on any of your characters contribute to your renown overall. Like that feels good in my opinion. I don't play a ton of alts, but it makes sense that like all of your playtime feels like you're making gains overall, right? It's not like, oh man, like I'm playing this character, but my renown, I could have better renown on my main if I just played my main the whole time, or whatever, you know. It actually feels good to be like, no matter what I'm doing, I'm putting in time, and my whole account is getting stronger. Like that feels good. I like that. Even if I don't play a ton of alts, it still feels good to me. You're always making gains, right? Instead of starting over, right? It's good.
It's becoming more alt-friendly than ever. We're not all able to grind endlessly for power anymore in our adult life, and it's comforting to know I can enjoy all my classes at a high level without the tedious grind that I used to be required to do. Next up.
So, you said you first have one of each class. Curious if the new alt system will have me get Resto Shaman gear if I'm maining in DK. You'll probably get some kind of currency that you can use. right? To like buy gear. Instead of like a piece of male gear dropped for your resto shaman and you can't send it to your DK now or whatever. Like it's probably, you probably get like currency, if I had to guess.
Is delves, and I will admit I'm wrong here, especially after playing the alpha. I wasn't 100% sold on the new delve content when it was announced at BlizzCon. I assumed back then
Just
it
blasting
would
through
be very
this as a
simple,
Fury Warrior, I think it'd be
easily
really fun.
outgearable content. But after getting my hands-on time in the alpha, I completely changed my mind. Now, for a detailed deep dive on delves, check out the dedicated video live on this channel. But here's the gist. Delves are a new type of PvE content in WoW's The War Within expansion. They are designed for solo players or small groups of up to 4. As you explore the new continent, you will sometimes chance upon entrances to delves. And delves are scalable in difficulty, and you can select the difficulty levels and the better rewards that correspond to them as you progress. You go into delves for various different activities, from battling enemies, rescuing allies, to defeating bosses and discovering treasures. A unique feature is the follower system, specifically Bran Bronzebeard, who has his own talent trees and abilities that levels up as you progress through the delve and you earn follower XP.
I also like that. I think that's very cool. The follower XP thing and making gains on your follower I think is sick. Like, I thought, so they have like the follower dungeons, right? How fun would it be for you to like rank up your followers? Like you can give, like they get loot and they get upgrades to their loot and stuff like that. I think that'd be really cool. So you have like a jacked up team of AI running dungeons with you. So if the fact that like Braun or whoever your follower is, if it's like a different follower for different dungeons, levels up, that's really cool. So I don't know if they get gear, but they do seem to get experience and probably like learn new abilities and stuff. That's really neat. Things like back and watch, but yeah, but you actually like play with the AI characters, right? They're not just like a mobile clicked in, like they run out, do their mission, and then 5 hours later they come back and you win or lose. No, they actually like are on your team and you're running dungeons with them, right? That'd be neat. And then they actually get gear upgrades and stuff. And that's kind of like a very small version of that with this guy, which is neat. You have like your AI follower that levels up. It's kind of cool.
Lets him learn interrupts, crowd controls, AoE DPS cooldowns, and you can even toggle amongst the other roles you don't play. For example, as a tank, that will be a healer or DPS. Now you might wonder, what's in it for me really as an endgame player? The answer, really straightforward, gearing your ults. As you progress on your main character, you will unlock higher tiers of delves and more importantly level up your follower. And this progress is applicable to the Warband system. This is also echoed by Blizzard in a private Q&A. They mentioned that at the end game, your follower could become very powerful, hard carrying your freshly minted ult to get starter ult gear in delves when you first start out. And from what we know, delves provide gear in 2 main ways. Number 1,
carrying your ults with your AI follower,
delve run is a treasure chest. And while these gear rewards might not be top of the line, they offer fair compensation for starter gear, considering how you can complete the delves in 5 to 10 minutes.
That kind of answers one of my questions, right? It's like you're not going to have insane gear from this, but if it's really good for gearing your alts or whatever, that's cool. That's cool. Yeah. Yeah, do 2s with your AI follower, yeah. That's funny. You get this juiced up follower that just carries all of your little newbie alts through the delves to get them gear. That's cool.
More importantly for endgame alt players, delves also contribute to your weekly vault. This is brand new. And the highest tier offering in delves actually gives rewards comparable to a M+5 in the new expansion, which is the same as doing a +15 key in the current Season 3 of Dragonflight. Blizzard designed delves not just for players gearing fresh alts, but also for those less interested in traditional endgame content like Mythic Plus raids or PvP. This approach...
Right, like I said, like so it won't give you the tip top, but it's like, okay, I guess that's... +15, is that better than normal gear? Is it? Like a little bit? Or is it about normal? Because that's kind of what I expected. I don't know. But anyway, that sounds fine. It makes sense, right?
Of course, gives players way more freedom in how they engage with WoW, as you're doing this PvE content in a judgment-free zone. Just you, your friends, and Bran Bronzebeard. Now, during our discussion, Blizzard also highlighted that delves would feature random changes in enemy and trap placements, keeping the content fresh as it scales. With various zones, themes, and varying difficulty tiers, I do think delves turned out to be a great addition, especially for gearing fresh ults. It's an always-on catch-up mechanism in the future, and I intend to fully exploit it for my ults. Next up, the new Mythic Plus dungeons. Naturally, as a Mythic Plus enthusiast, I've already previewed the 8 new dungeons in a detailed video on this channel, link is in the description, but I'm impressed with Blizzard's response to community feedback on the dungeon bosses. 4 out of the 8 dungeons as of the private alpha now only features 3 bosses, likely a nod to the unpopular tyrannical affix. It seems Blizzard acknowledges the dislike for tyrannical affixes on certain weeks, but they aren't quite ready to remove tyrannical entirely. So as a compromise, they're opting for fewer bosses overall. So half of the dungeons now only have 3 bosses. This change appears to be a direct response to player feedback about the length and taxing nature of the dungeons in Season 2 in Dragonflight Mythic Plus, which could make completing a weekly key a chore. Now from what I've seen, the new dungeons are designed to be quicker, more streamlined, and way more snappy. For instance, the Rookery is located right beside the brand new capital city. Talk about extreme convenience to get your weekly key done. And visually, some of these dungeons are stunning, like those in Hallowfall featuring a gorgeous skybox with a glowing artificial light.
I don't know when Alpha's coming up. You're saying Alpha's up tomorrow? Where are you getting that information from? That'd be interesting. I was honestly planning on playing No Rest for the Wicked tomorrow, but I mean, if Alpha's up, we might have to change our plans. Max said that? Okay. Is he, I mean, is he allowed to say that, or is he just like guessing? Because he's probably somebody who would know, having played this. I mean, does he know? Or is he just like, probably? Didn't they say on WoW video it would be live today? Maybe, I don't know, I'm kind of out of the loop. Yeah, I want to play No Rest for the Wicked tomorrow, but I mean, like, I'm probably going to play No Rest for the Wicked until some WoW stuff comes out. I'm just so out of the loop on SOD and Modern WoW right now, it's just like, just gotta just do it, man. He said it was down all day today, but up tomorrow. Oh, okay, interesting. Well, I mean, like, if I can play it, I'll do it, but it maybe, I mean, I didn't get to play the sort of like private alpha, so let's see. It being playable is different than it being streamable, I think. We'll see. That's cool. Good to know.
Light source crystal that shifts between light and dark, reminiscent of a Naru. The purpose of this light source remains a mystery, and that's for you to find out for yourself in the new expansion. And aside from that, there's a variety of fresh visual themes, including a dungeon that transits from an airship to a ground-based combat within the same instance.
That's cool.
These new elements suggest that Blizzard is actively experimenting with dungeon environments, and that only bodes well for people like me who love Mythic Plus. Hero talents, yet another feature I was desperate to test on the private alpha.
Right, so I have looked at the warrior ones. If they've changed them, I'm not up to date on the changes. But I'm on vacation for a week, so I'm kind of getting back into the groove here. I am very excited for hero talents. So he only has access to 2. Is that because his main spec is Prot, and so he can play like Prot Holy or Prot Brett? Is that right? Yeah. Interesting. Very interesting.
I can tell you they
Slayer and Colossus work for me, so
did live up to the hype generated at BlizzCon. Now, big disclaimer, I think not all the hero talents are perfectly balanced. Some clearly need way more tuning and way more refinement. But hey, it's an alpha, and they successfully captured the essence of class expression, excitement, and freedom showcased during the BlizzCon debut.
Eventually just kind of get them all, right?
The War Within allows for seamless switching between hero talent choices at the click of a button. Finally, I can explore different aspects of my class fantasy without incurring any cost. A massive leap from the restrictive covenant system we had back in Shadowlands, which often felt like I was being shackled by the jailer into specific choices. And now, I know the biggest concern about hero talents is whether Blizzard can balance them properly, considering that we had the big issue about Covenant balancing in Shadowlands. However, Blizzard's handling of extensive talent trees revamp in Dragonflight gives me reasons to be optimistic. Despite the inherent challenges, the spread of spec DPS dispersion and output in raids have been more balanced than it has been for a long ass time. And yes, there will always be flavor of the month specs, no matter what. But Blizzard's quick response to feedback and adjustments during Dragonflight showed a commitment to balance and player satisfaction. Are there talent trees that need a lot more work from Dragonflight? Yes, but they are the minority. And from what I've seen in the
probably just playing a lot of Slayer. That's what I'm thinking.
Alpha, the foundation for hero talents is solid. If Blizzard continues with diligent tuning and remains responsive to community feedback, especially those from the class forums, there's a strong potential for hero talents to be a highlight in the coming expansion. It's no small feat to tune the hero talents properly, but given their track record in the Dragonflight expansion, I'm hopeful that these new hero talents will be warmly received by the time launch day comes around. Next, let's talk about the story. As someone who usually focuses on Mythic Plus and the more sweaty aspects of WoW, it says a lot that I'm dedicating a segment of this video to the story of the War Within. I won't spoiler you with anything, but just know from the first zone that we got to test in the alpha build, there are already moments in the main story that made me do a double take, like did I read that correctly? During a closed door press Q&A with the Blizzard dev team, someone asked the question regarding the story, and Blizzard kept their lips sealed, almost in a you will see sort of manner. And I can't wait to see everyone's reaction to certain developments. And this is in line with what Chris Metzen said at BlizzCon. Indeed, The War Within kicks off Blizzard's most ambitious storyline to date, and they wasted no time in showing you so. They're gripping threats to pull at, like Xalatath leading the Nerubians and a connection to being an old god. There's the mysterious zone of Holofall dominated by a massive Naru-like crystal that swaps between light and dark. Spooky. A possible hint at the themes of the next expansion called Midnight, which revolves around the cosmic battle between light and void. And remember, these are just public details that we learned from BlizzCon. The alpha was packed with unexpected twists, and I'm just being careful here regarding spoilers. Reflect on the success of Wrath of the Lich King. It was successful because it hinged on the anticipation that was being built up from knowing that the Lich King will one day arrive ever since WoW Classic. So when the famous Wrath trailer finally dropped, it set the internet on fire. And The War Within aims to capture that type of excitement, setting the stage for a 3-expansion saga similar to the arc of WoW Classic, TBC, and then Wrath. And from what I've seen from the first few quests in the alpha, we are in for a thrilling start, and I can't wait to see your community reaction when the story unfolds. The next thing to cover is not really a feature, but is a commitment. Blizzard continues to listen. And this commitment to listening to player feedback is clearly evident in the recent Dragonflight expansion, which is often seen as a healing expansion due to its responsive development approach. This time around, they're really listening, place looks cool. And not just listening, taking action.
At first I thought it was Loch Modan, but it is definitely just not. But it looked like Loch Modan, doesn't it? Like, that looks like it could be an updated Loch Modan, but it ain't.
This time around, they're really listening, and not just listening, taking action. My time on the alpha and private Q&A showed me that Blizzard is doubling down on this player-focused approach. Here's a few improvements that is highlight-worthy. The first is NPC work orders. They recognize the frustration of players in Dragonflight struggling to find crafters during off-peak hours in Dragonflight, where you just wanted to fulfill a very basic work order. So, in The War Within, Blizzard is introducing NPC systems to handle work orders in the new content.
Two-handed enhance?
Which means no matter when you play, you potentially can get your items crafted by NPCs, instead of
we heard a lot
waiting for
about
actual human beings
kind of
to
stuff,
respond to your trade
right?
chat. Then they also have revamped mount animations. After the positive reactions to the new dragon riding animations, Blizzard has gone back to the old world to update the animations for older mounts. For example, Mimi Ron's head now features a new open and closed mouth animation while flying. And this wasn't necessary, but it's a welcome nod to enhancing the player experience even with older content. Now, I don't have footage here, but it's something covered in the closed door press event. But you can...
We heard about a lot of that already. That's cool. So I feel like we got a relatively good feel of what's going on with that. I want to look for some more gameplay. Let me see if I can find us some more stuff that people were actually gaming on. I am very interested in learning about that. What were they gaming on? So Mr. Max did his thing. I want to see. Did anybody get to play Warrior? Wait, doesn't Kelani play Warrior?
Hey folks, this is...
Hold on, buddy. Hold on, buddy. Ah. Playing Warrior Dog? I see some of that. Oh. I feel like people are kind of going over a lot of the same stuff. Which is fine. That's honestly fine. I'm here for the war camps from Drano, or the war band system just looks to be like that. War camp? Are you talking about like your garrison? So war bands are basically just your entire account shares progression. That's one of the main things. Yeah, not the same. Not the same. Yeah. War bands are just like your account just shares progression. Okay, I feel like a lot of people are probably gonna likely be going over pretty much the same stuff, which is fine. fine. I kind of want to see some gameplay though, you know? Yeah, so you just don't have to like farm renown on every single character individually, right? Yeah. I don't know. Okay. I mean, is anybody kind of... I think a lot of people are really giving us the same information, which is fine. Let's wait a minute. This guy's playing some warrior. Hold up. Hold up, buddy. Let me have a little look at you, dog. Wait, why did it do that? Wait, am I missing something here? That's funny. Anyway, this guy's played a little bit of DK. I think he's gonna talk about a lot of the same stuff. We could look at the gameplay, I guess. He was killing some stuff as warrior. All right. Even though I don't know, this making me laugh. I was scrolling through his video and this little thing, like the sub popped up for him, and it said his channel has 250K. He's manifesting it. I respect that. Let's see. We can watch Mr. Marcellian a little bit, shall we?
The War Within Alpha is here, and today we're going to be looking at the first hands-on experience with gameplay of class reworks, delves, dungeons, a lot of UI improvements, and more. And also, if you want to be a part of the testing, get your hands in, send in that feedback. Make sure to check warwithin.blizzard.com and sign up for that access really quick. Although we're not really sure yet if this is going to be coming with the pre-patch for War Within or just with the live release of the expansion, the first thing you're going to see while you're logging into the game is the Warband, which is one of the features coming with War Within, and it looks freaking amazing. Seeing your characters all around the campfire and selecting your ideal one to log in with. So far, what we've tested with the Warband is we only have a total of 4 favorite characters that you're probably going to be selecting and including in this little box here that holds your actual Warband alt. And with this, we're going to have an increase in character slot as well. We've known this for a while. Now, I'm not sure if this is going to be expanded to include more. There is a problem with it with showing too many alts on your screen because it just probably will get a little bit more crowded. Although it would be cool to see different Warband screens with different sections of alts or different groups of alts. So far in the alpha, and most likely as it's going to be coming close to release, we're only going to see the best 4 that you will personally choose to be your favorite.
So this is kind of this is part of it, right? You guys quit flaming each other in the chat, quit being weird. So the Warband is like, one, it changes the login screen, but the main thing is like you have like a Warband like a bank, and then you also have like you know, your Warband rep. So it does actually, you know, have an in-game kind of impact on your whole account. But yeah, it's not a garrison. Yeah, that 5+ alts category. Okay, so you probably would like it if you decided to come back.
Now, although it wasn't actually available to be tested in the very early stages of this alpha, we did have the opportunity to ask questions to the devs, Maria Hamilton and Holly
they gave him like the green zombie skin.
Their design philosophy revolves around unlocking a lot of the stuff account-wide for everybody, because this is the main attraction for the Warband, where you just don't have to do the story again, don't have to get the same achievements again. The major thought process behind this is if it makes sense for your alt to not have to do it again because you've already done it, like certain achievements can be account-wide. Some of them, probably feats of strength, might still be character-specific. They will just take that feedback into consideration when they further develop the Warband and what actually is going to be free for all of your characters and restricted to specific alts. We're not gonna get too deep into the actual.
Okay, here's some warrior gameplay as well. Yeah, you're not, again, you're not flaming a mod. You're just getting mad. I told you to cut it out too, so quit being weird, man. That's silly. All right, so this guy's playing Prot, but if he attacks things, I'd like to see what it looks like.
Questing as you load into the zone, because with most, if not all of the alpha, we don't have access to cinematics. We're just thrown into the zones, which the first one is Isle of Dorn. I'm gonna get back to that in a second. But since we're still on the Warband section, you will notice, if you've done this quest already, and my account that I've played through it has, that when you approach a quest, first of all, the icon will be gray, and it will tell you your Warband has already completed this quest, most likely to signify that, you know, this is something that you can skip, or you don't have to do it again.
You still can take the XP and the gold, right?
And the other option is to actually do it again if you want to play through a repeatable version. So giving you all of the option to engage with the content the way you want to, whether it is to skip it if you don't care to regrind or request the same story again and again and again on all of your alts, or to keep doing it if that's part of your gameplay experience that you want to get through with the War Within. And
that's that Mountain Thane Thunderclap build, huh?
Just a quick side note, although I don't know if we're going to be able to show this on screen since it wasn't part of the game, but it was part of the presentation that we were privy to. There's going to be an overhaul of quest icons, which in the early alpha we didn't have access to because they weren't all implemented just yet. And you'll be able to filter through all of your quests worldwide and actually figure out what the quest is by just looking at the icons. This is like a small UI overhaul where you can definitely make a big difference between repeatable dailies, main campaign quests, and one particular icon.
He's just summoning the dudes. Oh my gosh, DK already has like so many pets and crap, and now they just summon other Death Knights to come attack stuff. Oh my god, you see that rider? Oh my gosh, that's so funny. I know some people saying alpha's out like tomorrow. People have been playing like the private alpha, but some people saying that alpha's out like tomorrow, so we'll see.
That you might have seen in the live game. Definitely the first time that I was aware of it.
Summoning the boys.
The game was with the
like what is going on?
Section is the pink triangle, upside down triangle quest marker that indicates an important quest. From what we know, and that's going to be coming in War Within, this will be related to profession quests, to separate content, not necessarily the main campaign.
Shocking the heck out of those things.
Related to the game mechanics, to the systems, the things that you need to be aware of going to the new expansion, all synthesizing in a much more visually coherent experience for you to understand exactly what you're doing and maybe what you want to be doing with the new questing system. And since we kind of are squeezing in into the UI section of the alpha and what War Within comes, obviously we're going to be having UI improvements to a lot of the things. And some of them that we were able to test were related specifically to the talents and the spellbook, which we already knew about.
Spellbook looks different. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'm excited for Kata. I haven't been playing the Kata beta because we've just been doing other stuff. But yeah, I'm excited for new WoW stuff in general. Yeah, just in general, whatever they want to do, it's cool with me. But I haven't been able to dig into like SOD too much, and I haven't really been able to like get into like arena too much in retail either. So I'm kind of out of the loop in some ways. But yeah, I mean, Kata comes out, we'll be playing that. Yeah, and we'll be. I mean, if we ever get access to the alpha or whatever, we'll be playing that too.
From BlizzCon, but now it actually can be played with, and the feeling is amazing to open up your spellbook and actually see more than like 6, 8, 10 icons, however many we have.
But I will say that if I don't get access to the alpha tomorrow or whatever, we're probably just gonna play No Rest for the Wicked. That's what I'm thinking. So we'll see.
Have now and see them all spread out across your screen in a more modern RPG fashion. And what's cool, or maybe not, but you can actually see the spells from the other specs of your class as well, which I don't know if it was necessarily intended, but it did give the sense that, oh, hey, listen, and if you want to play this spell, you gotta swap to this spec. That's the general feeling that the graphical representation, at the very least, of the talent icons.
It does look like a lot of abilities when you look at it that way, doesn't it?
Without having to say it again, it just makes going through all of your icons, whether it is general abilities, dragon flying, or what's going to be known as dynamic flying icons, or actual spell icons, or class icons, or anything like that, it's all going to be there and much easier to browse and set up on your bars.
Yeah, I know where the horsemen are coming from. Yeah, I read over that her hero talent thing. It's just funny. You're summoning ghouls and all these undead creatures and also other Death Knights. Like, it's just kind of funny, don't you think? But yeah, I know where it's coming from.
What we were able to notice is that since there's no need for the spellbook to be like a separate UI interactable button, or it doesn't need one anyway, you now have an extra button at your mini menu bar at the bottom right, depending on how you have your UI
slow zoom.
That's going to be the profession one. Just a little quick note here. We didn't test professions yet, but it is there, and it's going to change a little bit how you interact with your character. In terms of the new zone and the questing with it, it's very limited in what we have access to, because probably they don't want us to give a lot of spoilers to the story and everything. The cinematics are particularly just text-based information. This is going to happen. That character is going to be talking with that character. A big explosion, boom, you're going to the other city or whatever. That's generally the cinematics that we're gonna have access to. Other than that, it's just regular, you know, get into the new zone. These are the new people there. These are the new enemies. It's an intro quest, which is fine. The quests are okay, but the Isle of Dorn is the first zone that you're going to be encountering in the new expansion, and the first one that we have had access to while testing it, and it is amazing, considering that we're going to be approaching this with the dragon riding or dragon flying or dynamic flying, how it's going to be called in the future, mechanic in mind, which is a stark contrast to how we have the...
He's manifesting it. He's 250k subs. Get him there, boys. He's at 164. Manifesting. I respect that.
The Dragonflight zone, since at least Isle of Dorn, although it's very big and we did have access to a big section of it, it doesn't feel like it has that much verticality like, let's say, Waking Shores had for Dragonflight when you were introduced to the dragon riding system, which we're just, for ease of access, we're going to call dynamic flying, since that's generic. Now we're gonna have all of it.
We are outside at this point,
the
though,
moment that we step in onto the Isle of Dorn, and the first capital that we're gonna be getting into, because we're gonna be seeing dwarfs left and right, is Dornagal, and dwarfs are gonna be a big factor of the story into how we're gonna be progressing through War Within. This is going to be our capital city as well, as we work towards releasing it from the Nerubian infestation and attacks that's going on. Once again, we don't know what the story entails. We just see bugs, we squish bugs, and that's it.
Get them out of here.
Delves are also a very much anticipated feature of the War Within.
A lot about delves.
Everybody has questions about it, and we've had the opportunity to test the first one, which comes in very early into your questing zone, kind of like 20-30 minutes into the story progression. You're going to meet Bran, and Bran is going to be taking you into the delves. Now, if you haven't seen anything regarding War Within and you don't know what delves are essentially the new system of War Within.
We'll let him tell us about it anyway.
As a combination of dungeons
I like seeing the gameplay
and the way that they play. Now, you might hear
similar, right?
and might have reservations, but hear me out. It's most likely not what you think. The reason we're comparing them to a cross between Dungeons and Torghast is because, as far as dungeons are concerned, the layout is fairly similar, where you go from room to room, you clear trash, you beat a big boss at the end. The mobs and enemies progressively get stronger and stronger as you go forward, and at the end you just get fat loot. That's as much of a dungeon as anything can be. Torghast, in the sense that we can probably say Torghast, we can probably say Plunderstorm, or we can probably say Cobalt Assembly, is that you have actually access to powers as you progress to the dungeons. Here in this footage, when Marcelian was just killing a big ass mushroom, he got a double jump effect and an extra heal on his mechanics, and going through further deep into the delve, he unlocked further powers like a 1-minute divine shield.
What is he talking about?
Stat increase overall. There's probably going to
be not Marcelian?
all sorts of powers that you can go through, most likely making the content replayable, repeatable, and having a different flavor each time you approach.
That looks cool.
Now, the delve is essentially
the DK horse.
When you first encounter it, whether you do it through the quest storyline as it gets you introduced to the mechanic, or just seeing them in the open world at max level like it's going to be intended to be engaged with, you're going to see like this entrance covered in fog, and then you just clear the fog and you go in. And
I'm glad that it starts at tier 2, it looks like.
And of course, Bran will associate you in. And this is a very important part of the
their team.
Because Bran acts
who's this guy?
Follower assistance type thing, and it can actually fill a specific role depending on what you play. Because if you play something like a healer or a tank, you might want Bran to fill up.
I've had my editor do a commentary or two recently.
Bran can be a healer or a DPS, and it will help you along the way. There are all sorts of abilities that Bran will have access to as Bran levels up through the encounter, and they slightly differ between combat and healer at the moment. We're not sure if these exact abilities are going to remain until the release of the expansion, but you can see that most of them are similar. Bran is essentially what we would consider a hunter. He has a gun and he shoots things, but he occasionally has some helpful abilities if you opt to have Bran as a healer, or DPS abilities if you go for the combat
like a Trank. That's
and
cool.
As you progress through the delves and through the system, you'll unlock more stuff like trinkets and further customizational options for Bran to give you the sense of an RPG. When you go into your delve, you'll also see that it has
I like that idea a lot.
And within the first level of alpha, and most
leveling up stuff for your follower. That's cool.
80, you'll have access to the first 2 tiers. The first one would be the normal version of the delve, which has close to probably no difficulty as you're going through your leveling process. Tier 2 will get slightly more difficult, and it goes up and up and up until so far we have 10 tiers. And in the interview that we've had access to, we know that they're essentially, in terms of their
tier 10 is
philosophy,
Mythic
they
10,
want the tier 10 difficulty delves to be kind of on par with the Mythic plus 10 difficulty dungeon, both in terms of the actual skill required to clear the delve, but also the rewards that you get.
Oh gosh.
Now, this is not set in stone, so it is subject to change, but at least we know where they're thinking of this delve system to be, considering that the +10 that we have now in Dragonflight is equivalent to a +20 that we've had in previous seasons. So we can probably assume that the delves is going to be a parallel endgame system to acquire gear and do other stuff. Most likely not replacing Mythic Plus, but being a side op. And all of this because delves will also contribute to your vault rewards in the end, since we've known this from BlizzCon, while the PvP vault system will be having its own separate thing with vendors. And of course, with delves, we'll still have dungeons, and the one that we've been able to test in the first version of the alpha testing was the Rookery, and it's what you probably imagine from a dwarf type dungeon. It's going to be located in the Isle of Dorn. It's one of the first ones that you have access to. And if I'm not mistaken, it's even in the actual capital city.
You think he's Mountain Thanen? Yeah, oh, absolutely is.
The mechanics, we didn't unlock
all that empowered thunderclap, that is Mountain Thane.
But in terms of the dungeon, it definitely looks like a very intro-friendly dungeon. It has very basic mechanics, although obviously we've only tested the initial version of the alpha. Things might change by the time you actually get your hands on it, but it looked really cool. We're outside, we're fighting all of these bad dwarfs, which you're going to find out about as you go through the story, and there's a lot of void shenanigans going around. You're gonna be flying on the Storm Griffin, Storm Riders, whatever they're called, and it's
in a group
cool.
of the warrior named
and you
Gnut.
go deeper into the mountain. It gives you a big kind of Hobbit / Lord of the Rings feeling as you dive deeper into the mountain and fight dangers beneath. But overall, it's a refreshing change of pace. We didn't get too deep into the dungeon system since we only had time to check out one of them. And it's the basic version of it. It's not Mythic Plus, it's not with all fleshed out mechanics, but it's looking good and a nice change of pace from the Dragonflight dungeons. And last but not least, something that's probably on a lot of people's minds are the class reworks. In this wave of alpha testing, with what we've had our hands on, we know that Warrior, specifically Fury and Arms, are going to be reworked. We already had access to the talents, and I've played through a bunch of them, and I'm gonna tell you how awesome it is. Druid as well, with Balance, Feral Resto, Paladin.
Is that what you're trying to link me, regular?
Holy, Evoker with Preservation, and lastly, Monk with Windwalker and
is that what you're trying to link me?
And a bunch of classes with their class talent.
We need to look at that.
Changed as well. We're gonna have
Arms and Fury reworks.
All of these individually, so you know exactly what
we're gonna need to know about that.
And where the spec is going for. And don't fret. You're going to be seeing these class reworks expanded to probably all of the classes, because from the ones that we've been able to test, it's very obvious that the intention of the class rework, as always, is to kind of make the design choice.
Send it. Wally D Game, thanks man. Big flex for you. Thanks for pumping us up, dude. Yeah, link it. Link it.
Concise, make the class play well and feel well and be fun, but also to facilitate the implementation of the hero talents, because as we know, particularly with Warrior that you're seeing right now on the screen, Shockwave is a big important ability for the hero talents, and it's been moved from a capstone, which was a controversial choice to begin with, to something a little bit more in the middle. And if we're gonna be taking the hero talents as an example, not gonna dive too deep on it, it's very clear that they're fixing a lot of the issues with talent distribution, where the utility is, where the defensives are, where your damage is coming from, and making everything feel less annoying to pick and with fewer talent choices to spend on exactly what you want to get.
Hey, oh, wait a minute. Why is Piercing Howl way the heck down here? Hold on now. Wait a minute now. That's a long way down. And then we have to get all this stuff. Wait a minute.
Of course, Fury is getting Blade Storm. More on that on our Fury video.
Wait a minute.
Over the last couple of expansions, we've tested plenty of alphas before, and we have to say that having access to the earliest version possible of the alpha, this is a lot of stuff in the game, and a lot of stuff is working really well for it being an alpha stage. And what this essentially says, if you are curious for a little bit of a hook, a meat, a something to drag you into the game, or to reassure you that War Within has the potential to be an amazing expansion, is this.
You guys see those Twilight Devastations going off?
In past expansions,
I want those
they're doing a lot more work with a lot more people and listening to a lot more feedback than before. And if this,
good job, Marcellian. Good job, buddy. Dude, this this right here, this is a
Hey, what's up, guys? Bajheera here. It's my first video. Really excited about this one. Can't wait to tell you.
That's the vibes I'm getting right there from this one. That's funny. That is funny. It's your thanks, man. Big flex for the prime. Appreciate it, dude. Good job, Marcellian, Team Marcellian. We're gonna watch this video about the War Within hero talents first look here in a second from Dan War. Regular says is a really good warrior, so good stuff. Good stuff. All right, let me BRB real quick, and then we'll watch this video together as well. All right, that'll be the plan. BRB. All right. Yeah, let's do this real quick. We'll reconnect. You guys click my warrior again, and I'll be right back. And we will watch the warrior video because we need to know what the heck's going on with the warriors. That's the most important thing of all. Here we go. All right, what's big news? All kinds of alpha information from the War Within came out today. So we've been going through it for the last 2 hours or so, just watching videos of people who've been playing and whatnot. And you're still in the right place for some more of it. So yeah, lots of cool stuff. Got lots of information coming out from the alpha. So pretty neat. And right about now, take ourselves a little gander at some Arms and Fury reworks. Because apparently they've changed some stuff. This says warrior hero talents. But they've moved some stuff around apparently, so. We're gonna let Mr. Dan Moore walk us through these, because these are some things we need to know about. So shout outs to Dan Moore for this video. Take a little gander. Ah, here we go. I'm actually more interested in this because I've already seen those stuff.
And good evening. This is Dan Moore. Today I'm going to give you a first look at the talent changes coming to DPS Warrior in the War Within expansion.
More interested in this.
Before we get started, I must preface this by saying that what we're looking at is a first draft, a first iteration, and will by no means look the same as we approach the expansion release. Myself, other top guild warriors, and the warrior theory crafters will absolutely be communicating required and desired changes to the developer throughout this alpha and beta cycle, and you can also let them know your thoughts on the relevant forum threads once they're open. With the necessities out of the way, let's get started.
Okay.
The class tree has undergone a pretty significant design change from its Dragonflight version. Multiple talent nodes have been shifted, and some talents even removed.
I see that.
Most obvious will be the new location for Shockwave. With paths leading into it from both Pain and Gain and Thunderclap, it's become much more accessible. All of this does come at a minor cost, however, as Shockwave no longer generates any rage. Additionally, the Sonic Boom talent has been removed, but Rumbling Earth remains.
Okay, yeah, the other one was just like crit. We don't care about that. Okay. I'm seeing a couple things though. Like I said, Piercing Howl is pretty far down there now. That's pretty far away. Interesting.
In an effort to combat the vast amount of rage generation that we've faced during Dragonflight, the Furious Blows talent has been removed, and Frothing Berserker has been nerfed. Frothing Berserker now offers a 20% chance at refunding 10% of the cost of Mortal Strike and Cleave for Arms, or Rampage for Fury.
Like, here's the thing, guys. Here's the thing. We don't need Warrior to be a class that, like, struggles with rage generation and having to wait for rage to press your abilities, okay? We don't need that. Do you know why? Because no mana user that does damage ever has mana problems, right? And I don't really think that like energy specs really struggle with energy, right? Like, warriors don't need to struggle with rage. It's just not really a thing. Like, rage being like a build and spend kind of deal is kind of fine. Like, building up to rampage to spend your rage that way is fine. But we don't need that, man. Yeah, we don't need to be like struggling for rage, like sitting there auto attacking to like Mortal Strike, and then you have no rage for a while. We don't need that, man. So pretending like we need to make sure warriors are like feeling like rage is like a meaningful resource, like, be careful now. Take it easy, okay? Doesn't need to be like that. No DPS user really struggles for resource, okay? So watch yourself. All right. Continue.
Previously, this refund was 20%. This may not sound like a big change, particularly for arms, but considered across the entirety
10% of the rage spent. I'm just never going to use that. Just that is garbanzo babbage.
Of a 10+ minute fight, it does add up. The loss of Furious Blows is a fairly elegant solution to the rage generation issue, as losing 5% attack speed will mostly be felt by arms more so than Fury.
What's the rage generation issue? Again, we generated too much rage? We could use all of our abilities too frequently? I don't know, brother. I don't know if I ever felt like there was a rage, like, I'm like, guys, I just have too much rage. Never felt that. I don't know, bro. I don't know. Yeah, you don't use that in PvP anyway. Yeah, but you did use the attack speed one, which is kind of nice. That's odd. I guess I'm not a PvEer, so I guess I never really, like, felt like there was a problem. You guys can tell this guy doesn't play PvP. Look at his honor talents. Ridiculous. All right, Dan War. What else we got here, buddy?
Which does make sense, as arms was a generally bigger culprit of rage overflow. Some other notable changes are as follows.
You're not pressing ignore pain, are you, bro?
Training and sidearm are now a choice node. Seismic Reverberation and Concussive Blows are now a choice node. Reinforced Plates has been reduced to 10% increased armor, down from 20. Berserker Shout and Piercing Howl have been relocated from their old position here, and Berserker Rage is now baseline. Endurance Training is now a 2-point talent, offering 5 and 10% increased stamina. Champion Spear Rage generation has been halved, 10 rage now, down.
Nobody uses this. Doesn't need to be nerfed. They need to make it like a 1-minute cooldown and make it better. I don't need to make it worse. Nobody plays that.
From 20. And lastly, and probably most controversially, Thunderous Words has been changed.
Increases the duration of Thunderous Roar's bleed effect by 2 seconds, and Thunderous Roar's bleed effect causes enemies to take 30% increased damage from all your bleeds. Alright. What does it even currently do? I guess it just makes, so it used to make your bleed stronger all the time, right? But now it's just 30% increased burst, so it's burstier, right? That's okay. It's alright, I think. I could take a look at the other one, but I don't know. 15% all the time is probably better than that. But it is more burst. But I think that's overall worse. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's actually kind of worse too. Whatever.
Previously, this talent.
I mean, so it's a whole new expansion, right? It's a whole new expansion. So the fact that we deal 15% less bleed damage all the time and then a little bit more during burst is like, okay, because we have no idea what's even going to look like, right? Yeah, we'll see what Skull Splitter does. Yeah. Yeah, so you could Skull Split your bleeds and make them tick faster during that bleed window. Yeah, that'd be cool. But yeah, that's whatever. Things that matter are like they're not making Spear a shorter cooldown, so nobody's gonna use it. I don't think.
Increase the damage of your
because every
bleeds
class
by
can just get out of
15%
it
at all times. Now the damage increase has been doubled to 30%, but is only active on targets afflicted by Thunderous Roar. My initial thought for this change is an attempt to start pushing arms in particular away from supplanting a lot of its damage with bleeds, and to shift more damage into abilities instead.
Please do. Sure. Make us dome people with Mortal Strike again. That's fine. That's what we want to do. That's what we can do. It's fine.
This does offer better synergy with Uproar now, however, as more Thunderous Roar uptime benefits you in more ways than just pure raw damage.
Yeah, I guess. Never take that talent anyway, though. Maybe you will now.
Moving into arms, the first thing you've likely noticed is the gaps in the tree. Both Reaping Swings and Tide of Blood have been removed. Cleave now has a 6-second base cooldown only affected by Haste and Battle Lord. Meanwhile, Tide of Blood has been baked into Skull Splitter, making it a much cleaner investment.
Maybe.
Another notable change is the reintroduction of Ravager as a choice node with Bladestorm. The follow-on capstone talents...
This is PvE! We don't care about Ravager. You're saying Spear will probably be better than Avatar for PvE? Oh, for PvE. Yeah, maybe, I don't know. PvE don't care about PvE. I was talking about PvE. He's a PvE guy. It's fine. But Ravager. Ugh.
All affect both Ravager and Bladestorm equally, aside from Merciless Bone Grinder, which is active for a flat 9 seconds when Bladestorm ends, or for the duration of Ravager, which is 12 seconds baseline affected by Haste. This was quite the requested change, and seemingly quite good on paper, even though the decision of which to play will mostly come down to what hero talents you're playing. Anger management does affect both Ravager and Bladestorm.
Wait, when you proc a Bladestorm on Slayer, you just start banging on people with Whirlwind? That'd be funny.
Arms has a number of other notable changes, including improved Overpower, grants a second charge of Overpower. Tactician and Deft Experience have had their individual proc chances reduced to 1% each, giving a total 2% proc chance per point of rage spent, down from 2.5%. Improved Slam has been removed and replaced by Finishing Blows, a new talent causing Overpower to give 8 rage when used on targets below 35%. Subsequently, this portion of Strength of Arms has been removed. Collateral damage now gives
So where's the buffs? Like, where's the improvements? Like, this is where are the exciting reworks besides like we've made some things, we've moved some things around that don't really matter. Some things that used to have 2 points are now gonna only be 1 point talents. We actually just removed part of the talent, spread things out so to take both of them to get the full effect. Guys? What's happening here?
Gives additional damage to either your next Cleave or Whirlwind. Additionally, collateral damage shares a choice node with improved sweep. Storm of Swords has been redesigned.
That's actually kind of cool because you can still take improved sweeping strikes and the strength of arms kind of thing, but it's like the worst part of strength of arms. Like, we don't really cover the rage part. We want the damage, but whatever. It's fine. It's fine. Surely. Yeah, surely. In for the kill, match the duration of the Colossus match, so with Spiteful Serenity, you can have a 26-second huge haste buff. Yeah, you could. It's cool.
Whirlwind now has a 30% chance to make your next Whirlwind free. Dreadnought no longer gives a second charge of Overpower, and now shares a choice node with Strength of Arms. In for the kill now lasts the duration of Colossus Smash instead of a flat 10 seconds.
That is cool.
Valor in Victory now offers 2% versatility instead of 1%, but is generally much less conveniently placed. Bladestorm no longer generates rage. Battle Lord no longer generates rage.
What are we doing?
And several abilities have had their rage cost altered. Rend is now 20 rage down from 30. Thunderclap is now 20 rage down from 30.
So it's just yeah, so anger management is just a lot worse. Right? So maybe you are gonna spitefully Serenity of 5 people, but I mean the reduced cooldown stuff is nice for not just getting disarmed every single Warbreaker. They nerf rage cost and rage cost. Guys, that just makes anger management a lot worse. I'm seeing that, yeah. I'm seeing that. That just makes it worse. So you're more likely to be able to just get peeled on every single Warbreaker.
Whirlwind is now 20 rage, down from 30, and Ignore Pain is now 20 rage, down from 35.
That doesn't really matter.
Barbaric Training now increases Slam and Whirlwind damage by 20%, down from 30, but Critical Strike damage is also increased by 10%. The increased rage cost for Slam and Whirlwind have been removed. And lastly, Warlord's Torment no longer causes Recklessness to proc from Colossus Smash, only from Avatar. The Recklessness caused by Avatar is a 6-second duration. And I will say, I've played with this, and it feels really, really bad.
Yeah, yeah. Oh no, dude. Oh dear. What the heck? I'm sure it'll be fine, but oh, I don't know about that, boys. Oh no. No. I think it'll be fine because Slayer is so insane. But yeah, that doesn't sound awesome. That's a bit of a uh-oh. Uh-oh. Let's see how it's going on with Fury, but yeah, interesting. Big nerfs to anger management, which is like one of the big reasons to play ARMS. The other big reason to play ARMS was Bladestorm. But now Fury has Bladestorm. Interesting. I don't think they're removing RBGs. I think Ian said that the solo queue will be the default RBG like way to play. So we'll see. Fury meta, yeah, maybe. Fury still has some of the issues that it always has, which is like it requires a lot of uptime, but at least now it has Bladestorm, so it can't be like immediately peeled all the time. Slayer is going to be very interesting. Slayer is going to make things different. So a lot of these, like, I mean, I'm kind of like, I don't like the look of some of these nerfs, but I think it'll probably overall be fine. But I don't like seeing every change they made to our basic talent tree just make it worse. I don't like, that's not awesome to see our first experience with some of these changes be like, so they pretty much just split these talents, put them away from each other, and they moved the utility way far down on the tree. All the numbers have gotten nerfed so that you spend less rage and generate less rage, which makes anger management worse. And so basically, it's like, wait a minute, hold on. All of our percentages went down, so it's like Tactician procs less frequently too. It's like, what is happening here? Because you spend less rage, and the chances to proc Tactician per rage spent is also less. So it's like, very interesting. I don't know about that. I'm sure it'll all be fine, but still, it's kind of like the numbers just do not lie.
Lastly, on to Fury. There are significantly less changes here, but still a few important ones to note.
We'll play it out.
Once again, likely the first thing you've noticed is the gaps in the tree, particularly around the sides. Improved Whirlwind and Meat Cleaver have swapped places with Wrath and Fury, while completely kicking Raging Armaments out of the tree entirely. There is no access to a third charge of Raging Blow anymore, not that it was ever really needed in the first place.
Yeah.
On the other side of the tree, Single-Minded Fury is still around, but now has Frenzied Flurry baked into it.
That's cool.
All of you SMF enjoyers now only need to take a 1-point penalty to play your preferred way instead of 2 points.
Yeah, spend 2 points to just be worse. Now you only spend 1 point to be worse. I mean, that's still cool. It's still there. It is. It's still there.
Improved Enrage has been renamed to Frenzied Enrage, but its functionality is unchanged.
Oh, okay.
It does, however, now share a choice node with a new talent, Powerful Enrage. This talent
Enrage increases the damage your abilities deal by an additional 15%, and it lasts longer.
Talent increases all your ability damage by an additional 15% and increases Enrage's duration by 1 second. Due to this, Tenderize no longer offers increased Enrage duration. Onslaught does remain a very powerful...
That sounds like a PvP talent. For sure. Interesting. Very interesting. Probably you could do a little bit of both. It would start with some normals, get comfortable and do some rated stuff after that. That's very interesting. Hitting like a truck.
Full ability though. Some other notable changes are as follows. Deft Experience no longer lowers the cooldown of Bloodthirst, instead offering 2 and 4% increased enrage proc chance. Bladestorm has returned. Just like Arms, it no longer generates rage, and the follow-on talents work for both Ravager and Bladestorm, and both are affected by anger management.
Okay, so Fury gets Hurricane too? Okay.
Over in the class tree, Blood and Thunder doesn't exist for Fury, offering only Crackling Thunder instead.
Uh-huh.
And
Demolish ability sitting for 800k. That'll get tuned, probably.
Finally, much to the joy of many of you, I'm sure, both Storm of Swords
Where are you seeing that?
and Annihilator have been removed. The Dragonflight Season 3 Fury playstyle was a big point of contention among Fury Warrior enjoyers, but now it seems those days are long gone and unlikely to return. The Storm of Swords playstyle is marginally captured by the Mountain Thane hero talents.
Oh, you can do 2 charges of Bladestorm? That's actually cool. That's actually really good. That's very good actually. If you get 2 charges of Bladestorm, plus Slayer, yeah.
To Thunderclap.
I liked Annihilator. I thought it was fun. Yeah. All right. I'll watch that too then, regular. Did you enjoy Warrior? Hold on. Well, War Within will expand on that enjoyment by making everything worse. Yeah, you have an internal conflict, a war within, if you will, and whether you should re-roll. No, Warrior will be fine. Be fine.
Whirlwind and having a cooldown. Meanwhile, Annihilator has potential to return to the tree, whether it be below Single-Minded Fury in place of Frenzied Flurry, or even baked into SMF entirely. It seems unlikely that Single-Minded Fury will see play as things stand, so powering up the talent even further doesn't seem to be too dangerous.
Yeah, they don't really seem to be buffing anything about Warrior right now, though.
That's pretty much it in terms of the most noteworthy changes, at least in this initial version of the rework talents. Granted, there does seem to be a bit of work to go, but the immediate focus on rage generation has been a promising first step, if nothing else.
Big blasters.
I did just want to make this video as a quick rundown of the changes rather than giving
Slayer
my
just seems
full
way too
opinions.
good.
That's why I've held back a little bit, but I'll most likely talk more about my own thoughts on the trees over on my stream in the coming days. If you want to find me, it's twitch.tv/Dan_war.
Right,
you can also follow me on Twitter at method_downwar, as that's where I'll likely put most of my immediate thoughts during the alpha and beta cycle the moment any changes are released. Let me know your thoughts on these initial changes in the comments below. I am hoping to ramp up content to YouTube during the lead into War Within,
is that what that button
so maybe
is?
subscribe
Demolish?
if you don't want to miss any new videos as they come out.
Bang.
Thank you for your time and attention, and I'll see you again.
Alright, Dan. Good stuff, bro. Good stuff. We're gonna have to watch this other video too. Thank you, Panda. Big flex to 51 months, man. Pumping us up. Thank you, dude. Very interesting. I think we're gonna watch the other one too. Interesting. Demolish indeed. That's not the icon that I would expect to see for Demolish, but okay, okay. Alright, so we're gonna watch the second one right back to back, but that did not seem like, besides Fury getting Bladestorm, I don't feel like really anything improved. Feels like they just kind of like removed talents and made talents cost 2 points that used to only cost 1, and made it only a 1 point talent for the armor thing. But downplayed Fury. Look, Dan downplayed Fury. Yeah, he may have been trying to be sneaky about that one. I think Fury does have some cool stuff, definitely. There, no more Annihilator playstyle is one thing, but you got to remember that like Fury has had some seasons where it was good, but usually it was good because of like a meme, right? Like it was good because it gave the Omega Slaughterhouse thing, right? Fury doesn't have any way to stop damage against it, right? It has Enraged Regen on a 2-minute cooldown that does not actually stop damage. It gives you a 30% damage reduction. And that's a pretty long cooldown, the 2-minute, right? So it requires uptime. Its Mortal Strike's unreliable. The fact that it has 2 charges of Bladestorm means that it can like protect its burst, but it really only bursts like once every minute and a half anyway. And so there's Odin's Fury, but Odin's Fury on its own isn't really that scary. Odin's Fury, the main reason why you have Odin's Fury is to bait people to disarm you so that you can then pop your full damage on them, right? So, I don't know about that one, boys. That didn't look awesome. Didn't look awesome. I'm sure it'll be fine, but yeah, for PvP, like, I don't know who they're listening to. They're probably listening to some PvE forums being like, you know what, as a warrior, I do feel like I generate a little too much rage. I think we should take that down a bit. It's like, stop that! Shut up! Quit telling them stuff like that on the forums, because then they'll listen to the forums and nerf. So it's like, quit it out! We'll have to get in there, though. These PvEers. I do generate a little bit too much rage. I have to press a couple too many buttons. I'd really like a nice breather in between globals, if that's possible. I'd just take a moment and enjoy the game a little bit. Just pressing too many buttons. Yeah, I've never said that myself either. Never have. But okay, let's take a look at this. I think Warrior will be fine. I'm excited. I want to get in there and test it out. I'm sure it'll feel just about the same and feel good and fine. But yeah, like I said, the numbers don't lie. They kind of just, that definitely nerf some things. Yeah, definitely nerf some things. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah, if they want to make Warrior a little slower and just hit really hard, I mean, that's not the worst thing in the world. But I like it when globals are kind of fast and flowy and feels good. There's not a lot of time waiting for rage, waiting for your button to be able to press when it's off cooldown, that kind of thing, right? So anyway, let's see about this. Dan Moore, take it away.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. This is Dan Moore. Today
Hi,
I'm going
Dan.
to bring you an earliest look and first impressions of the new hero talents coming for Warrior in the War Within expansion. As with all alpha content, it has to be stressed
Slayer
that
looks
this is the
insane,
first
but
draft,
Colossus could be cool
and
too.
things are very much subject to change, as well as many aspects of the trees currently not functioning quite as they should. Regardless of that, enjoy the video, and let's get started.
Yeah, a couple of y'all are talking about Colossus being OP. I don't know, man. It looks cool, but I think Slayer, Slayer is like the clear, obvious, like, better one to me so far. You either have a situation where you have to stand still in order to unleash your big attack, or you can just proc blade storms that make all of your abilities hit harder. So it's like, for PvE, maybe you want to stand still and like, yeah, big damage on the boss, but like, for PvP, just proccing blade storms and just having your attacks make your execute hit harder, and having your blade storms that just proc also make your abilities hit harder, like, Slayer seems kind of nuts. But surprise, surprise, I would want to play an Arms Fury combo, right? But still. Let's see. I don't know, bro. I don't know.
Slayer was an interesting concept at first glance. Initially packaged as a hero spec for execute enjoyers, it was the inclusion of Bladestorm that caught many people off guard, as well as causing excitement for the potential of Bladestorm being reintroduced to Fury. There are several issues with the hero talent tree as it stands, outside of the various bugs. First off, the increased sudden death proc rate is rather low and barely noticeable. On its own, this isn't a truly negative thing, however the marked for execution stacks do ramp up quite quickly. This can lead to a frustrating situation of staring down 3 marked stacks, simply waiting for a sudden death proc to be able to consume them.
Just proccing a 1-second blade storm.
Marked for execution will stack on any target hit by an AoE ability.
Pretty funny.
This includes the likes of Whirlwind, Cleave, Thunderclap, and Warbreaker, but doesn't work with Dreadnought. Sweeped attacks can also add stacks of marked for execution,
so
and sweeped executes can also consume those
1-second
stacks.
blade storm, just...
Fury is a bit harder to get an idea with, as it was quite severely bugged in its early alpha version. Deep Cleaver executes were consuming marked for execution stacks, but weren't offering any cooldown reduction to Bladestorm, nor applying any overwhelmed stacks.
So funny.
Lastly, a bigger problem I have with the Slayer hero spec is the talent Tunnel Vision. Much like Frenzy for Fury, we have another talent that punishes us for target swapping, meaning we can lose damage for performing a fight correctly, which has always been a ludicrous design choice.
It is what it is, man.
Ideally, this talent should be removed or entirely reworked. The alternative talent, Thrill of the Kill, is rather...
Or I just like tunneling locks, that's fine too, bro. That's cool if it procced enough, though. Tunneling locks? We're not using cleave in PvP. He's cleaving because he's a PvE guy. We're not cleaving in PvP. No way. No way.
Well designed and offers a bigger payoff to getting a sudden death proc, which does fit the theme of the hero spec very well.
Yeah.
Overall, Slayer doesn't inspire me an awful lot.
I'm inspired.
Much of this could be due to the various bugs the hero spec and Bladestorm specifically currently face, and could be significantly better in practice once those
I love
issues are
that
fixed.
1 second Bladestorm.
One overarching concern is just how much
so
Bladestorm
funny.
availability there will be. There's every possibility that Slayer enjoyers will spend more time channeling than Colossus players will. Whether that's enjoyable to you or not will be entirely subjective.
Make that like a 1.5 second Bladestorm or
Unfortunately,
something.
the true potential of Slayer can't really be seen due to
It's a little
various
short.
bugs
It
surrounding
is kinda funny,
Bladestorm
though.
CDR in this early version
I
of the
love it.
alpha, but that doesn't stop us from theorizing, however.
You're not gonna press cleave, bro. Cleave shares cooldown with Mortal Strike, doesn't it? You're not doing that. Alright.
Demolish is a monster.
He's more excited about this one, so I think he's gonna make it sound cooler because he's more excited about it.
With all cooldowns at the ready and Colossal Might fully stacked, you will see some huge numbers. Potentially some of the highest across any class or spec in the entire game. Congratulations. However, this doesn't mean that
So this will be kind of cool because what you can do is like play Colossus and like have it be like kind of like a meme in Arena and have it be like exciting and scary for your opponents. No, it's cool, but you just can't move while you're doing it. Are you immune to CC while you're doing it? Because if you're immune to like all CC while you're channeling that, then yes, that's cool. But if not, then I don't know. Could be good. Could be good. Anything with like a setup, yeah, could be good.
Colossus is without its issues, but there certainly aren't as many as with Slayer.
It's gonna be kind of a meme, but
you are pushed into using.
Remember, I played Night Fae in Shadowlands for a long time, so like I'm okay with playing something that's kind of a meme. I'm okay with that, so yeah, I'm alright with it.
Mortal Strike as often as possible for the sake of Colossal Might stacks and Demolish cooldown reduction. This completely goes against the flow of AoE combat for arms and feels quite awkward as a result. An easy fix would be allowing Cleave to add Colossal Might stacks when it hits 3 or more targets. Alternatively, Cleave could just replace Mortal Strike entirely, an idea that many warrior players and theory crafters alike have echoed for the entirety of Dragonflight.
Have echoed never? Are you kidding me? Take out Mortal Strike for Cleave? I mean, like if it gives you Mortal Strike effect, maybe, but like these guys, abomination. What the heck? Yeah, arrest this man. Listen, bro, this is why you gotta be real careful. Because these PvEers, right, in their forum posts, and you know Blizzard listens to forum posts, it's like, listen, bro, everybody wants to replace Mortal Strike with Cleave. It's like, excuse me? These guys are nuts! What the heck? Ain't no way. Yeah, just make Mortal Strike Cleave. Yeah, now we're talking. But don't call it Cleave, call it Mortal Strike. Just be like, yeah! Like a nice diagonal slash that hits this guy, and this guy. Yeah, hits this guy in the head, this guy in the torso, this guy in the leg. Yeah. Now we're talking.
As a brief aside, Cleave replacing Mortal Strike would be a big step towards combating the sheer button bloat that ARMS is facing going into War Within.
Or don't play Cleave, bro. Just play fresh Mortal Strike and slash people down. Don't play Cleave. Cleave's for weenies.
Especially in AoE.
Yeah.
Another issue comes with the way the mod...
Yeah. Nothing I love more than standing still and doing a 3-part attack.
Especially in AoE. Another issue comes with the way Demolish benefits from its CDR from the dominance of the Colossus hero talent. Since it takes time to reach 10 stacks of Colossal Might, it naturally ends up desyncing from Colossus Smash. Initial thoughts tell me that this isn't going to be that big of a deal, thanks to Arterial Bleed and Tide of Battle, both offering extra damage per stack of Colossal Might.
That is cool, though.
In my mind, Demolish will be so core to the rotation for Colossus Arms Warriors that lining it up with as many cooldowns as possible, as often as possible, will be absolutely key. But this remains to be seen.
Yeah.
Colossus feels incredibly satisfying when the stars align and all of your cooldowns line up for that one monstrous Demolish cast. The moments in between do feel cast. That one monstrous cooldowns line up when the stars align and all of your cooldowns line up for that one. Colossus feels incredibly satisfying when the stars align and all of your cooldowns line up for that one monster.
I want to puke! Oh my god! How long was he just sitting there pressing overpower with nothing else to press? Like slam? It took like 2 globals for that to go off. Why does it? Ugh! I want to puke! What was that? Is this our life now? Look at this. Presses Mortal Strike.
Colossus feels
okay,
incredibly
execute,
satisfying
then Mortal Strike.
when the
just...
stars align and all of your cooldowns line up for that one
3.
monstrous
Oh my
cast.
gosh.
The moments in between do feel slightly tedious while you wait for that next big dopamine hit, but ultimately it is worthwhile.
What the heck?
And yes, the route during the cast of Demolish is still there. And no, the cast is not hasted, but at 2 seconds, the route is hardly noticeable.
2-second route, hardly noticeable. They're gonna be across the arena in 2 seconds. You're not even gonna hit them with it. Oh my gosh. Has Slam available? Yeah, I know. I could have Thunderclap too. I mean, he's probably just chilling, just making a video, but still, it's true. Holy moly. So, I mean, I guess you got to make sure you land that with a Storm Bolt and don't get peeled on it. I mean, if you're immune to stuns during it, if you're immune to all CC during it, then yeah, maybe. But I mean, you can get stunned on global or whatever, get CC'd on the bolt, but you can get CC'd anyway. Holy moly. Yeah, the route is just miserable.
It's unlikely to require any significant pre-planning to use, and you do have a 10% damage reduction during the cast, so that'll help things a bit.
10% damage reduction. Oh my goodness. So maybe you survive getting one-shotted by the mechanic, like with 1 HP, so you don't die in PvE. That's crazy. So this is what I'm saying about Slayer. You either have a chance to proc a Blade Storm that removes all slows and roots, and maybe even immunes something being cast on you randomly, which is hilarious, or you can root yourself for 2 seconds. We're going Mountain Thane? No, we're going Slayer, Spider Cow. What are you talking about? We're going Slayer, like I said the first. We're slaying. We're slaying out.
Now, watch this.
Yeah, kapow. Nice, dude. If you know, if people can't get out of the spear, then yeah, that's cool. Yeah.
Now, watch this.
I'm watching. Yeah, I like that. If they can't get out of the spear, they're banging them.
And you do have a 10% damage reduction during the cast, so that'll help things a bit. Now,
oh, what if the root put you on root
this.
DR? What if you rooted and DR'd yourself? Yeah, I mean, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. I like that. That is fun. That is cool.
I really wasn't expecting this.
If you wanted to play around a 1.3 minute go, yeah, I mean, sure, that'd be really fun. Like that's very fun for like making videos. 100%. 100%. But
now,
I will tell you this: if you use 2 1.5 minute cooldowns, you better kill on this go, right? Because you just popped Avatar and Spear, so hopefully they die.
So that'll help things a bit. Now,
hope so.
Watch this during the cast.
Hope so.
So that'll help things a bit.
You better.
Now,
you better die.
Watch this.
But yeah, something that can't escape this or pop a defensive. Kapow! That's like a one-shot. I mean, it won't crit quite that hard in PvP, but still, very cool. What's up, Jimmy? Still cool. Still cool. I do like that.
Planning to use, and you do have a 10% damage reduction during the cast, so that'll help things a bit.
If you bop somebody with this,
now, watch
pretty
this.
Cool. Skibbity bep. That's nice. That's nice. Big pump. That is cool.
I really wasn't expecting this, but from my testing so far, Mountain Thane is probably my favorite hero spec for Warrior right now.
It's cool.
Granted, Colossus isn't all that far behind.
It's cool.
Realistically, this could be partly due to the sorry state of Slayer, but that will be discovered in the not-too-distant future.
Slayer, they fix bugs, it's going to be insane.
Once again, that doesn't mean that Mountain Thane is without its issues. It's difficult at first glance to see the direction that Mountain Thane is trying to push you in.
AoE
with relevant
blasting.
benefits for using both Bloodthirst and Raging Blow. It looks like Blizzard is trying to recapture the Fury style of old, with both fillers being used regularly and in tandem. This, combined with the Rage generation changes, have definitely taken a step towards this goal, but it has turned this version of Fury into a glorified game of whack-a-mole.
It's fine.
Mountain Thane can feel a bit lackluster in single target, but demonstrably better in AoE. This is in part due to the Call of Thunder hero talent, offering a raw damage increase to Thunderclap, as well as giving all of the bonuses from talents that affect Whirlwind. This includes seismic reverberation, which Thunderclap and Thunderblast make exceptional use of, since it uses 30% of the entire ability compared to 30%.
Yeah, Whack-A-Mole, that's a game that stood the test of time. Sounds good to me. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. What skills recommend on Barbarian? I definitely have made some Diablo guides. That's what you're asking. I got you.
Of one strike of Whirlwind. This in turn makes seismic reverb around 30% stronger for Mountain Thane than for Slayer. With Thunderblast potentially being a core part of the rotation, this could lead to the possibility of needing to talent into improved Whirlwind and Meat Cleaver even in single target. It remains to be seen if the extra damage would be worth the hefty 2-point investment, but the possibility is definitely there.
Like the looks of that.
Mountain Thane, from a visual and audible level, is probably the most striking of the 3 hero specs. Quite the surprise considering that at initial release in the Blue Post some months ago, it looked the most uninspired to many players, myself included.
Oh, that sounded cool.
The hero spec could use a little bit of help to feel better in single target, but that's quite a minor thing to be complaining about, especially at this early stage in the alpha cycle.
I think that Slayer Bladestorm needs to last maybe 2 seconds or at least 1.5. It looks so funny when it goes off, just it's like 1 tick, but it does still buff your damage.
That about covers it for my first impressions of the warrior hero talents for War Within.
Alright.
As expected this early into alpha, there's some good and some bad. In general, I think the hero talent trees are in a pretty good spot for this early stage, with many of the deeper issues likely being attributed more to the class and spec trees or even general bugs, rather than the hero trees themselves. If anything has particularly stood out to you over the course of this video, let me know in the comments below. If you want to discuss any aspect of Warrior in War Within with me, you can do over at twitch.tv/Dan_war. You can also join my Discord and follow me on Twitter,
I do think Colossus
which will be linked in the description below.
I think it'd be really funny to set up big one-shots with Spear
like you did. Again.
Yeah. It's so funny that we don't want it to be like Fearlath, and it's literally Fearlath.
All of which will be linked in the description below.
It's just literally
Thank you for your
Fearlath.
time and attention today.
We don't want it to be Fearlath. It's like, okay, well, what's this? Okay, but it's just Fearlath without the fire animation. It's pretty funny. Yeah, if as long as we're immune on Blazer procs. Oh yeah, no, that's the idea exactly. That's the idea precisely. But if you were immune to all CC during the cast of that demolish, then yes, that'd be cool.
See you again.
You demolish a kidney shot, but then again, you're using it on your burst. And that's the thing, you need to be un-CCable during this, because if somebody just peels you on your demolish, it's what do you do with your life at that point, right? But if you're unpeelable during that, and you just crank somebody in a Stormbolt, Warbreaker spear, but then by the time, so the globals are you Stormbolt them, you Warbreaker, you spear. Now they're out of the stun, and if they want to use whatever they use to get out of the spear, they can use it at that point. But if they don't, they get bonked. It's pretty cool. Good possibilities. Cool stuff. All right, is there anything else that we want to look at about warrior stuff? Because that was pretty cool. Thanks, Dan War. Good stuff, brother. Good stuff. Hey, where's that big slam? No. Hey, yeah. That big demolish. Big slammer. But Warbreaker into stun, into spear, then smash. You could. Good. But I don't know. Sometimes whenever you Warbreaker, they like to peel your Warbreaker, right? So it's you're obviously committing, right? I would almost always spear first. Because once you spear, it's oh, this is happening, right? It's obvious. So sometimes I would even spear first. But yeah. But if you Warbreaker first, it makes your spear hit harder. So it's do you want to do max damage, or do you want to minimize their ability to respond to what you're doing, right? So it's tricky. Anyway, I'll BRB, and then we might want to play some games today. What do you guys think about that? You guys want to play some video games today too? Think about it. BRB. I want to play the alpha, dude. I want to go blade storm some people down as a Slayer, but can't do that yet. BRB. All right. If you had a WoW sub, you'd try Alpha as a 4 Horseman DK, so you probably don't need a WoW sub to play Alpha. Is the Alpha ready to be preloaded if you got it? I have no idea. I don't think I mean, I didn't have like the early Alpha at least, that's for sure. I can go look around though. See what's up. Demolish makes you immune to stun, knockback, and force movement. So MC and fear immune are like and poly, right? This is new, by the way. This song from Berserk, this is new. I like it. I like it. Yeah, those are good to have, D-House. All right, yeah, Quaylen, whenever you're ready, just send that video live, man. Send her live. It's good stuff today. Thanks for hanging out today, guys. That was like a long React session. Yeah. What is that one thing that you think Blizzard needs to fix? I don't know if I want to go that way with the video. I see what you're uploading right now. PvP? What about PvP do they need to fix? Hold on. I'd rather just... What thing? I guess that's what we were gonna get people to click on the video for. The solo queues? That's not really up to them, and that's not also about this video I want to focus on. I think people might click the video, but I don't know if that's where I want to go with it. You know what I mean? I would rather bring this one as like the excitement in general. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Because talk about solo queue could be a different sort of thing. Let's see. Yeah, I see what you're trying to do. I don't know. Yeah, they did kind of nerf Warrior, man. I don't know what's up with that. Okay. But yeah, where do we want to go with this one then, I guess, Quaylen? If not that, then what is the next question? I don't know. I think it looks pretty good. Looking pretty good so far, in my opinion. Huh. Yeah, but I'm not right. But I'm not alpha testing yet, right? So can't really go that way either. I think it's just I'll have a look at it, but yeah. Let's see. Oh. We could watch, I saw another video that was interesting. Do you guys want to do more reacts? And that's like 3 different segments, I think. We could do the warrior segment, on its own, and then something in between, right? Yeah. You guys want to do more reacts?
I don't think they even play the.
Should we watch Pika react to this? This seems interesting. What do you think about that, Quaylen? That title. But with this season, why be able to reach rank 1 or even 5? I don't think so. I don't think I'm really playing that much, man. I don't know. Could you look more into DK before going back into Warrior? So I think we have a DK video up. The Pika react to Asmon and Bellular is fire. Which one is that? Which one was that one?
What can you expect?
The this was embarrassing one? Yeah. There were 2 videos that Pika reacted to that were related to PvP. You wanna watch that one? Right, there's the PvP is dead one, and then we could watch this one. Okay. We gotta figure out where we're gonna be. Our webcam needs to like sit up somewhere else. So there's Asmon and Bellular on that side. I'm gonna come over here on Pika's side. Pika needs some help. Here. Yeah, I got your back, Pika. We'll be the PvP side. Yeah. I got your back, bro. All right, so you guys wanna watch this? Just having a react day today. This is what it is, man. Okay. All right, so what's the situation behind this one? I guess we'll just watch and see what's up. PvP versus PvE, yeah. I got your back, Pika. All right, there we go. Is this what it's like to be a React streamer? You just don't play the game at all, and you just talk about it all day? Is that how it is? We haven't logged into WoW one time today, but we're just talking about WoW all day. Is that how it works? I guess so. This is the life, huh? This is what I've become. This is what I've become. All right. Anyway. Here we go.
It might look like mythic keys are dying if we factor it in that way. That might be what's going on.
Let's see, Pika. Let's have a look. Shout out to Pika for this
Guys,
one.
we have an Asmon video about why Blizzard will never save PvP ever, and it's dead. Here we go.
Nice.
Let's pull this up.
Wow, PvP is dying? I wonder why. Who could possibly know that?
Next topic is an interesting one because, well, PvP.
Pika's having himself a little sandwich while he's watching this. He's having himself a little something to eat. Oh my goodness, dude, that is a sandwich right there, bro.
Where have they all gone? What's going on? Turns out we can take a look at things now. The PvP community do feel a little bit...
PvP has really been abandoned. It was a good run.
A little bit raw right now. It does seem that maybe Plunderstorm is not what they sort of wanted for their traditional PvP.
Plunderstorm is sick, but yes, it's like it wasn't infusing juice into competitive 3v3, but Plunderstorm is really fun.
Of course,
it's not PvP. It's not WoW. It is.
It's not WoW PvP.
Player. It's
like
not
if you're playing WoW PvP, like Plunderstorm isn't going to be like, oh, okay, I'm going to just do this instead.
WoW PvP.
Do you know what it is?
Kind of. This is exactly what I did, but yeah, not everybody, I guess, huh? Fair enough.
It's so Jover.
It's Jover.
It's completely Jover.
Yeah,
yes.
There are certain genres.
Okay, Magnus tweeted this. He tweeted like weeks ago or something.
Yeah.
That WoW PvP was done. Literally got a response from a PvP dev like confused at what he was even saying. I mean, Plunderstorm was a fun.
Look at that goddamn sandwich, Pika. That's what I'm talking about, bro. Get them gains in. That right there, that's got to be at least 40 grams of protein. That's like a pound of turkey on there. That I know that sandwich, bro. I've eaten sandwiches like that before. He's just handling business for his own self. He's got 2 pieces of white bread, 1 piece of cheese on there, and like a solid pound of turkey. That's my guy right there. That's Bajheera reacts to Pika's sandwich. Good stuff, bro.
Thing, right? But we're at the end of the season. There's not much going on here, and let's see.
People as a Pepe's that just
Attaboy.
the most perfect.
That's just
way
fun,
to
man.
express
Yeah.
yourself.
I don't think he's got any sauce on there. You said you said he got some Miracle Whip. I don't think so. Oh, he put some Miracle Whip on there. Yeah, that thing looks a little dry. That's okay though.
Online, like
So we do have some statistics we can take a look
That's all
at
right.
here,
Okay.
which is fun.
every number is 0. It's all dead.
Yep. So these are
Was season 1, 2, and 3? Damn.
Ow.
yeah. Right, so what we're looking at here is
Jesus.
a chart of games per week, okay, for the
Okay.
top 5,000 players. I assume that's just because that's what the leaderboard tracks.
Yeah,
They're looking pretty alright.
we definitely
second
are
there.
a little bit held back by having no data from Blizzard outside of very
Yeah.
limited
I wonder
things,
why that
which
is.
obviously
Okay, what are we looking at here?
Yeah,
This
Pika,
is
break it
games
down.
played per week, season 2, season 3. Are we in season 3 right now? So the peak in season 3 was 37,000, and the peak in this was, it looks like, what are we looking at here?
Yeah, it looks like season 3 was doing pretty alright there for a minute. And then what? Like SOD came out or Plunderstorm came out or something else came out? Is that what's happening?
What are we looking at? 19 weeks into it? What happened here? How did this shoot up so much? Season 2
that's what I wanna know.
died in 6 weeks. And in 19 weeks, there's still more people playing than 6 weeks into the season before. So what's going on? How did this even happen? What the hell are we looking at here? Like, what do these numbers even mean? What is going on here? Like this.
Pika asking the real questions around here, man. Oh my gosh, that's so funny. Yeah, if it's ready to go, if it's all processed up, send it, Quaylen. Thanks, man.
This is 5 weeks in, and then it shoots up to more activity.
Yeah, it's popping off.
So
Let's
we
keep
have
going.
here season 2 and season 3.
Okay.
I do think it's
Popping
kind
off.
of interesting that season 3 is actually peaking way above.
The thing is that
That's what I just said.
the reason
Yeah.
why I think a lot of this happens is that WoW PvP is completely unapproachable. Like, why would you, like, let's say you're a young buck.
So he's not talking about what they're talking about, which is this massive peak, right? WoW PvP being unapproachable is completely unrelated to this specific data, right? So like, if you want to know why was it popping off so hard here, what happened here, it's not because WoW PvP is unapproachable. It's like that's like something else. That's like, why is this number not all the way up here and this number is all the way up here? Maybe that's because if WoW PvP was more approachable, all the numbers would just be up higher. But like specifically, the data is what these guys are interested in and what Pika's interested in. Asmon's just like, WoW PvP in general just sucks. It's like, wait, hold on. Wait, hold on a second. Asmon, stay on topic here, bro. Kira, thanks for the private. Big flex for the 28 months, man. But I can understand. It's all good. Asmon's just got to do his thing. But yeah, the data in particular, if we're talking about the data, we got to figure what's going on with this and this. But Asmon's just like, in general, PvP, fair enough.
17, good at video games, sharp. Your parents are okay with you sitting at home all day playing video games. You might not even go to college. You're probably just going to be a NEET. And so what do you want to put 10,000 hours into? Do you want to put 10,000 hours into a game that the people that are older than your parents play? Or do you want to put 10,000 hours into a game like Valorant that has tons of e-girls, tons of Discord kittens? You can get way more viewers on Twitch. You can actually have a competitive career.
Asmon is so
like,
funny.
why would anybody invest any time into WoW PvP?
This is again, it's not on topic, but Asmon is so good at what he does, man. He's weaving in these memes to the discussion, which is entertaining, but it's just not pertinent.
Because it has the least payoff of any competitive game. That's the reality. So
Yeah, I mean that's tough. That is a very true statement. That is true. A lot of that stuff makes sense.
There's no new blood
Pika is
coming
so
into
funny,
the
dude.
game.
He
And
is so
that's
funny.
not even talking about how hard the game is to play. We're not even getting into that. I'm talking about like just what are the incentives? There's a lot of hot bitches that play League.
Okay.
There's not as many that play WoW.
So, I want to hear what Pika says, but what is the title of the video that Asmon is reacting to? Is the title of the video why WoW PvP is bad, or what is the initial title here that he was watching? What are we reacting to? Because it would make more sense if, oh, let me see. It's dead. Why Blizzard will never save WoW? So that's the question he's trying to answer, right? Okay. Because that helps me understand it, because Pika seems more interested in this data, and these guys seem more interested in this data. So,
what do you want to put 10?
What are we talking about here?
I mean, that's tough. That is a very true statement. That is true. A lot of that stuff makes sense.
There's
next?
no new blood coming into the game. And that's not even talking about how hard the game is to play. We're not even getting into that. I'm talking about, like, just what are the incentives? There's a lot of hot bitches that play League.
Okay.
There's not as many that play WoW.
Okay. Okay. He's bringing up a lot of points here, but I didn't know he was going the esports direction. What he's talking about PvP, and if you're trying to play and make a living playing the game. Maybe he talks more. Let's just see what he says.
He's memeing. He's being Asmon. He's making an entertaining video out of a React. That's what he's doing. He's doing things that are gonna get Keck W's and LOL W's in the chat. That's what he's doing. All right.
That's just the way it is.
So you can see that red line there at about week 8. However, it is appearing to dip off a little bit.
Yeah, PvP is dead, but it looks like on average there's more PvP being played in Season 3 anyway. So maybe, depends.
Yeah.
Bro, in this video, they're saying PvP is dead, and they're reading their own chart and are confused by what the numbers are saying. Because it looks like Season 3 is more active than Season 2. So what are these people talking about?
I want to commend Pika on hammering this sandwich. I can't get over it. You guys know, a sandwich like that takes some time to eat. While you're watching a video reacting, he is putting in work on this thing. I can't get over it.
Everyone's confused by this chart because it's not making any fucking sense. That's why I'm like, what are these numbers exactly saying here? It's looking kind of like, and there's a lot of reason for this happening too, because that's MMR, like a lot of other stuff came out.
Pika is a smart guy. He's looking at the data. He's accounting for it. Everybody else is just memeing. Pika means business.
Am I crazy here? When did Plunderstorm come out here? Where are we on this chart? Is this Plunderstorm right here?
Yes.
And this is showing the top rated players? This chart is, so far, the people that are even looking at this chart are confused here. And the second I looked at this, I was like, what is this saying? Let's see what they say.
Season 3 is a stronger time for the game. What we saw, our Mythic Plus numbers are up. You can see that.
Wait, this is the top 5,000 players. Yeah. So this is only the top 5,000 players.
Not even everybody.
Let's see.
At least for a bit, PvP numbers. PvP numbers were up. What we can do is look at solo shuffle lobbies per week. Sort of roughly assuming that a lobby is 6 rounds. Now,
top 5,000 is 20. Okay, let's look right now. What is top 5,000 in PvP?
It's not low.
I guess we're watching the videos out of order. We should have watched the skill cap video, then Bellular, then Asmon, because we're fucking confused here. What I'm looking at, this is not making any sense to me either. I'm going to pull it up right now. Look, here's the ladder.
He put the sandwich down for this.
Player versus player.
Seriously.
So 3v3, go to the very bottom. Bro, I can't even get past the 10th page.
It's not that low.
How do you even look at people this low rated? Go to UR.
I don't think it's that low. The top 1,000 people are not even below 2,500 right now.
URL params? What is that? The URL parameters. What the hell are you guys talking about? Go to the leaderboard right here. Look. All right, 3s, North American region. How do I go to the lowest rated player? Here we go. Page 50.
It's not
in 3v3. The 50th.
It's 2,200. That's not even that low at all. 2,200 is not that low, especially this season.
Page is like 2,200.
That's
so
not even
this
that
chart
bad.
Was tracking the activity of people above 2,200.
That's not even that bad.
How many of you in chat are above 2,200 in threes?
That's what I was just about to ask. I'm not trying to flame you guys, but yeah, are you guys above 2,200 in chat? I mean, all of you guys are. All of you guys are like 6'3", 240 pounds, 10% body fat, Giga Chad, multi-rank 1 gladiators. So I know that, but like other than that, maybe in Pika's chat's different, right?
Is like anyone in the chat?
That's pretty high.
What do we got? A couple people? How many people are actually above 2,200 in threes? Like,
that's what I'm saying.
I'm above 2,200 in threes on like 2 characters, right? And then we're looking at this chart, and they're saying the game is dead, and it's like, what the hell is the chart saying? What is this? Maybe we're watching it out of order here. I mean, this isn't
something's up, Pika. I agree, bro.
Here. Let's see what they say, because
I agree.
I'm listening to Bellular try to talk about it, and they clearly have never PvP'd ever. So let's just see what's going on.
You are looking at 20,000 lobbies per tick on the y-axis, which is quite a lot of gameplay.
Jeez Louise.
So,
dude, so here's the thing, man. I think Pika, like a lot of people, are trying to probably do a little bit of React content because it's so free, right? It's just so free. But he's kind of cutting through the BS a little bit, and I appreciate that. That is hilarious.
Even more recently there, we're 22,145.
Who is Bellular? Who are these guys? What is going on? This is showing the top 5% of PvPers, and there's fucking 50,000 games going on a day? How do they even count one game? Is this counting like a 6-player arena?
That is so funny, dude.
Is this just saying one game is done? Is counting 3 players?
Oh my god.
Where does this information even come from? Would this be saying that there's 300,000 people playing threes matches? Is that
PvP's dead, boys. 300,000 people a day. 300,000 matches a day queued up. PvP's dead. Oh my gosh.
Bellular makes WoW is dead videos. There is an industry of farming Blizz hate. So do all they do is just complain about the game? I've never even heard of these guys.
Correct.
36,872. That is a large difference, but could Plunderstorm? I don't know. Maybe Plunderstorm's knocks that down.
They're professional haters. All of you guys are saying they're professional haters. That's what's going on. Okay, let's just.
Okay, so
this is too funny.
Yeah.
Holy moly.
So yeah, that was,
okay.
So 19 is Thunderstorm rate.
If they want to have this shit, if they want to get WoW PvP back on track, they have to, in my opinion, I think they should make a separate mode for the game that's totally different than the base game. Because, like, there's just too many variables in the game. It's just too funny, man. It's completely unapproachable. You have to have a reset.
I don't know. I don't even know I don't even know about that. I don't know if that's even possible. Separate game mode. It is very hard to get into WoW, though. No, it for certainly is, especially.
So they've done like Arena TR, and it's fun, but I do think that it's hard to have a completely separate game mode and have that be populated, right? Like a whole different thing. Plunderstorm's cool, but I think there are people who like to do both, and I particularly like where I can do PvE and it actually, like, or I can play other elements of the game. It actually makes my character stronger, and I can take that power into the game, like into PvP. But some people do, especially like high-rated PvPers. They have this pipe dream of just never having to get any gear on an alt and just like have a fully geared alt ready to play, and you just queue up, and that's fine. Most people don't really want that, though. I don't think.
Playing Plunder for a couple weeks, it's really hard to get into.
So before that,
I don't know if making a separate game does. I don't think that fixes anything, though. I don't know. Like, look at Plunder. Like, they just released Plunderstorm. This shit's dead. No one's playing Plunderstorm anymore, guys. I'm like one of the last Plunder people playing. This game just came out a couple weeks ago. I think that's just how shit just dies or something.
Plunderstorm is sick, but people are so reward driven, right? So I feel like if people just had a character and all you do is QTR, a lot of people would like it, but it like very high level people would be down with that. It's tough. It's tough. That's good to know, though, Fleba. Yeah, Plunderstorm's cool, but it's not exactly the same, yeah.
The game is just very confusing. It's just very complicated. There's tons of buttons, there's tons of talents, there's tons of everything. And I don't know how they can... I don't even know how they could try to change that or fix that.
Yes, Pika is an extremely experienced, high-rated, very skilled, very knowledgeable player. So, yes, he knows what he's talking about. Bellular and Asvin and Bellular's buddy. I'm not sure. Like, I don't know his name. Yeah, these guys are not in the same category as Pika, as AWC competitor as far as it comes to the PvP and stuff. So, yeah, Pika knows what he's talking about. These other guys are very effective content creators. Asvin has a long history of playing WoW at a high level. So, you know, not to disparage the other people, but Pika's on a different level from most people who play the video game in general, right? So, yeah.
Most people get into WoW to not play PvP. They play for the RPG, then find PvP and like it. Yeah, I don't know. Even trying to logging on any version of WoW is fucking confusing. But this is not just a WoW problem. This is a problem with every game on the planet. Have you guys seen any of these Asian MMOs you log into, and there's just like 1,000 talent points and just 1,000 different variations of things? You can't even tell if your gear is equipped. You have no idea what's going on. Like,
WoW is a game that takes some commitment. That's one of the big things about WoW is you have to go into all of this stuff that you have to do and be like, yeah, I'm gonna do it because it's worth it, right? The end game and the process of getting there will be fun and cool enough for it to be worth me having to figure out a couple things as I go. There are a lot of things in life that require you to put in some effort and to figure things out a bit, make some mistakes, improve, and not everybody wants that experience in their video game, but WoW is one of those games where it is supremely worth it to do all that stuff and to figure out PvP and to get better at it and get your gear and all that. You just need to know that it's worth it because, yeah, there's some investment on the front end, for sure.
I've done a couple sponsors for a lot of different random MMOs in the past, and I'm actually just so lost at what's going on. Like, I feel like every game has this problem. So I'm not even, it's not just a WoW thing that people seem to say. This is in every game. It's like, bro, even if you log on like League of Legends, you play a League game, bro, the whole talent tree is different, and you log in the game, there's 1,000 items, and all the items are completely random, and there's all these different active abilities and dude, every game is confusing as shit. Like,
and so you have to be willing to get in there and get your butt kicked for a while. And some people aren't willing to have that experience of being a noob and getting your butt kicked and like having to figure things out and learn. They just want to dive in and play, which is fine. It's fine. It's just that there's a lot of things in life and in video games and in whatever that if you want to be really good at something, it's going to take some effort. So that's how it is. But I've been watching like Day 9 like play a little bit of WoW and like having his experience. That's fine. And yeah, I mean, you're gonna have to figure things out and be a noob. But like if you have a good attitude about it and you actually want to do it, then it's worth it. And you're actually unstoppable in it, right? So it's just how it works. Same thing with like fitness or whatever. It's like if you commit wholeheartedly to learning how to nail your diet, nail your training, put in time to actually get the knowledge as someone who actually does it rather than just reading about it, then it's going to be worth it. But it's going to take some time. Just how it goes. And WoW is a special game in the fact that it allows you to do that.
Certainly.
Let's see. Yeah. Before that, you do see a bit of a dip.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I know that one thing that hasn't happened is rating inflation.
Yeah.
Which is how you get people rewards, I suppose.
So I think the thing.
This guy doesn't even know what MMR inflation is. What, dude? Does this guy even play the game? Did you hear that? It's like, yeah, I guess there's like a rating inflation. So what does that mean?
He's probably seen people complaining about it on Twitter. I think one of the main reasons why rating doesn't inflate is because you're not seeing as many lower rated people playing because they just do solo shuffle or something like that instead. But I don't know, maybe even solo shuffle wasn't as inflated. There could be like an actual like inflation thing on the back end, but I think a lot of it's just participation. And I think participation is a little bit lower as a result of there being so many different versions of WoW to play, right? So when there's a new SOD season, a lot of people who are casual might just go play SOD instead of sitting here grinding solo shuffle or whatever, right? Because the PvP community is already relatively small, and then the amount of people who play seriously is relatively small, and the amount of people who play like really seriously is even smaller than that. And so if you cut off like most of the people who are casual and just have them go play SOD or play whatever the newest version of WoW is, which is fine to do, it's gonna hurt the participation for people who only want to do arena or only want to do shuffle and stuff like that. So I think that's probably the main reason why MMR doesn't inflate as much, because there's just not that many games going on. But they also do sort of artificially cap MMR, and not letting that raise as much over time can be kind of rough. But I think the main reason is just participation. We'll see.
Guy's been playing the game since Kata? Kata's like 15 years old.
How you get people rewards, I suppose.
Yeah.
So I think the thing to say here is these numbers are very small compared to M+.
They are.
Very small. Very small. And
we should say what some of the numbers are so people understand.
Yeah, what are the numbers?
That's what I want to know.
I feel like back
what
in
are the
like
plus numbers?
Vanilla,
because you can see the trend.
BC and Wrath, it felt like PvP was 50% of the game, and in Kata, Mists of Pandaria, and like WoD, it felt like PvP was like 30% of the game. In Legion, it felt like it was like 20%. In BFA, it was like 10. And like I feel,
but felt like to who? Felt like to Asmon? Like he spent most of his time doing that, or? Well, I don't know, because like what something feels like is not necessarily what it is, but
like after that,
it doesn't matter. I guess
around that 10%.
Is that even true? Did it ever feel like PvP was hella popular in the game? There's no way.
I started
no
in Kata,
fucking
so.
way. What? Mop? What? No, bro. This is no chance. There's no fucking way. Guys, there is no way PvP ever felt like half the game. This has to be because of the internet. There's no.
So PvP to me felt like most of what I did, and I feel like over time I have expanded what I do in the game, whether it's the demands of how you acquire gear for PvP or whatever. But yeah, I don't think that WoW has ever been mostly a PvP game. But that probably has to do with more like what you were doing and what the people around you were doing. And I think what Pika is saying is that, yeah, the internet is going to change that.
No chance. PvP was never popular, ever. Ever. No way. No way it was popular. Even in MOP, people talk about MOP as the best this, the best that. 30% of the game? No fucking way. No chance.
It may have been more popular on Twitch and stuff like that, though. I feel like PvP was like maybe what was mostly watched on Twitch. Like most of the streamers who were successful in WoW were PvP players. That's different, right?
PvP has always been so low key. I would never say it was ever close to half the game. No way. Like I swear there's just a lot more info out now and shit to make that seem more skewed, I think. I don't know. Let's see.
I think you're right, Pika.
Big the gap is.
I would say that's no way.
It felt like PvP.
Well, maybe that's from Asmon's POV too, but
yes,
because Asmon actually does play all aspects of the game. I just PvP'd, but I was like, there's no way that this was that big.
Why'd they move away from it? I'm gonna be honest, it's not their fault. Other games provided a better PvP experience, and most people that were looking for a PvP experience went to those games, like League. There was a massive exodus in Cataclysm of WoW players that quit WoW to play League, because like I was really into PvP back then. Like, how do you know that? I got DDoSed a lot.
Okay. Yeah, I remember League sort of being part of what I did for a little while. I mean, I think League definitely gained its popularity, but I guess, yeah, for a while, WoW was like the main game, right? It was like everybody's like, it was like Fortnite. It's like what everybody played. But yeah, I do agree that there are games that are easier to get into if you're looking for only PvP, but I don't think WoW was ever like mostly a PvP game.
So I used to know everybody, because I would be a flag carrier for RBGs. In the process of that, I remember whenever League popped off and people were like saying like, yeah, this is my last season. I think I'm gonna quit playing. I'm gonna try to go pro in League or be serious about League.
So
yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know about that. I mean, I played a lot of League back in the day too. I played a lot of League in Kata and like MOP in those times. But
it was insane to me. My League of Legends playlist on YouTube has like 100 videos. Like, I don't think that caught me really off guard when I saw that. I didn't think I had played that much League, but I guess we did. It's just crazy.
I feel like WoW Arena is just really unique and different. I don't know.
Special.
I guess I don't know.
Special.
I'm not sure. I think
there's nothing else like
there's
it.
There's probably a lot of other reasons on why PvP got a lot less popular, because it's hard for people to find teammates and play the game.
That's true.
And it's very very toxic and very tough. And as you guys can see,
so I think it's hard for me right now.
Everything is gone. It's a tough competitive thing.
It is
to do and get into. I feel like that's. Did Skillcap mention that? That it's very difficult to find teammates and find friends to actively play and pursue, because I think that's more the issue. I mean, even like
like prime time for Arena. Did you like? You guys might know this because you see me playing sometimes. Prime time for Arena starts at like 7 p.m. PST, which is late as heck for EDT, right? Miss Baines, coughing it up a little bit. She's been working on her asthma, poor Miss Beans. But yeah, it's like it's super late, so like I can't even really do high level arenas right now because I'm trying to like go to bed early. So because I feel like staying up late and streaming has been kind of eroding my health a little bit. So that's one of the main issues. Is like schedule. Just yeah, it's tough.
Yeah, maybe I'll see what Skillcap says. I feel like that would be more kind of where it went wrong.
Solo Shuffle is how many people is it?
This guy doesn't know how many people are in Solo Shuffle.
I don't remember.
Yeah, it's 2v2s. Yeah, it's 2v2s.
Yeah.
How many people are in the lobby?
6.
Is it?
Do these guys play the game?
Uh-oh.
How did these people? Who the hell is watching these people?
I don't think they do.
Bellular Gaming? What the?
No offense. I think that what most of these people are doing is it's mostly people who don't play WoW anymore who want to watch negative content for confirmation bias that they shouldn't play WoW anymore, right? They want to avoid the FOMO of like, oh, but WoW looks cool. I don't want to, but they don't want to watch anybody who's like playing the game, having fun playing WoW, because it's gonna make them feel, oh man, should I play WoW? They look like they're having a good time. That's a negative feeling. That's like uncomfortable to feel like, am I missing out? What's a good feeling is watching somebody say, nope, WoW sucks. Don't worry, you made the right decision not playing. And they're like, yes, nice. I feel way better now. So I don't think these guys really play that much WoW. They probably just make videos that sort of farm that negative confirmation bias, right? That's got to be it.
What the fuck is going on? 600,000 subs?
He's popping off, Pika.
Oh my god.
He's popping. It works.
This is fucking crazy.
It
Who
works.
is watching this? What is going on? Dude, these guys put out crazy videos. These guys go hard.
Yeah.
Okay, let's just see what happens here. I don't know.
They're pumpers. So outside chat, we need your aid.
I want to say 9.
Please help.
Is it
soon.
Oh yeah, it's 3v3s.
It's gonna be 8.
Did you just say there's 8 or 9 people in a shop?
The 9 part is the best. Because like an uneven team lobby. It's like one person has an extra person in there.
They said 2v2, 8 or 9 people in a shuffle. I mean, this is got clueless people talking about a subject. No, this is for sure complete nonsense. This is complete nonsense. These guys clearly don't know what's going on.
The hero people need, bro. Because we have Zarmangold, but Zar is pretty much just doing what Asmongold was doing. But I think Pika is like a little bit separate, and he's able to like he's able to bring a little bit of a different vibe to this React meta, which is pretty fun. But Zar's popping off. I don't think Zar's like doing negative content. He just titles his videos the same thing that Asmon titles his videos. So he's succeeding at it too. But Pika is kind of like not the same React vibe. It's really funny to see that.
I'm sure someone will say.
How many teams of 3?
Yeah, 2 get so many people in the lobby. Then I think it's 9. Is it 9 or 12?
But anyway, what I was saying, what I meant to say is that Pika is like kind of like one of the big WoW content creators, and I think Zar is like the biggest WoW content creator now that actually plays WoW. But yeah, I think Pika is kind of like being like the hero that we need right now. It's pretty funny seeing him.
This
react
dude is
way.
saying there's 12 people in a solo shuffle lobby. This is crazy.
It's a potent thing because what we can do.
Yeah, because you're thinking about 50 different things. Somebody goes and says player hit an age where they couldn't keep playing the game. In my opinion, look at Zico and Vinruki. They're like fucking 30-year-old men. No, it's not age.
Nothing wrong with being 30.
It's incentives. Like age plays a factor.
But I will say it's a little
bit tougher. I think people dramatically overestimate what that factor is. The reality is that the reason why people aren't playing WoW PvP doesn't have to do with age. It has to do with incentive.
As we can kind of work out.
I actually don't even know. I think the biggest problem with WoW is you can't play the game. That is the problem with the game, is you can't play it. WoW Arena is the best game ever made on the entire planet Earth. Anyone that's ever played WoW knows WoW is the best game overall.
Preach, Pika. Preach. Because I'm agreeing with him on both what he's saying. WoW Arena is literally the best thing ever made, the best PvP game ever made. But you have to sit a 40-minute solo shuffle to get into a game, or you have to wait around until your teammates are online to play. That's the toughest part. He is spitting.
The biggest problem this game has ever had is you literally cannot play the game.
Yeah.
You can't queue it. You can't just get into it. You have to have the teammates. You have to have the team. You have to get the setup. All this. You're just waiting to play. But if you could just queue the game, it doesn't matter what's going on in the game as long as you can actually play it, because it will be fun. It will be exciting. It will be great. That's just how it is. There's no game like WoW on the planet. It's the most refined, best thing ever. It's just hard to play it.
It's so true. That's how I feel. That's how I've been feeling. It's rough. Sheeper, thanks for the prime and big flex. I love WoW. WoW is the best. It's just I can't sit around and do nothing on stream, or it makes me go insane. If I could just do Arena all day, that'd be awesome. But I think he has a similar experience. And what I mean by doing Arena is I don't mean doing like low-rated, 2v2 just with YOLO, right? You actually want to like play the game and be like challenged in like threes and have fun with it, right? Or do even shuffle like at a high rating, but you just have to wait forever. So I'm with you. That's that's like the main struggle with WoW right now. WoW's awesome. It's just hard to play. It's hard to get in. I feel you.
Only issue.
Deeply.
Only issue. You can't wait an hour to play the game, guys. That's the only fucking problem. It doesn't matter how bad the balance is, how bad this is. You can just log on and play. That's all that matters. That's the only problem. That's the biggest problem. They never fixed it in Dragonflight. They couldn't figure it out.
It's hard.
We'll get through this.
It's not even up to them.
And then we'll see what the experts say about it. All right.
Right, let me go up here real quick. Quick aside. Pika is preaching. My guy. My guy. Here. Quick AFK. I do want to, maybe we'll knock out the pre-roll ads for you guys for a second. 1 second. Let's knock out these pre-roll ads. There you go. And we're going to listen to Berserk's new song again. We'll listen to some more. Pika's killing it, bro. My man. All right. You never really seen Pika stream? Okay, yeah, Pika is one of the best WoW content creators and one of the best players too. I was talking about Zara a little bit because I do think that Zaryu is like really like kind of like mirroring Asmon's style and even naming his videos the same thing after him. But I need to like actually watch some of his videos and see where he's coming from. Because I was imagining Zaryu's still pretty positive about WoW, even if, you know, he's kind of like trying to sort of model after Asmon right now. It's working too, is the thing, so. For sure. This is pretty funny. All right. Let's keep it going. Zara's got a lot of SOD stuff mixed with Plunder. Yeah, for sure. He's doing, I mean, he's playing like the newest, freshest thing, which is really smart. I think Zaryu is doing a really good job of like building himself up for sure. Yeah, he's been doing a good job. And again, like he's been modeling after Asmon, which is a successful model. So doing it. All right, let's keep watching this.
B-Walk, give that resub. We got to see what the general public of Bellular has to say about this. Because a lot of people listen to these guys apparently. A lot of them. I don't even know what's going on here. Let's get it.
9, yeah.
Yeah, okay,
That's what I
9.
think.
So,
with you, bro.
With Mythic Plus, we are dealing with weekly numbers that are in and around what?
Yes.
Stream brain.
Yeah, stream brain.
These guys don't even know what the fuck's going on the other side of the game. They're so ready to say it's so this, and they don't even know. Do these guys even do Mythic Plus?
Right. So what? And also, like, are we gonna get like the top 5% of Mythic Plus too? If we're gonna try to keep it consistent, I don't doubt at all that Mythic Plus is more popular than PvP. That not at all. But we've already been over that. But it's still, I want to know like what the top rank is too, right?
Did you hear this? He's like, they don't. Do they even have the numbers or the picture or something?
I wouldn't doubt it, but yeah, we don't have the data.
Weekly numbers that are in and around what?
What are the weekly numbers of Mythic Plus? It's got to be a lot higher than this, right? What are the numbers?
Oh gosh.
Stream brain.
Yeah, stream brain.
Let me check the video we published yesterday.
Yes.
That has those numbers, very conveniently. So, okay, now where the hell are the numbers?
That is so funny.
In the video.
This guy made the video the day before this and can't remember what he put in the video?
Yeah, 6. Why did I think 9?
Dorky, this is crazy.
Fascinating. How much shuffling is actually done. Obviously 6 makes more sense.
Matt, this is why I was saying podcasts are so fried. Is this a podcast we're watching?
Dude.
Let's just listen to what he's saying.
It's a bit shuffling around so everyone plays with each other.
What did he just say? Let's just rewatch this last 20 seconds here.
Oh my gosh.
5, 6 people. Yeah, 6. Why did I think 9?
The arena's coming out soon? I've seen that. Looks cool.
Yeah, I'm overestimating how much shuffling is actually done. Obviously, 6 makes more sense if it's shuffling around so everyone plays with each other.
Look at him twiddling his thumbs. He's sitting here. He's like, I don't know why I said there's 12 people in solo shuffle. I guess 6 would make sense. Yeah. Okay.
It has the data now.
I can be good at
Got the
math
numbers. He's
and PvP
looking at it right now.
How about neither? That's my choice. I used to be good at math, and then I didn't look at any numbers, and I started thinking,
No,
what's the number they're trying to figure out?
Yeah, no one knows what they're talking about.
And it's been
Oh my
a
gosh,
experience
dude.
but I'm better at communicating.
Even Asmon's lost.
I don't even know what they're trying to talk about.
I don't know what the fuck's going on here. Guys
Because I
talking about
feel
him
like
being good at
even if
math
it
in
kinda
second
goes,
grade.
You know, if that's a lobby,
Oh
there's
gosh.
120,000 people, but then, you know, how many people?
Oh, that would be 120,000. Yeah, because it would actually be a little bit more than that. It'd be 132,000. But yeah.
So what are we even looking at right here? Are we looking? My mom's texting me.
They're trying to figure out the number of
Hold on,
people
wait.
playing because that's the number of lobbies.
Is this the solo shuffle chart instead of the threes chart right here? Is that what's going on? We're looking at the solo shuffle chart, and this is saying games played. So there's 6 people in each game, and would that mean that on the other chart we're counting 6 people per game played too? Because it doesn't.
The problem is this is ridiculous and irrelevant, but it's like if a game is played, it's being played by 6 people, but doesn't mean that every game is a new 6 people, right? But whatever.
It doesn't really say that. But obviously we can see solo shuffle is the least popular it's been. Okay, we know that.
Do you have 10, 15, 20 lobbies as opposed
So
to
let's just compare, right? Let's compare week 16.
Don't try to do math on stream. Just do it
Where's
in
week
general.
16?
So week 16, we had what season is that?
So I think it's kind of interesting that the amount of threes played isn't actually that much less than solo shuffle at the top. That's interesting.
Is that week 16? We had about 1 million. About 1 million keystones ran. Each keystone, 5 people.
Jesus.
200,000 people.
Cool.
That's not empirical whatsoever, because obviously multiple runs behind.
You know, so that's how many people though. So 1 million runs, and there's 5 people within a run.
I don't even think the amount of people matters. I think it's literally just there's 1 million keys versus 20,000 lobbies. Those are different numbers.
What is this guy even saying? This guy is talking in terms of a number of players per mythic key. So would that number be 200,000? Is that what he's saying? Do they even know what they're saying? Because if we're looking at this, then we need to multiply all these numbers by 6. Right? So all these would be multiplied by 6 if he's already multiplying by 5. I don't understand.
Well, I would actually argue that it's actually worse because these are lobbies being played, not individual unique players logging into the game and doing any kind of PvP event, right? So like 1 million keys are probably being run by like people are doing multiple keys, right? And people are going to try to do multiple 3v3 arenas. They're going to try to do multiple shuffles. So it's actually even like less representative of like the PvP community. This is just activity, but I mean, it's whatever.
Oh, and he's talking, wait, can you track all keys compared to top 5,000 keys? Is that another one?
Right.
Or is that
that's
top
also,
5,000
also
keys?
important.
Does anyone
right.
know that?
I was talking about this before. That's also important that you track the top, right?
You can look at how many people are getting Title Mythic Plus and compare it to numbers. Obviously, keys are way more popular in arenas. We all know this.
Yeah.
He's doing all keys versus top 5%. That's what he's comparing? Dude, there's actually
can't do that.
Shit ton of people who play the game. Damn.
Yeah,
I didn't even
actually
realize
though,
that.
huh?
Holy fuck. This is why he made a video. It's skewed dead. So he just tried to compare the top 5,000 players to everyone that's ever played a Mythic key in their lives. Is that what's going on? What is a top 5,000 key?
That's
what rating is that in Keystone?
That's what I was wondering.
Is that like 20s or something, or 25s, or what is that? Yeah. What would you say? This crap is hella confusing. So
it is.
So if
thank you, Deadly. Welcome back, man. Big flex on 6 months, dude. I mean, I'll stop even trying to push rated PvP after season 1 of DF because of how toxic LFG has gotten. How bad shuffle queues are. I made it really fun. It's tough, man. That's the toughest thing. I agree with Pika, and I agree with you. Toughest thing is finding teammates that are online. I have an entire battle tag of people. It is hard to find people who play the right class. They're on at the right time. You know, you have synergy with like your buds. It's hard to get them at the right time. And then shuffle queues take forever. I completely agree. I do. I do.
If you cut out all the people under the 20s, what would that even look like?
A million fucking keys. That is crazy. Well, here's the reason why, is that you have to multiply the solo shuffle by 3. Because in the time that it would take a lot of people to do 2 Mythic Plus keys, solo shuffle players have to wait in queue. So if the queue...
Okay, if we're gonna factor in the queue time waiting...
Where's the math on that?
I mean, that's even... Guys, is there a way I'm looking at this chart and PvP is more popular than Mythic Keys? Is that what we're getting to now? I'm thinking that's what the numbers are telling me.
He's not serious.
If we're factoring
you can tell
in
he's not serious about that.
Wait
That's
time,
funny.
players, siblings, and we
That's
multiply it by 6, and how many rounds you play in the shuffle, so it's by 36, and then you add in the queue time. It might look like Mythic Keys are dying if we factor it in that way. That might be what's going on. This is rank 5,000. Okay.
Oh, gosh.
Rank 5,000 is 3,600 score? Holy shit. All right. Yeah, I think that's what's going on. Wow. Holy shit. We might need to do something for Mythic Keys.
I'm only 3K.
Queues are 40 minutes.
Yeah, Mythic
and
Plus
they can
dying.
do keys in 20 minutes. So then really you should multiply this number by 3.
Yeah.
6 people within each one.
Yeah.
So basically what this
queues
is
are
saying is
fucking
that even, say, solo shuffle, or, 3v3
Plus
or
are pretty
solo
big queues.
shuffle, they are both...
Threes, like, what's that? Week 16, 20k?
Yeah, and also, how
20K games
long
here.
does a solo shuffle lobby last?
20 minutes.
15,
20 minutes.
Dampening, my man. Depends on dampening.
Yeah, we are the guys with the answer.
Yeah,
So it's probably 20 minutes, I'd say. Yeah, 20.
Like a 3v.
Yeah.
Okay, take just a plain ass 3v3.
I haven't done a lot of it.
I mean, that could be over. Like you could get many of those done.
Yeah.
Within the space of one dungeon, which makes these numbers. You can get a few done.
No, you could get like 2 or 3.
Depends on the game. Depends if it's quick. I mean, okay, fair. Well, see that.
This dude doesn't even know the player amount in shuffles. How's he gonna know how long it takes? Okay, you could for sure play multiple 3s matches in the duration of 1 Mythic Key. Certainly, right? That's for sure. I don't know if you could queue a solo shuffle in the span of like 3 Mythic Keys though, because the queue won't pop unless it depends on the rating range we're looking at here. But if you're looking at that top 5,000% rating range, if you're 2,200 in shuffle, bro, you could be waiting for hours. You could be even at 22. You'd be getting fucking.
I almost think that sometimes higher rated shuffles are faster queues because the player pool is smaller, and so you have like I feel like the amount of healers who are healing at high rating compared to the DPS could be a little bit better, right? Because you like at lower rating, you're gonna have like a billion more DPS and probably almost like a similar amount of healers, but I could be wrong about that.
Fucking 2-hour wait time.
It's so silly.
You could get like I don't know how many keys you can run in 2 hours, but I mean that's.
No, that's the top. That's the top 5,000 where a solo shuffle
4 to
is
6
just lobby. So I think the solo shuffle number is the better one for
Yeah,
comparison.
Well, that's what we're looking at.
Okay, so wait, the solo shuffles aren't counting the top 5,000. This is everyone. Is that even true?
No.
Because if that would be true, then it would show that 3s are infinitely more popular than shuffle. Or am I
don't
crazy?
think that's true.
I don't know if that's the case. I don't think that's how that. There's no way this is everyone. Is this everyone?
I don't think
because
so.
you couldn't even track everyone with the rating range. There's no way this is.
No.
Yeah.
There's no chance.
It's 28k, but the point is
Versus
still,
a million.
Yeah. It's. I wasn't trying to like dig in like what's the specific numbers here. It's literally one of these is a bigger number than the other by a factor of adding 2 or adding 0 and a bit. It is like 5 times, 4 times bigger. So
right. We already know
clearly,
PvE is more popular than PvP, right?
But that's a scuffed kind of.
No, Blizzard gave up on PvP. They did. They gave up on.
That is not true at all. Asmon, you gotta be truthful here, buddy. You can't just be saying shit like that. It's just not true. You cannot go and talk to the PvP devs whose job it is to make PvP stuff and say that they don't care or that they have given up. That's just not true. You can't say stuff like that. I mean, you can say it, but it's just false. It's just not true, and it's not fair either.
On it, and I think that they made the right call to give up on it. I think it's not a game mode that's ever.
I love Asmon. I think he's really funny. I think he's like really smart and astute and really good at what he does. This is just not true.
Gonna grow. It's impossible for them to balance because like there's just too many variables. Too many people want to play PvP in too many different ways to balance across like every metric.
It's just
like in League of Legends, for example, every single game is killing the Nexus, right? Like I've literally never played League of Legends, but every single game is killing the Nexus, right?
Then perhaps if you've never played League of Legends, you don't know that games can go different ways depending on objectives, depending on the team compositions, depending on the champions, depending on the player skill. You destroy the Nexus unless they forfeit because you've accumulated enough of a lead. You can have things go in a massive swing in one team fight where a team's been winning the whole time and they throw too late in the game, then the team takes Baron and destroys your base. So if he hasn't played before, he understands the very, 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 very basics of how it works. But that's like saying I've never played WoW before. In Arena, you kill the whole enemy team and then you win. Like, that's just the basics. Every game goes that way, right? It's like, that's kind of what he's saying, even though we obviously know that there's a little bit more to it than that.
Okay. All right.
Yes.
Okay. So what he's saying right now okay, guys, this is fucking completely fried. League of Legends, how many champions are in League of Legends? Let me tell you this right. How many champions are in League of Legends?
Tell him, bro.
2024. Guys, there is 168 champions in League of Legends.
I don't know, bro.
168 champions in League. All with, 4 buttons? 4 attacks each, every single one different item build. How balanced could 168 classes even be?
If you ask people who play League, I'm sure they would say something similar to how you might ask somebody who plays WoW how balanced PvP is when they're a noob, right? They're gonna be like, oh, it's so imbalanced, everything. It's just how it is, and there's probably some truth to it, right? But I would say that WoW PvP will almost probably be a little bit more consistent than League in some ways because there's way less champions with way less builds and stuff like that, right?
How is that even?
I wonder.
Is it 5? I forgot it's 5, bro, and passive. 168. You think this is balanced? You think you could ever balance every single one? Absolutely not. There's no way.
I think it's more important for things to be fun than to be balanced, and I think there's an amount of fun in an amount of imbalance that feels just about right.
Yeah,
by the way,
so
striving for something to be absolutely balanced is, I don't think, the right call. Striving for something to be fun is cool, and having it so that each class has its own like OP thing is really a cool way for it to be, in my opinion.
Yeah, guys, the thing he's saying about the Nexus, that doesn't make any sense. Guys, these games have been notoriously unbalanced forever. There is no way anyone is saying League is balanced properly that's ever played the game or ever has looked at it. There's no way. What he's saying is, guys, what he's saying doesn't even matter.
I think that, again, I'm not trying to fire shots at Asmon. I think that when he gets a little bit bored of the topic, he starts throwing around kind of lazy opinions, and I think that was kind of a lazy opinion.
PvP doesn't need to have perfect balance. There's no way to have perfect balance on anything.
Brush it off.
That's not what it is. That's not the real problem.
It always has been,
Every game is killing the Nexus. So in WoW, you have 3 different meta level competitive PvP things. You have Arena, you have Capture the Flag, and you have Base Control. And like the 2 of them are RBGs. So you have to balance 3 completely different modes of gameplay to have some level of parity at the same time that you can change the inputs that you have for gear as many times as you want if something is good. Like,
I don't think they are replacing RBGs with solo queue RPG. I think it's just going to be like the default mode, but we'll see. Anyway, that's something different.
A really good trinket
we're
something
talking about
like
this
that.
Right now.
So you have all these extra variables. It's too much. It's impossible for them to get it right. I mean, League doesn't even get it right. That's why they're redoing balancing all the time.
The whole thing is this is scuffed, right? The whole problem with PvP is that this is... Season 2 wasn't even good either.
Okay, guys.
You didn't play Season 2, man.
Said pro meta is 30 champs because pros are bad at innovating.
He probably hasn't played PvP ever. Talking about Season 2 is bad.
30 playable champs. You guys don't even play League. This guy's a professional troll. Has to be a professional troll. There's no way. We'll have to just keep watching. Let's see what happens. So you meta champs, guys. There's going to be a meta in everything. This idea of game balance is.
No, I don't think Asmon is bad at PvP. When I saw him pushing in one season of something, I want to say it was like WoD and something like that. He was killing it, or Legion. I think it was Legion. He was killing it. Yeah, I think he's a good player if he wants to be. I think he's just you know, not involved in WoW, and I think that he can sometimes have very just kind of like doesn't really want to get into opinions about it, where he just says like, oh, it's impossible to balance, something like that, just like kind of like a lazy negative opinion, right?
It's nonsense. The game is never going to be perfectly balanced.
I think you could argue that opinion if you pressed him on it, but yeah, what you're saying is I think that he is capable of playing at a high level, has played at a high level. He's just not involved right now, and he still talks about WoW, but I don't know if it's like he's not speaking from a position of experience currently. Yeah, but I think a lot of that is just kind of like just a little bit of like a I don't want to talk about it anymore. So he just kind of is speaking in an opinion that's not like accurate and is, you know, overly negative, right?
Right. It's not possible. Right. That's not even the problem. That's not the real issue. All right. It's like, guys, look at Overwatch. They literally tried to make a new Overwatch because they couldn't balance the game. They couldn't do it. They couldn't change the team comp. They had to change the actual team size in a new Overwatch. It was impossible. They unbalanced the game to attract players. Guys, video games have to constantly make balance changes and updates to keep things fresh and exciting for people. An example in League of Legends, if you've ever played, is someone like Annie. Right? Annie is one of the dumbest, most basic champions in the entire history of League of Legends. It is the most nonsense, do-nothing, simplistic champion, one of the first champions ever made in the game.
But Garen's still good.
Versus like, what's like the most complicated champion in League of Legends to play? What's like the hardest champion to play?
I don't know about hard champions, right? But like Yone is like a new champion that's just
a champion that came out 25 years ago to a champion that's brand new with like the mechanics. Like, how do you keep the level 1 Annie from 25 years ago relevant against someone with 2024 technology? Right? There's all this bullshit going on. It's like, right? It's nonsense. It's not possible.
So you think Asmund is pretty much a channel of React's negativity? You love Asmund, but you just want to watch him play video games? You know, he might even want to play video games and just chill. But his React content is so successful, he's got to do what he's got to do, right? But he might just want to play games, you know? And I think that's one of the reasons why he streams on the alt channels, because like there's such an expectation for him, and it's nice for him to be able to stream in a place where he feels like that expectation isn't quite as high, you know?
It's like the sub rogue in WoW versus like a demon hunter, right? It's like trying to play an arcane mage versus, you know, demon hunter. Easy log on attack. It's like they have to keep doing things. You can't. There's no way. Because it doesn't feel good to have stuff from 25 years ago be obsolete because its toolkit is,
it's an active,
you know, not
living, breathing game.
High tech. So you got to make all these buffs and balances, and that's what causes all this nonsense. It's how it is.
This is still an unbelievably unsupported game mode, but we're getting to the point where they're not actually solving any problems.
I love this. So I just went.
What does he mean it's an unbelievably unsupported game mode? What is he talking about? PvP is not just some sort of like forgotten, unsupported thing. Solo Shuffle is new content from this expansion. The bracket they're looking at is new. Like they just did that in Dragonflight. I don't know, man.
To Google PvP runs per week Shadowlands, and the top post is a Reddit post saying Mythic Plus runs.
Who cares? It's Reddit
per week. That doesn't bode well. Is there anything on Drustvar?
So.
What is he talking about? He's talking about Shadowlands? Aren't we we're in Dragonflight? What? What does that have to do with anything? And it's a Reddit post.
It's like, and you think about it, what PvE game provides the experience that Mythic Plus provides?
Livestream, that's exactly what I said, yeah.
Because I'm trying to think about it, I don't really feel like there's any other game that provides a very high-level competitive PvE cooperative experience like Mythic Plus. Any question last week? Yeah, they don't.
They probably don't.
So like Mythic Plus is the best at delivering that experience.
Yes, and WoW is also the best at delivering arena.
The PvP experience.
Right?
It's true.
What are we confused about?
WoW's the best.
Duh.
Yeah.
There ain't no game better than WoW when it comes to PvP. What are we talking about?
Been saying that for years.
They got it on both fronts. They got it on both fronts, right? We can all agree on that. It's like, yeah, okay. That's what's going on.
Whereas for PvP, there are a lot of other games that are better at delivering that experience.
Yeah. Nothing is better than WoW Arena. It's just harder to get into for sure. And then maybe that's why, maybe that makes it harder to deliver. But no, when you can play WoW 3v3, there's nothing as good as that in all of gaming and PvP in particular.
So that's the difference. Like WoW is the best whenever you're talking about things like Mythic Plus.
That's not how it is.
It's not the best whenever you're talking about PvP.
It is. It's just you can't play it.
It is. Tell him, Pico.
Everyone knows that. Everyone
So why would people play it?
Search engines are useless.
Completely. Awful. Useless.
Every single way that search is implemented, and I'm assuming this has happened at some fuckwit asshole somewhere in the the Fang place. Or like search, I've revolutionized search to be so much more efficient and so much better. And
what is he talking about?
Like such a smaller road time, so much more efficient to search all data. Everything is a fuzzy search.
Yes.
You cannot search for anything exact anymore.
So we just live in fuzzy times, man.
Yeah, you want to
Very
search
fuzzy times.
for a tweet from a person from time ago? No, fuck
Yeah,
no.
WoW does take a little bit of
You wanna
knowledge to
find a quote
spectate
on
properly. I agree.
Google? No. Sorry, we've
A lot of games
disabled that
do.
functionality. We thought you having access to information.
That's one of the reasons why nobody watches me play PoE. That's what I say. That's what I tell myself. It's because people don't really know what's going on in PoE. They don't really know what to look for, so they don't necessarily want to watch it, right? But yeah, I agree. It takes a little bit of knowledge to watch like WoW Arena, whereas I think Plunderstorm doesn't take as much knowledge. You can just kind of watch Plunderstorm because people's health bars don't go up and down as fast, and their health bar really only goes up when they're drinking their potion, right? So.
What is he saying? What is he talking about? Dude, even Asmund knows this guy's an idiot. Look at it. He's just as confused as us, and he's a professional reactor. It's like, what?
He's not an idiot, okay? He's just talking. He's just talking about something else that's kind of unrelated. But yes. Anyway.
Does anyone know what he's saying?
Actually, the real point.
What is he even complaining about? I can't even tell what he's complaining about.
No, it's just
we thought surfacing AI generated slop into your eyeballs was the point of
Is
it.
it? Too much info?
Yes.
Really? Damn.
Sorry. Yes.
That was an aside about
Okay,
not being able to
so,
find a PvP thing that went in search engine thing.
Maybe we'll have to,
articles.
we'll have to do that differently. But anyway, the point is PvP is really in a dire state. The thing,
dude, this oh my god, they have not said anything this entire video. They haven't said anything.
The Blizzard could do though to fix up a lot of this.
Oh
is
my gosh.
Yeah, what do you think's gonna fix the game, Belly?
They've just sat here scrolling through these like two graphs, like yeah, PvP is really in a dire state. They haven't said anything.
Tell us right now.
And this, how much?
What's he gonna say?
This video probably has like 700,000 views too, don't you think? The Bellular video, or the one that Asmund reacted to, at least it's probably got 700,000 videos. Hasn't said one thing about PvP, like actually like why it could be that way or anything. That's insane.
Does anyone know what he's gonna say? I have no idea what he's about to say. Let's hear what he says and what it's gonna do.
There's a whole side of PvP that's not covered.
They
here.
can't fix it. They'll never fix it. It's dead.
Okay, that's not.
Asmund, stop, dude. He's just annoyed. He's annoyed with the lack of information, so he's just saying comments out of negative comments just out of pure annoyance. He says, I don't want to talk about this anymore. This isn't worth talking about, and the way he's justifying it is by saying it's bad and they're never gonna fix it. That Asmund is saying I'm tired of this topic. That's what he just said in terms of its actual meaning, but his words were PvP's dead and they're never gonna fix it.
What's he gonna say? Does
he's
anyone
just tired
know
of
what
this
he's gonna
topic.
say? I have no idea what he's about to say.
That's boring.
Let's see what he says and what it's gonna do.
There's a whole side of PvP that's not covered
They
here.
can't fix it. They'll never fix it. It's dead.
Okay.
This is stupid. I don't want to talk about it anymore. Is what he actually said. But the words that he chose were this. It's never gonna be fixed. He's just bored with it.
It's dead. That's it. Now, they can prevent it from dying as quick as it would naturally. So this is a managed decline.
Which is Battlegrounds.
It's on life support, yeah.
Also the, what's it called? Battleground Blitz. Yes, Battleground Blitz, which is the test for rated solo queue BGs.
Which I think
None
is going to be
of that
cool.
is actually captured in the data.
Yeah,
it's not massively well rewarded.
Yeah, like we're kind of flying.
I would also be willing to posit that unrated, non-rated, like casual PvP may even be more popular than rated PvP. Casual content tends to be more popular. So, I don't know. I think the rated PvP is maybe a little bit easy to get into with solo shuffle. So, it has a small barrier for entry. But I would be very curious to see if people doing regular battlegrounds is more than the number of people doing rated battlegrounds. I don't think the people doing skirmishes outweighs people doing arena. But I would be interested to see if the casual PvP content had more people playing it than the rated PvP content. I wouldn't be surprised either way, but I kind of think that casual content tends to be more popular. So we'll see.
I'm blind, but the point isn't so much about the fact.
I think
that
the BG,
because the numbers
solo
don't
shuffle
really
rated
matter
BG thing
when you
cool,
just
though.
see everyone who does PvP
See.
being online going, where are my improvements to PvP? Where's my game mode attention, please? Plunderstorm, that's cool. That's not World of Warcraft PvP. Please give me World of Warcraft PvP.
I would say what most people who are playing PvP want is usually just class balancing, right? Like if one class is way strong and they've been way strong for a long time, they want to have that class be not as strong so that the meta shifts a little bit. That's usually what it is. It's not actually content, right? They don't necessarily want more ways to engage in PvP in the game. Most high-rated arena players, and what Magnus is talking about, is he wants to see outlaw rogues get nerfed. That's mostly it, right? It's not that they want more ways to engage in PvP. It's they just want class balancing to be different. So this thing, I mean, we can ask Mag because you'd be happy to hear what he's had to say. But I imagine this tweet is mostly about like we're not seeing changes this week to class balance, right? That's the main thing.
Please. Obviously, we're getting a...
It's always the same people asking for it, too. And that's the problem. You're never going to have a game that's not focused on PvP that has good balanced PvP that people give a shit about. Every successful PvP game that's good is a PvP game first and foremost.
It's so wrong. It's so not true. It's so not true what he's saying.
Yeah.
Like no one plays these that's not it. That's not it. That's not what's going on.
I know, Pico.
That's what it is. Like League, Valorant,
Asmon is really good at having like big, cut and dry, strong opinions, and just sending it convincingly. But it's just not true in some of the cases that we're talking about here. It's just not true.
Dota, Counter-Strike, Fortnite, they're all PvP games and focused around that.
Like a new
Those are
battleground
done well.
within.
But so is WoW.
They're testing the solo battleground stuff. But
Fighting games, yeah.
Like this guy said they should add a battleground to fix WoW PvP. And it's like, and then he's talking about this, the BG Blitz, right? Like the problem, guys, the BG Blitz is going to be terrible. It's going to be horrible.
I disagree. I think Pika is wrong about this one. I think that the solo queue rated battlegrounds will be very popular and successful. I do think so. If the queues aren't super, super long, which they could be. Could be.
Because they have not fixed the problem of people leaving the fucking game. Why can people still leave the goddamn game in solo shuffle?
That's going to be a problem
too, for sure. How is that even possible? It's like you wait, you get in, and and when there's 6 people in the game, someone leaves constantly. And now imagine when a BG, when there's how many people are they doing on each team? Is it 6 or 8 or something? You think there's a higher chance of someone leaving? Especially if you're in like an Arathi Basin, bro, and you're losing. What are you gonna do? It's like
it's gonna be tough.
For sure somebody's leaving the game. There's no chance. And then,
I mean, in League of Legends, like somebody's griefing the game every single time, right? Do you guys play League? I don't play a lot of League. I like watching League because I think that each game is kind of like a fun little story. You have somebody running it down every game, somebody griefing every single game, right? It's hard. It's hard to have a team game where you're not joining with a team of people that you know and are committed to. Any solo queue game is going to have that element of somebody like trolling or griefing or leaving, which is hard. That is hard. Because a rating and MR penalty isn't enough, you know? And it's also kind of hard to like ban somebody for leaving a game if they get DC'd or out, right? It's tough. It's hard.
Get kicked out? Like, it's crazy.
Solo queue battleground, I should say, not solo.
That's what they're all about.
Bit pointless. We're trying to 1v1 in
yeah, but the reason why people aren't playing WoW PvP has nothing to do with game balance. Game balance is never the reason why people don't play a game. That's not what's going on. It's because the game is so inaccessible. Can't play the game. That's the problem.
That's
Doesn't matter
main
about
issue,
the balance. Doesn't matter about this or that. You literally just can't queue. Guys, like the wait time is the only issue.
Sounds good to me.
Because the game works itself out. Everything will work itself out. If you just can't play it though, it doesn't matter. It's never gonna feel good.
Right. The tweet that Mag tweeted about that they sort of started the video about was in response to, if I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that it was after Plunderstorm came out. They were doing lots of Plunderstorm hype, and they were doing Plunderstorm ability balance changes, and Mag was like, "What the heck, dude? We haven't had any changes for like 33 balance in weeks. WoW's dead, right?" But yeah, that's kind of part of the deal. It was a specific situation. But what Pika's saying is, yeah, I mean, like, when PvPers want something changed, it is usually something that's like tuning related, or sometimes it's like MMR inflation, like things like that. But the main thing, I agree, in my experience, is it's hard to like just log in, sit down and play and get into arena. Because it's hard to find teammates, or it's hard to sit in long solo shuffle queues.
Can't even get enough reps in. There's not enough players, not a player-based bunch, shit like that.
So yeah, I feel like it's just a case of almost running with the vein of like the season 4 being kind of undercooked a little bit. Which
you know what Blizzard should do? They should make it to where you queue up for arena and it just puts you on Plunderstorm. Just put it out of its misery. And it's like, wait, chilling. What the fuck? I'm in wait, silly. Whoa, what the fuck? Like, oh my god, like, and that's it. Yeah, no more arena.
Yep,
it's dead. It's done.
This is crazy, guys. This is insane.
I haven't talked about too much.
It's over.
And people have been like, "Where's my stuff? Where's my game? Where's my content?"
I can't believe these Bellular people are so big.
Sorry, PvP is very on the back.
So here's another thing. I don't want to be mean, but most people are noobs. Most people have no idea what's going on, and they just want to watch a video and be entertained. And again, like I mentioned before, have a negative confirmation bias, where they're being told it's not something that they participate in, but don't worry, it's not worth participating in because it's bad or it's dying or something. And then they sit there and feel better. Ah, good. I don't have to put any effort towards anything. Let me just click another one of those videos, right? That's just kind of how it is. They don't want to put any effort in anything, and then they watch content that tells them they don't have to put effort in anything because it's not worth putting effort into. And then they continue to just do nothing and have a negative mindset towards trying at anything. And then that feels good to just sit there and not do anything and then be told that you're doing the right thing. Yep, that's good. Just keep on not doing anything. Keep not putting effort in anything. Keep not trying to learn anything or get better at anything because it's not worth it anyway. Just keep watching those videos. And that's why people like that. And most people, again, are noobs. And they're noobs because they don't put effort in anything, so it's kind of like a constant cycle, right? That's just how it goes. And that's why videos like this succeed.
How did they get so
Nobody
big?
cares.
It's frustrating people.
That's Asmund saying nobody cares. People absolutely care. You don't care.
Right now it seems
That's
like
different.
even just some of the MMR. Not MMR, rating.
That's most of the problem.
Yeah,
People are like, I would like this queue to work. I would like this queue to function so I can play people who I can play against.
Somebody was saying like PvP was popular in Kata and Mob. I feel like PvP was falling off at that point. Like I feel like PvP was at its peak at like late Wrath, early Kata. And then it kind of went downhill after that.
That's when I started.
And the reason why is that like obviously
it worked out okay for me.
A big player base of a game to care about PvP. And I think another big reason is that the game isn't watchable by spectators.
That's a big deal.
Like, you can watch classic WoW PvP, and you can generally know what's going on.
Yeah, and it's terrible. And it's terrible. It's awful. It's horrible. Nobody likes classic WoW PvP, right? We're all in agreement there. No one likes that shit.
Oh, gosh.
We've seen it.
WoW Esports one thing. Wrath, you know what's neat? Is that I got to be part of WoW Esports coming back. I got to be part of AWC. Like in WoD and then Legion and then onward. I got to be part of that. Isn't that cool? I got to help bring WoW Esports back. Isn't that neat? So cool. So grateful for that. That was so neat.
It's horrible. You go to Stranglethorn Vale.
Not a big fan of Classic
it's horrible.
in general, so
it's
I feel
terrible.
like Pika.
That's why no one watches it. That's
why
no one does it. It's
I'm glad
actually
it
terrible.
exists.
But you can watch it. It is watchable and understandable. And
That's
that is a problem with WoW from a spectator POV, is all of the UIs are different.
It's true.
Which is why Plunderstorm was so good, because you log on and everyone has the same screen.
I think it's still fun, Plunderstorm,
if you're
but
new
people
or
are kinda
something,
moving past
everyone
it,
has the same looking interface, which is another problem of all the add-ons and shit. That leads into the add-ons being the problem. And your UI is different. Everyone's buttons are everywhere. There's a bunch of shit on your screen. Everyone Everyone should have the fucking stock same UI, and everyone should just be forced to fucking figure it out. That's why
I like add-ons in terms of being able to change my UI, but if Blizz decided that we were all gonna have the same UI and just figure it out, and they just said, this is it, this is what we're doing, it is what it is, I don't think I'd be like mad about it. If the way it is now, that's okay, but I think it could actually be very interesting to see how that would work. I think it would make people a lot worse at the game, but people being ultra like fast, responsive, and aware of everything with weak auras and whatnot is interesting in the fact that you are better at the game, but it's less interesting because people make less mistakes, and people making mistakes is gives you those openings for, like, you know, kills in arena and stuff like that. Could be interesting.
I mean, I thought that would have been sick. Everyone has the same UI, all the PvEers, all the PvPers, and they just reinvent the entire philosophy.
That's fine.
It has to be
if they did that.
Just simple.
That's fine.
Like the Plunderstorm UI. The Plunderstorm UI is just so simple. It's like it's easy to understand.
Yep.
Big agree.
You all right?
Do PvPers hate add-ons? Well, the add-ons are fried. The add-ons are for sure fried. I mean, they're way out of control. They're obviously out of control. I mean, it's nuts. They're too good. They're too crazy.
Yep.
And yeah.
Yeah, Bladestorming Kidneys feels awesome, but yeah, having an add-on tell me, okay, kidney shot's available. You're off stun DR. That gives me a big advantage in like knowing when that's happening, right? So yeah.
I'm not a big fan of how that's happening because it didn't used to be as this insane, and the game just got too hard. People got too good, and things got too hard because of add-ons as well, right? Like it's just nuts. Like it's so much so to the point that your game is being played through add-ons. Like you're not even looking at anything else, which is super troll, and that's a big turnoff to people because you have to have all this setup and all this knowledge and understand what you're looking at. Like
the barrier for entry is pretty high, and that's the thing that we've talked about, and I've agreed with. The barrier for entry as a spectator, but also as a player, is pretty high. Now, again, I will say that if you want to, and you believe that learning the game and learning how to set up your UI and doing all these things is worth it, and you kind of do it step by step over time, you start off with your UI just so that you can see the things that make sense to you. Like, ooh, I would like a weak aura to tell me when this happens, and you can find a weak aura for that or make a weak aura for that, and you do all that. It can be kind of satisfying. And it can be cool, but it just does take a lot of work, right? But if you believe that the work is worth it and you enjoy the process, then it's cool. But it is likely that a lot of people aren't going to go through that process, right? Which is tough. So it's not that it will make it impossible. It's just that it presents barriers that some people aren't going to make it through, right?
You guys have seen we've done gameplay reviews. I'll show you what the add-ons have done. I'll show you a UI. Look at this. This is what add-ons have done to new players. Here's a video of a 1400 rated Assassin Rogue. Like, look at this screen. This guy is 1400 rating, and this is what his screen looks like. Right? This is like add-on overload.
Awkwardly, this looks familiar.
He's got frames here. He's got frames here.
Oh my gosh.
He's got frames here. More frames here, and then all these buttons and overlapping icons. And this guy's at 1400. This was a long time ago.
I think he's using my blades.
But like, yeah, this is the type of shit that people are looking at, and it's like, dude, this is not what we want to be seeing here. We got this 1 blind, 2 blind, 3 blind, 4 blind, 5 blind. There's 5 blind icons showing. This guy's blinded. But yeah, imagine as a viewer, you're looking at this, and it's like, you know, how am I ever going to start playing this game? Like, what am I even looking at?
I wouldn't.
Right?
Like,
look at this screen right now. Like, this is crazy.
Yeah,
like, this is completely
nuts.
Like,
he's using my plates though.
We need to get a picture of Mez's UI back when he had it super bad. Do you guys remember Mez UI back in the day?
I do.
And it was like, what happened? Like, it was crazy.
I do.
Yeah, no, it does. It does make it hard. There's a high barrier to entry because the game is confusing and difficult. Like I said, World of Warcraft would have taken a very different route if the game was easily playable, you could log on and play, and if it was easy to watch on stream. And then also if the entire player base of WoW did not all hate themselves every day of their lives.
That's a big part of it too, yeah.
That would those are some 3 pretty big factors, I think, over these last 10, 15 years that would have had probably a very substantial impact of what has happened in where we are now. So we're almost done this video.
Watch retail WoW PvP and know what's going on.
You can't watch it. It's unwatchable. It is very hard to watch. I cannot watch anyone play PvP and tell you what's going on.
Pika absolutely could watch somebody and tell them what's going on. Pika's being a little bit silly here too. He knows what's going on, but I would say it's hard to watch WoW PvP and know what's going on if you don't know what's going on, right? Like it's hard to watch Arena if you don't kind of have some idea of what's happening, right? So yeah, it is. That's been a huge problem with WoW, and it's just really difficult. Like even watching Sea-Doo, right? I'll pull Sea-Doo up right here. Look at this, right? Sea-Doo, one of the best heroes ever touched the game, right? Look at all this shit going on here. It's just really like, he's got arrows now on his teammates, and he's got. That's from Mez.
Like even looking at his
taught him how to do
UI,
that.
he's got like a death here, frames, cooldowns, more cooldowns, maybe a self DR, buffs, details on the side, and then look at all these cooldowns being like, he's got cooldowns like leg sweep here, root beam here, root beam here, root beam here, and then I don't even know if he's got more frames on the left side as well that you can also see. And then, like, the point is, it's hard to see what's going on. And Sea-Doo's UI is fairly clean. This is, in Plunderstorm, you can just kind of look at it and play it.
Yep.
And then, all these buttons, it's just very, it's just confusing.
Is it even possible to fix how hard PvP is to watch, understand? I mean, yes. But, again, just because it is relatively complex, I think one of the main things that's tough is that like health bars go back up, right? And it takes some understanding of how you achieve a win condition, right? Because health bars go up, and how you actually win a game is going to be some combination of getting through the enemy's defensive cooldowns, right? So they've tried to do this a little bit. They have like a shield icon on players when they're using a defensive, and then they'll show the cooldown being on cooldown in like the AWC UI, and they'll show players like having offensive cooldowns being popped as like this is a big moment that you need to pay attention to, right? So it's like if health bars, if you understand the health bar can go up and players have like lives, right? Like their cooldowns are like lives. Okay. So like your healer's trinket and all the healing and damage reduction cooldowns are like lives. You have to get through all of the lives in order to finally kill them, right? It's just a little bit tricky. It's a little bit tricky. Pro Paintball's another game with a lot going on, but it's hard for a random person to watch and know what's going on happening. Yeah, to some extent, yeah, for sure. It is tricky, but again, it's like there's a lot of different things going on, but it's like if people think it's cool and they want to learn how to do it because they're pumped about the idea of becoming, a good PvPer, and that will feel good to them, then they'll do it, right? And that's one of the main things. It just has to be cool. It just has to be cool. Even whether it's like understandable or not, it just needs to be cool and worthwhile. Then people will figure it out, right? That's how it is.
It's just confusing, which makes it very hard to stream WoW, which is why it sucks to stream Arena, because you can't tell what's going on. And
I feel like when I stream arenas, I think we get okay viewership doing Arena, but not a lot of interaction, which is the main thing for me. But people like Arena on YouTube still. But yeah, it's tricky. It is tricky.
Thunderstorm, you can easily see what's happening.
That was an excellent video from Pika. That was a lot of fun. But yeah, it's tough. I think that there's all these things about WoW, like the add-on thing, the like barrier to entry, just in terms of learning the game and all that, like having it be tough from a spectator perspective. But I mean, I don't know, man. I think that it mostly just comes down to it just being cool. Like if you like it and you're excited about the idea of learning PvP and having it be worth it to you, then you'll do it, and it will be fun and it will be cool. WoW's just been around for a long time, It's been around for a long time, and it's not a game that I think players. It's not a game that new players pick up and play a lot of, because it's not like new and hype. It's kind of like an older game. And you also have an entire player base of people who have played the game at some point, don't play it currently, are kind of jaded about it and like to consume negative content that sort of affirms their feelings that they don't want to play it, right? And so it's tricky. There's a lot of different angles to it. If they implement a kind of voice acting for class CDs like in Overwatch would be fun. So people use CDs, that could be interesting. But that's definitely bad for you, right? It's bad for you because then you're announcing your own cooldowns. It's like when people put like that little flute in their cooldowns, right? Or they put a lot of toys in their cooldowns, and it becomes even more obvious they're popping cooldowns, right? As Gold says, people seek out confirmation bias. Yeah, that's what I've been saying this entire video. Yeah, I agree. People want to hear that their decision to not play WoW is the right one, right? Called, yeah, Gladiator Losa. Yeah, that's just like, you know, for a while there, Gladiator Losa was kind of like looked down on, but now people just have add-ons that just do the same thing. It's kind of funny. It's kind of funny how it works. All right. My boy's home. I don't know if we have time to watch one more video. So this is another one from Pika. I wouldn't mind watching this. This one's shorter. This one's like 30 minutes long. We would have to go all the way through it. Isn't this like what he... So this is... Isn't this the same video? No, it's not. This is something different. Yeah. What went wrong with Dragonfly PvP? So this is like the second one that he watched? Is this which one came first? This one was 5 days ago. This one was 6 days ago. Aha, interesting. Some people have been playing alpha. I have not played alpha yet though. New player program like the one we already have, where PvPers can get something when they play with noobs, teach them. That could be kind of fun. So I missed the Blizzard live thingy. Is this all spurred on by something that was said in that? We're just kind of just doing reacts all day today. Just watching videos. Didn't really have anything to do to like log into, because like I'm just like kind of like I'm behind on SOD. Plunderstorm has kind of lost its steam, I feel like, in terms of players being interested in like, or people being interested in watching it. The end of the season is happening in WoW right now, but I don't feel like sitting in a long solo shuffle queue. I'm not very high rated in any bracket, and this is now the time that you do high rated 3, so I'm just kind of like finding something to do until tomorrow, where we play No Rest for the Wicked. Oh yeah, I mean WoW's still a big pumping game. Yeah, the doom and gloom has always been there ever since I started playing in Cataclysm. There's always been this doom and gloom. WoW's dying or whatever. I don't think WoW's as popular as it was, you know, 10-12 years ago, but it's still like the best game available in general, let alone the best MMO, right? I played Remnant. Yeah, I played Remnant as well. It's fun. Pico made another on the skill. What's the skill cap video? What's that one? Which one's your recommendation? Should we watch the WoW PvP really dead, or the other one? Or the skill cap video? I wish if the skill cap video is like a little bit shorter, we could watch that one. We'll see. Let's see. Yeah, I don't see where the skill cap one is. I do see a lot of Plunderstorm content, which is awesome. If WoW comes to Game Pass, that would be awesome. Yeah, I think that would be cool. Yeah. I work with a 60-year-old dude that still plays retail. You only hear the doom and gloom on YouTube farming vids. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Yeah, I'm only seeing the 21. I guess this is the skill cap video. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it is.
Where's the skill cap video?
Oh, okay. Okay, so he watched that one like first, I think. Yeah. All right. Oh no! Wait a minute. What? Wait. Is this the same video? It is. Okay. One of them says 6 days ago. One of them says 7 days ago. Is it impossible behind an SOD? Yeah, I'm like level 28. So, but also it's like tomorrow I want to play No Rest for the Wicked. So, playing a bunch of SOD today, and then I'm just gonna grind No Rest for the Wicked until I can play Alpha. You know, it's like, why would I do that? We can just watch a bunch of videos, have some React content, which people sometimes enjoy. Lots of React content. I don't know if we have time to really react to it, but play HOTS. So again, we're trying to create content that people are going to watch on Twitch, right? That's going to be an important I need people to watch my videos and watch my streams. Just random games may be fun to play, but nobody's going to watch, right? We need to create content that actually succeeds. So we spent the last week on vacation, and we spent the week before that playing PoE. So my channel is fucking dead right now. We need some life support right now. we gotta create some content that succeeds. I'll be right back real quick. We may not be able to do anything else tonight, but we'll see. We'll see. Post a little bit of this for you guys. Here we go. What's up, boy? Guess Prime subs have to watch ads now. You're not subbed at all. If you sub to the stream, then you won't have to watch ads. But yeah, if you're not subbed, then yeah. However, if you want to be Prime subbed, you just need to make sure that you re-Prime sub, because Prime subs don't auto-renew. Yeah, we're done. We're done. Yeah, so we'll watch that one later, Dr. Do It. We can't watch that one right now. We gotta go. My baby boy's home, so we're gonna go chill with him. But either way, thanks for hanging out today, guys. We didn't do anything all day today. That was kind of interesting, huh? Just a day of not gaming at all. Hinkenberg, thanks so much, man. Big flex for the 20 months. That's the streamer life, though. That's the meta. I don't actually play games. Just watch videos. But we did it today. We did do it. Yeah. We'll probably be seeing you guys tomorrow. I'm gonna try not to get on and stream in the evening time, because I think that is eroding my health in a negative way. So we got a lot of React content. Make sure you guys go show some love to the YouTube stream if you enjoyed the content today. I'll link you guys the YouTube stream. Go pump it up. Give it a thumbs up if you enjoyed the stream today, like I said. And we'll probably end up seeing you guys tomorrow in the gym, and then probably playing No Rest for the Wicked for a while. That'll probably be like our main game until we get access to Alpha, which hopefully is soon. Brooks, thanks so much for the 58 months as well, man. Appreciate it, dude. Thanks for watching today, guys. Appreciate the subs as well. Appreciate the good vibes. And we will see you guys probably tomorrow. All right. Thanks for watching, dudes. Peace.